Hiruzen Sarutobi took another deep, slow inhale of his pipe and exhaled it up towards the ceiling. It had been a stressful night, and he felt the tobacco was well-deserved. Not that I wouldn't still be enjoying it regardless, he thought. Interrupting his thoughts on self-indulgence was the feeling of a large and familiar presence incoming. He signaled to his ANBU behind him to open the window in preparation. The chakra he was feeling was significantly agitated. This wouldn't go well. In the blink of an eye, a man with a large frame and long white hair filled with spikes was standing rigidly in front of his desk. Jiraiya, welcome home. Has your research been going well? Hiruzen questioned the Sannin evenly. Cut the shit, sensei. Hiruzen flinched at his student's response. If Jiraiya didn't want to talk about his research, he was in more trouble than he had initially thought. Very well. You may see the boy as soon as we are done here, but first I would like to brief you in greater detail than what the message I sent you went into. His circumstances are extenuating and difficult. He's been living alone the last year and a half. The orphanage refused to take care of him properly anymore due to his status. The villagers still see him as less than he truly is, not able to look underneath the underneath, and many of the shinobi as well are still bitter towards him due to the attack. With each sentence the Hokage spoke, Jiraiya tightened up more and more, shoulders rigid, flexing his hands into fists. His jaw muscles rippled in agitation, and his breath was escaping his nose in noisy bursts, not unlike an enraged bull. A lesser man would have seen the rage building in such an imposing man, a shinobi renowned across the elemental nations, and shied away. Sarutobi pressed on in a steady and calm tone, betraying his true feelings. Despite the village's hatred being poured onto him without true reason, the boy continues to be warm as the sun towards anybody who will acknowledge him. His resilience and determination are truly astounding. He even decided he wants to become the Hokage. At that, Jiraiya lost just a little bit of tension, head tilting the slightest degree to question the Hokage on how that came to pass. Lesser shinobi, those below the Jonin level, would have been unlikely to even see the movement. Sarutobi saw it, interpreted it, and prepared an answer for it without a moment's hesitation. He sees how the higher-level shinobi are treated, and he sees the respect the office holds. It appears that instead of trying to return the village's hate through revenge, the boy wishes to avoid hate altogether, and instead become a shinobi worthy of the village's respect. Despite the strong pride Jiraiya felt in his chest at hearing about the goal of his godson, he cut his Hokage off. He should already have their respect. He's supposed to be seen as a hero. That's what Minato wanted. That's what you told me Minato wanted. What he asked for in his dying breath, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya's voice level never raised, but instead became more rage-filled and intense as he spoke, before spitting out Hiruzen's title and honorific. Sarutobi, a man who was tempered, tried, and tested by 3 great shinobi wars, countless smaller battles and skirmishes, and decades in the office of the Hokage, flinched at it. A visible reaction from the Hokage at all was nearly, if not entirely, unheard of. A visible reaction that even a genin could spot was tantamount to unthinkable. For a split second, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, professor and Hokage of the greatest of the 5 elemental nations, reeled at his student's words. Not even at the ceasefire of the 3rd Great Shinobi War had the Tsuchikage spoken to him with such disdain and disrespect. Hiruzen took a silent, deep breath and looked the Toad Sage in the eye. He deserved it, and he knew it. So he didn't even think to reprimand Konoha's spymaster. I'm taking over as his guardian. I will not allow Minato and Kushina's legacy to be tossed to the side like trash. He deserves the love that they would have given him, to be raised how they would have wanted him to be raised. He deserves to be seen as the hero that they wanted him to be, and I'll be damned if he won't get it. The Sandaime had never seen his spiky-haired student speak with such intensity or passion before. Not when he talked about his research and novels, not when he talked about bringing his traitorous team back or taking him down, not when he spoke of his love for his favorite incognito medic, not even when he revealed to Hiruzen that he had set his sights on bringing peace to the ninja world. The Hokage sighed, and in the duration of that short breath he made up his mind. The council and elders will not be happy. They think it's good for the boy. Danzo believe. An insanely large amount of killing intent cut him off, and he saw fire burning in the Toad Sage's eyes. Damn the council, damn the elders, and especially damn Danzo. I'll send them all to early funerals myself if I have to. They don't deserve to even speak of him, let alone make decisions about his life. Not when Minato sacrificed his life for them. Hiruzen silently thanked himself for dismissing his ANBU and sealing the room off before they started their discussion. A lesser man would be accused of treason for those words. A lesser man would have killed them already. Jiraiya shot back coldly. After a few seconds of silent acknowledgement to that statement, Hiruzen questioned his bull-headed student. And what of your spy network? I'll need more help from the ANBU and a few higher-level jonin, and I can take him on travels to allied and safer countries. And when my travels take me to more volatile regions, I'll arrange for somebody to watch over him. That's a hefty price to ask of your village, Jiraiya. He wanted to be mad at that statement, to fuel the flames of his anger, having had the village ask more of him than it rightfully should have. But his rage had started to cool as his sensei started to give in, and the Sandaime had sacrificed more of his fair share for the village himself. I wasn't asking. Despite calming a little, he still had not forgiven. The Hokage had lost all bargaining chips earlier in the night when the boy had been involved in the incident. He had been left in charge of him after all. He had promised he'd take care of him. Promised Minato. Very well, I will allow you free rein when it comes to the boy's life from now on. Just keep me in the loop, and I will hold off the council the best I can. If you can't hold them off entirely, I will kill them. All of them, elders included. I wasn't kidding earlier. Jiraiya's statement was said with finality, and Hiruzen realized just how serious he was. Jiraiya, you know I would have to intervene and stop you unless you had sufficient evidence and reason. Sarutobi reasoned. Assuming I'd cooled down enough not to take you down with them, I would take him and I would defect, on my honor as the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Hiruzen was, once again, taken aback by Jiraiya's words. Speaking of such things was treason, blatant treason, yet he couldn't find it in himself to even be upset at his student's words. In fact, if the roles were reversed, he could see himself uttering the same words. Not to mention the implication that Jiraiya believed he could win a fight against his sensei and Hokage. I see, he replied somberly. Despite your treasonous words, I find myself not only okay with them, but agreeing with them. It seems I laxed in my retirement, and still haven't regained my edge since I was reinstated. Jiraiya knew those words were to manipulate him to feel for the old man and his situation, yet he let them. The fact that his sensei was even trying meant that he knew he had messed up and didn't want him to be too mad. Jiraiya sighed. Sarutobi had tried to pass the hat off a little over 8 years ago, and had tasted retirement long enough to have grown accustomed to it. He knew he didn't want to take the hat back after the Kyuubi attack, but had to due to a lack of qualifying candidates. He knew that he felt as if he had failed by leading the village into the Third Great Shinobi War, failed by allowing Orochimaru turn traitor and escape the village, and now he felt he had failed his successor's legacy. Jiraiya's eyes softened a fraction. The old monkey deserved a break, and the Toad Sage would give it to him. I don't want your excuses, sensei. I want to see my godson. Just not tonight. Very well, I will take you to see him. Although he is likely still unconscious, his condition is stable. At the reminder that his favorite student's only son was in the hospital, Jiraiya's eyes hardened once more. And what of the perpetrators? Their heads were rolling even as the message was en route to you. The ANBU who were assigned to his protection detail too. Both of them. Jiraiya relaxed a small amount at that. He might have been angrier than he could ever remember, but he didn't feel like ripping anybody's spine out tonight, and he was happy to hear the Hokage hadn't lost as much of his sharp edge as he had thought. Hiruzen rose to lead his student out of the office after deactivating the privacy seals. The two turned to head out of the office through the doors, another action that showed the seriousness of Jiraiya. He hadn't used the doors in over 25 years, preferring the window due to how badass it is. As they headed out, Sarutobi stole a look at the pictures of the Hokage on the wall by the door, specifically at Minato's. He had failed the village, his sensei, the previous Hokage, and the will of fire that he had inherited from him, failed his student, and failed his successor. It was due time that he rectified that. All of it. Jiraiya, I am sorry. You have shown me how I have failed. I will make it up to you, that is a promise. Jiraiya's eyes softened, almost to their normal state. Thanks, sensei. You are forgiven. He threw a punch at the elderly Hokage just for old time's sake. Hiruzen leaned back, not even moving his hands from where they were clasped behind his back, and dodged the punch, more out of habit and instinct than anything. But I'm still pissed, and you owe me one. Hiruzen smiled lightly for the first time that night. I expected nothing less from you, Jiraiya. You have the dead of the Hokage's office to call upon whenever you wish. Translations. Gigi, old man/grandpa. Kyubi, Ninetales. Kitsune, fox. Yondaime, fourth/fourth Hokage. Gaki, kid/brat. Shinobi, ninja. Naruto awoke in the hospital to hushed whispers. In his experience, hushed whispers were never happy words. Not that it bothered him. He had learned not to be bothered by such boring things at a young age. Instead of conveying all this, he sat up suddenly and shot the medic Neen a devious grin. That earned him a scowl, which he laughed off. A few minutes of having his body checked over with more hushed whispers and mutters that he didn't have the time to pay attention to, and the door swung open on creaky hinges. On the other side, he saw the Hokage followed by a large, serious-looking man with white hair who he'd never seen before, but he still felt familiar. Naruto's grin turned into a real smile. Hey Gigi. The old Hokage wore a genuine smile himself. Naruto, my boy, how are you feeling? I feel great. Although I'm not sure why I'm wrapped up like a mummy. Jiraiya couldn't hold his scoff in. Sarutobi had given the damage report on the way over, and he was pissed. There's no need to lie, Kia. Naruto jumped at the accusation. Literally. The 7.5-year-old leapt up onto his feet on the hospital bed and started bouncing up and down, shaking his fist at Jiraiya the whole time. Who are you calling a liar? I feel perfectly normal. I don't even know why I'm in this stupid hospital in the first place. Jiraiya again scoffed at Naruto. Brat, you broke all 4 limbs, both hands, 8 ribs, your left collarbone and orbital, and your nose. Naruto paused at that, and became still for the first time since they entered the room. He tilted his head like he was trying to remember, then suddenly asked, What's an orbital, old man? The orbital is the bone around your eye, Naruto-kun. It's very difficult to break. The Hokage replied to him with a smile. The boy's unpredictability never ceased to amaze him. Oh, sorry, old man, I was talking to the other old man. Not you. I must be pretty awesome to have broken it, though. The matter-of-factness that Naruto said this with set an already tense and sensitive Jiraiya over the edge. Who are you calling old, you little runt? Do you know who I am? You're way too weak to be talking to me that way. Jiraiya leaned forwards toward Naruto in frustration. Hiruzen sighed at the stubbornness of Jiraiya, knowing Naruto was his equal in that aspect. This could get ugly. Who are you calling weak? I'm gonna be the Hokage someday. I could take you on right here, right now. Believe it. Naruto leaned forward toward Jiraiya in anger, butting his forehead against Jiraiya's strange forehead protector. The two butted heads for a few seconds, on the verge of having steam pour out of their ears, before cooler heads prevailed. Or rather, a cooler head. Now, Naruto, I'm not sure you're ready to take on one of my students just yet. Naruto backed off at that, but didn't back down all the way. Instead, he eyed Jiraiya as if he was trying to see what he was made of. Jiraiya leaned back and put his hands on his hips, smiling, thinking that his sensei had put his stubborn godson in his place. I think I could take him, Gigi. His hair is even whiter than yours. The toad sage sweat dropped at that. After a few seconds of feeling bad for himself, Jiraiya started chuckling, which caused the Hokage to start himself. Naruto looked on incredulously at the fact that he wasn't being taken seriously. He truly believed he could win against the white-haired man. I have to say, Sensei was spot on with his descriptions of you. Jiraiya's tone softened. Seriously, Naruto, how are you feeling? Past anger and frustration forgotten in the sincerity of the large man's tone. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. I feel fine. A little sore and a little confused. Actually, a lot of confused. Why am I here? You were beaten up by some drunk villagers. They did quite a number on you before one of our jonin stopped them. Kakashi had actually done more than stop them. In fact, Sarutobi thought the swift execution they were given might have been merciful considering the injuries Kakashi had inflicted in his rage. Yeah, I remember that. Naruto looked down in embarrassment for a second before looking back up and questioning, but the grumpy fox told me he was going to heal me completely, and I feel fine. So why am I here? Hearing his reply, the two older men's eyes steeled and the atmosphere took on a more serious edge. Hiruzen yet again found himself silently thanking the privacy seals he had put in place. He didn't need even more rumors spreading about Naruto and the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi no Kitsune. It was Jiraiya who responded. What fox kid? The big grumpy one in the sewer. I guess he said he was in my head. Why does my head have a sewer in it? Another soft smile from the Hokage at the child's innocence and unpredictability. Jiraiya again was the one to speak. You spoke with the fox? More like yelled at, and then shouted with. He kept yelling at me, calling me weak. So I said, if I'm so weak, how come you're the one stuck behind bars in my sewer head? And he roared at me and called me dumb, so I roared back and called him ugly. He was really grumpy the whole time, so I was grumpy right back with him. And eventually he said he would heal me so I wouldn't die. Naruto said the last sentence with a prideful smirk on his face. Jiraiya was thinking that just maybe, he should feel a little bit of empathy for the demon fox that attacked his village. Awfully nice of such a grumpy old fox. I think he was just pretending so he'd look scary though. By the time the almost 8-year-old had finished talking, he was out of breath, and so nearly were the two older shinobi he was talking to. Jiraiya shot the Hokage a questioning glance, and then another. He was returned with a shake of the head to indicate he didn't know Naruto had made contact with the fox, and a single nod giving him permission to talk with the young Jinchuriki about it. Naruto, do you know what that fox is? The blonde shook his head. That's the nine-tailed demon, the one who attacked the village 7.5 years ago. Jiraiya informed him somberly. A few seconds of thinking and Naruto had his response. Nice try, old man. He's not a demon. He's just a really big fox. I might be young, and I might be dumb, but I'm super smart so you can't trick me. Jiraiya just shook his head at that, not really knowing what to say. Naruto continued to question. Why did he even attack the village in the first place? And why is he so grumpy? And sad? What do you mean sad, kid? Naruto became much more reserved. Sitting back down and staring into his lap, the big fox was really sad. Although I could tell he was trying to hide it. How do you know he was sad? And how do you know he was trying to hide it? The look in the young boy's eyes said it all. He knew he was sad because he knew what that sadness was. Born from the hatred that thousands of people, entire villages drop onto your shoulders. He knew he was hiding it behind his anger because he himself hid his sadness, and being angry was one of the best ways to do it. Jiraiya's eyes softened to their maximum amount and got shiny. To his left, the Hokage coughed into a fist uncomfortably. Jiraiya put a hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his unkempt blonde hair. I see. After an unbearable few seconds of seeing his godson hollowed by sadness, Jiraiya tried to cheer him up. Sagaki, you said you wanted to be Hokage, right? Naruto nodded, picking up a small smile thinking of his dream. How about I help? You know of the fourth Hokage, right? Naruto was excited now, yeah? He's my hero. I want to be just like him, only better. That's a lot to live up to, kid. You're gonna need a heck of a teacher. Sadness seeped back into the boy. Jiraiya scowled internally at the boy's past experiences. How about I take you under my wing and be your teacher? At this, Naruto's grin was unmistakable. Are you a good teacher? The question was innocent and mostly curious. So Jiraiya returned a grin just as big. Kid, I'm probably the best teacher ever. I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin, the gallant toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya sung in conjunction with his flamboyant kabuki dance. Whoa, sorry, I don't know what any of that means. Naruto said sheepishly. Let's put it this way, kid. The fourth Hokage, your hero? I was his sensei. Naruto's eyes became as big as ramen bowls, and his jaw hung open in amazement. Whoa, you trained the yondaime? Does that mean you're super strong? Can you teach me cool jutsu? Can you breathe fire like Sasuke? Can you teach me how to? Can you make me strong enough to beat Jiji? Both of the veteran shinobi were chuckling at the excitement of the young boy, possibly remembering a time when they were also wide-eyed youngsters. I can't promise that last one, but if you promise to work hard, I can definitely make you into a great ninja that the Yondaime, fourth Hokage, would have been proud to have in his village. Hearing that, Naruto's eyes somehow got even bigger and much wetter. He rubbed them on the back of his arm and noticeably tried to keep them from leaking. Hey, it looks like you already know one of the shinobi rules. A shinobi never cries, because it won't get him anywhere, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. Can I tell you a secret, though, just between you and me? Another nod. It's okay to cry when you're happy. I've even seen the Hokage, both third and fourth, do it before. Naruto looked up at him in awe and nodded again. The tears silently started spilling out of his eyes. Sarutobi looked on, seeing a boy who had known so much sadness and hate, and had shouldered such a large burden for the good of the village. Crying tears of happiness brought a warm feeling into his heart. Hope. He hadn't seen Jiraiya like this since Minato's death. He himself hadn't felt this light since before he reclaimed the hat. Maybe this little blonde ball of excitement would be the thing that will bring the village together and take them to new heights. Maybe, despite his failure, the child would turn out exactly how Minato would have wanted. It was clear as day that he had inherited the will of fire. Maybe, just maybe, he would achieve his dream and become Hokage. Jiraiya was thinking similar thoughts. He had vowed not to take another student, and this boy had convinced him, had him excited even, to become his teacher without even asking, with nothing more than his infectious attitude. He thought he would be filled with regret seeing Naruto after what happened, knowing that he could have prevented it. Instead, he too felt hope. Hope that this boy would inherit his will of fire too. Hope that this boy who claimed the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, was hiding sadness, and stood up to the demon at 7 and roared back would maybe, just maybe, be the one to end the cycle of hatred and bring peace to the shinobi world. Like I said, it was kind of awkward to write this scene, but I did my best. Chapter 3 will show our favorite little knucklehead leaving the village with Jiraiya and beginning his training. The chapters will also likely be longer from here on out. These first two were short so I could get more feedback. Let me know in the reviews if you liked it. Naruto stood at the main gate, feeling both excited and sad. He loved the Leaf Village. His village. He would miss his grandfatherly figure in the Hokage's office. He would miss the new sensei they got in the academy this year, the one who yelled at him a lot for not paying attention or for the few pranks he had played in class. He didn't have the feeling of hate directed at him, though, like the rest of the village did, just sadness and maybe a little frustration. And he would miss Ichiraka ramen, the best ramen in the whole wide world, which he was sure of despite never having left the village walls. More importantly, he would miss the people within the shop, Tucci and Ayam. They too looked at him with sadness in their eyes, but they always smiled at them and asked how he was. Naruto always gave them his biggest and best smile right back and told them he was doing great, and how could he not be when he was about to chow down on the greatest version of the best food ever invented? It wasn't like when he was in his apartment alone, and the sadness tried to overcome him. Sadness. There was so much sadness around him, and in him. Did he make people sad? Was he the reason that even the people who were nice to him looked so sad? He couldn't remember ever having done anything wrong. Maybe he was doing something that he didn't even notice. He would have to pay closer attention to himself and what he was doing. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by the reason he was excited. Jiraiya, the old white-haired man. What had he called himself? Sannin? Toad Sage? Naruto still didn't know what either of those things meant. Obviously, he knew what a toad was, but what was a sage? And he knew what Sannin meant, but what did it mean to be one of 3 ninja? Weren't there way more than 3 in the Leaf Village? Who were the other 2? Were they also old? He was interrupted by the tall man yet again, this time not by his presence, but by the question that came from behind him. Ready to go, Gaki? Naruto spun on his heel, instantly mad about being called a brat. He hadn't done anything to earn that name. At least not around Jiraiya he hadn't. Who are you calling a brat, old man? Sure, he wasn't as old as the Hokage. He couldn't be if he was trained by him, but he was still one of the oldest ninja Naruto had seen, and his hair was completely white. Jiraiya was perplexed. Naruto spun around like he was surprised to see him, not surprising since he had snuck up on him silently. Yet when he turned around, Naruto just looked angry, not surprised. He'd have to check that out later. Instead of showing his surprise, Jiraiya just chuckled at Naruto. He couldn't help himself. His quick temper and developing wit reminded him of another Uzumaki he had known. Okay, Naruto, calm down so we can get going. Where's the rest of your stuff? Naruto was confused by that question. He had just about everything he owned in his backpack. Both his spare set of clothes and his pajamas fit in there easily, and he even added in a few cups of instant ramen. Never could be too careful. It's all in my backpack. His confused tone betrayed his thoughts. Jiraiya felt rage boil deep inside him yet again. Maybe he should make a trip to the council and lop a few heads off. It was early morning. He still had time after all. I was just asking so I could show you the first of many things you'll be learning as my apprentice. Naruto lit up at that, which he loved to see, but he still felt guilty. He still hadn't told him he was his godfather. How could he after seeing how he lived? The kid would probably hate him after that. Best to wait till they made it back to the village in a few years. Jiraiya pulled out a basic storage scroll, one of his own making, and showed it to Naruto. Naruto balked at this a bit, thinking he was going to see a super cool new jutsu that would help him become Hokage. Instead, this old man pulled out a scroll. Maybe he was starting to lose it. It's just a scroll? He questioned. Oh, but just watch what it does. Here, hand me your backpack. Naruto thought about it for a second. He didn't want to give up his ramen, but the Toad Man seemed pretty certain and even excited. Plus, he had called him his apprentice. That means he would buy him ramen if he destroyed his current stock, right? He slid his backpack off and handed it over. Jiraiya took the backpack and slung open the scroll and laid it on the ground with a smoothness and ease that showed his wealthy experience. He put the backpack on the middle of the scroll where Naruto saw a bunch of scribbling in a vaguely organized pattern. Jiraiya put 2 fingers on a certain part of the scribbles, and suddenly his backpack disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya was showing off a bit, making a storage scroll seem like a super complex technique. But he was only human, and he wanted to see the smile on his godson's face. He put 2 fingers on the scroll, looked up at Naruto, and channeled his chakra to activate the scroll. He felt more than saw that the backpack was gone, sealed away into the scroll. He was looking at Naruto's face and could see the wheels turning in his head. Here it comes, he thought with a mental chuckle. You a jerk. Naruto ground out. I had ramen in there, and now it's just gone. There were 8 cups in there. That's almost 2 full meals. You better be replacing those. That was not what Jiraiya had been expecting. Hilarious as Naruto's reaction was, he could feel the threat in his voice. And while he was 20 years too young to even consider beating him in a fight, he could still make his life hell on the road. Jiraiya threw his hands up in defense. Whoa, just take it easy there, big guy. Nobody has to get hurt. This is a storage scroll, and one that I made myself, perfectly I might add. The backpack and your precious ramen have just been stored in the scroll. All you have to do is channel some chakra here. He pointed to the part of the seal that controlled the rest of it, and think about your backpack coming out. Your chakra is a part of you, and will respond to your thoughts. In truth, using a sealing scroll was even less complicated than that, but giving him some chakra theory lessons without him knowing it wouldn't hurt him. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed at the instructions, and his mouth scrunched to one side in concentration. Finally, he relented and asked, How do I channel chakra, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya felt a great amount of pride swell up within him, and not just at being called sensei for the first time. It was clear that Naruto had tried his best to figure this out on his own, had tried to think through how the scroll worked and maybe even the different ways that he could use it. He was already looking underneath the underneath, even if it was just a little. Well, my precious student, that received a smile from Naruto, whose face had still been mostly contorted in concentration. Have you learned how to access your chakra? Naruto's eyes looked upward like he was trying to remember, and then he looked back at Jiraiya and nodded. Good, then think about it like this. You want to start molding or accessing your chakra. Then you want to slowly feel it moving down your arm and pushing out of your fingertips. As I said before, chakra will respond to your will. It's not just a part of you, it is you. But since you're not experienced with it, it could take some time. Why don't you give it a shot? Naruto nodded and sat down cross-legged in front of the scroll. He brought his hands up in front of his chest in the ram seal and started to access his chakra. Jiraiya-sensei had called it molding. He liked that better. It just felt right. He didn't really feel any change, but he could feel his chakra swirling, so he let go of the seal and placed 2 fingers where Jiraiya had shown him and tried to push his chakra out through his fingers. The feeling was instant, like a wind rushing through an open window, and suddenly there was a loud pop, and apprentice and student were surrounded by a large cloud of smoke larger than an elephant. Coughing and waving his hand in front of his face as the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya informed his student, "Little too much chakra there, Gaki, but we can work on your control later." Naruto was only half listening. He was more focused on the ramen in the backpack that he was currently hugging and protecting like his life depended on it. To be fair, in Naruto's mind, his life did depend on it. This was ramen. After a few seconds of his precious reunion with the lifeblood that fuels future Hokage, Naruto realized what happened. "Whoa, Sensei, I did it. Can you store other things in the scrolls? You said you made this one. Can you teach me how to do that? Can you store people in the scrolls? What about chakra? What about buildings? A tree? Can I store my arm in one?" Jiraiya was increasingly perplexed by Naruto's questions. Unpredictable was an understatement, but he was content with the curiosity the boy showed, and he learned to channel his chakra out of his fingers in no time flat for it being his first go at it. He would make a fine shinobi one day, of that Jiraiya was sure, maybe even a great Hokage too. Ho ho ho, slow your roll there, Blondie. We can get all those questions answered on the road, but we should get going so we don't waste too much time. Plus, you probably alerted the ANBU with that giant cloud of smoke, so we should get going to ease their nerves. Have you said bye to everybody you wanted to? Jiraiya kicked himself a little even as he asked the question, knowing he had very few people he could interact with in a positive way. The boy didn't look upset or sad as he had expected though, just like he was in thought. I saw Tucci and I am at breakfast this morning. I didn't get to say bye to Gigi or Irika-sensei though. He thought the Hokage would be too busy to say bye to. Plus, he had seen him last night when he had gotten him out of the hospital. He wasn't sure if he knew Irika-sensei well enough to say bye to him, or even if Irika actually liked him, but now he wished he had gone to see him. "Well, we'll be back before you know it, kid. So why don't we get going?" Naruto nodded at that. He didn't want to disturb them anyway. The 2 spiky-haired leaf citizens walked up to the checkout desk, where a couple of newly minted chunin were on watch duty. Jiraiya checked them out, showing the scroll from the Hokage that gave Naruto permission to leave, and the 2 started walking through the gate. They had made it about 20 yards when Naruto felt the Hokage behind him. He whirled around and ran at the older man, jumped tackling him with a hug. The elderly Hokage held his ground and returned the hug. "Naruto, you would leave without saying goodbye to your old grandfather figure? My old bones could barely carry me this far out of the village to come find you." Naruto scoffed at this. "Old man, you're the Hokage. That means you're the strongest in the village. That old person act won't fool me." Naruto harumphed, crossing his arms in stubbornness. My Naruto, not much gets by you, does it?" Naruto nodded. "Except maybe the presence of your favorite academy teacher?" Sarutobi rotated to give Naruto a view of the man standing behind him. "Irika-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto was shocked, but beyond happy to see him. That meant that Irika really did care about him. One more person to add to his list. "Now, Naruto, you didn't think that I'd let one of my favorite students leave without saying goodbye, did you?" Irika leaned in close to whisper in his ear. "And just between you and me, I think you might be my favorite out of all the other students. You can't tell them I said that, though?" Naruto nodded very seriously and whispered back, "Don't worry, sensei. Your secret is safe with me." His voice grew louder. "A great shinobi never reveals secrets, and I'm gonna be the very best. It's going to take a lot of work to become the best ninja and Hokage Naruto, and you'll have to listen carefully and learn from Jiraiya whenever he's speaking, and pay close attention to his actions to learn from those too." Naruto didn't look sad at the news of how hard it would be. His chin was up and his chest was puffed out. He looked determined. "But I can see that you already know that. I have no doubt that you can do it, Naruto." Irika donned a happy smile thinking about it. "I believe in you completely." Naruto was shocked at this. He had only known Irika-sensei for half a year, and here was saying he believed he could become the Hokage someday. His eyes started to water for the second time in as many days. Jiraiya had told him it was okay to cry out of happiness, but he still tried to hold it back. It wouldn't do for the future Hokage to be seen crying every single day. The three shinobi of Konoha, Leaf, looked at the young boy with melancholy. Such a young boy shouldn't be so overwhelmed emotionally at what amounted to a fairly small gesture. Every young child should have somebody to believe in their dreams. It was unfair. This is my doing, Hiruzen thought, and he could barely stomach that fact. Never again will I allow my inattentiveness to harm this village or anybody in it. Hiruzen interrupted Naruto's emotions before he could let Waterworks begin. Naruto, I wanted to give you this. Sarutobi held out a cylindrical tube for him. He had decided last night that it was time the boy knew, and he had been up until the sunrise compiling everything he could for him. That contains a storage scroll. Everything in that scroll is yours. Naruto took the scroll and looked it over. The end caps of the tube were red and had a swirling pattern on them, like he'd seen on the vests of some of the older shinobi around the village. The tube itself was also red, with black scribbles that looked kinda like the ones on the inside storage scroll that Jiraiya had given him. Gigi, what are these black scribbles? Jiraiya hadn't told him exactly what they were, just how to work that scroll. Those, Naruto, are characters for Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. When you combine them together, like that, they make a sealing formula. It's an old and complex art that's very difficult. Not many shinobi practice Fuinjutsu these days. Lucky for you, Jiraiya here is likely the foremost practitioner in the elemental nations. Naruto looked at the toad sage in awe. Jiraiya just shrugged. He was nothing special compared to Minato or Kushina. This specific formula is called a blood seal. Only the people who have blood that is recognized by the formula will be able to open it. Hiruzen had found the old tubing in a box full of Kushina's stuff that he kept in storage. It was an Uzumaki scroll holder. The seal on it would only open to those with Uzumaki blood. Luckily, it hadn't been sealed yet, so Hiruzen had gathered what he had wanted to give Naruto and sealed it in a scroll, then sealed the scroll in the tubing. Now only Naruto or Tsunade, to his knowledge, could open it. Jiraiya will show you how to open it later. I'm sure you're excited to get going on your trip. You bet, old man. By the time I get back, I'll be strong enough to take that hat right off your head. Hiruzen and Iruka chuckled at this, which frustrated Naruto for a second before he too joined in. Naruto, I actually have something that I wanted to give you as well, if you'd take it. Naruto once again was taken aback by this. Iruka had surprised him twice now. Maybe he needed to start paying closer attention to people he was around. Iruka reached into his pocket and pulled out a leaf. It looked like any leaf that he had seen fluttering about the village, about the same size too, small enough to fit in even his 7.5-year-old palm. This one, however, looked like it was made out of clay that had been hardened and painted the correct shade of green. He didn't really need a paperweight, but he took it from Iruka anyway and bowed as he thanked him. I know it's not as interesting as a storage scroll or as cool as a sword or anything like that, but I thought it would be a reminder of home for you. You could look at it after a long day of training and remember why you're doing it. Remember what your goals are, and the people you're trying to get strong enough to protect, and the village that you will one day be the leader of, Iruka said with a growing smile. He didn't know how, or even why, but this little blonde student of his had wormed his way into his heart and taken root there, and he suspected there was no way of getting him out. It was all too much for Naruto. His eyes watered again. But this time he couldn't stop the tears from falling. Not that he was even trying anymore. The two people standing in front of him meant so much to him. They believed in him and were trying to help him. They gave him gifts. Nobody had ever given him a gift before. Not even on his birthday. He would cherish both these gifts forever. He made up his mind right then and there. He would become Hokage, and yes, he would do it to gain acknowledgement from the people of the village, but that was secondary now. Now, he would gain the strength to protect the people that already acknowledged him, that believed in him, that he considered precious. That's why he would become Hokage, to protect his loved ones. Jiraiya put his hand on his shoulder. We should get going, Naruto. Naruto nodded and ran up to the Chunin and Hokage, and did his best to hug both of them in his much too little arms. Thank you, both of you, so much. I promise I'll become the greatest ninja either of you have ever seen, he whispered to them. The determination in his voice was something that Sarutobi hadn't seen in most of his jonin. It was nearly impossible for an academy student He could practically feel it. This boy was truly something else. Naruto stepped back away from them, his electric grin reappearing on his face in a more typical Naruto fashion. Gigi, Iruka-sensei, I'll see you when I get back. Old man, you better have that hat fitted for my size by then. And sensei, we can fight when I get back. I promise I won't beat you up too bad. Something else indeed, Hiruzen thought. You know Naruto, Sarutobi finished with, I hear young Sasuke-kun also wants to be Hokage. You better work really hard if you're going to beat it. Naruto was distraught at hearing this and turned to his newly acquired teacher. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei. We gotta get going so you can start training me. I can't lose to Sasuke. He's a jerk. Naruto started tugging on Jiraiya's sleeve, trying to drag him along the road, much to the Sanin's amusement. He did turn over his shoulder and wave to the Hokage and his academy teacher one last time before turning back and marching away from the village in determination. Once he was out of earshot, Iruka leaned towards the Hokage. Forgive me, Sandaime-sama, Lord Third, but I haven't heard that Sasuke wants to be the Hokage. How did you find that out? Sarutobi sported a knowing smile and let loose a chuckle, something he'd been doing a lot while around Naruto. I didn't, but Naruto doesn't know that, and a rivalry amongst young boys is a tried and true method to motivate them. Iruka didn't like keeping the truth from his students, but he supposed the third Hokage had a point. Toad Sage and Apprentice had made quite a headway to the southwest, and were setting up camp about 2 hours short of nightfall. Normally Jiraiya would keep moving until after sunset, but Naruto had a long and emotional day, not to mention an extremely rough night after being hospitalized. Still in the land of fire, they had plenty of trees for cover, and they made camp about a mile into the forest, far enough away from the road to avoid all but the very best sensors. They were in a small clearing, large enough to hold 2 tents and a small campfire, while still leaving enough room for Naruto to train if he was up for it. Jiraiya made 4 shadow clones to go set up a perimeter of seals and barriers. Never could be too careful. Upon seeing Jiraiya make the shadow clones, Naruto's eyes widened. Old man, you gotta teach me that jutsu. I bet I could kick Sasuke's butt with that. Well, Naruto, first, can you tell me the 3-man types of jutsu that shinobi use? Jiraiya asked. Well, there's ninjutsu. And, taijutsu was one, I think. And, I can't remember the other. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He was sure that Iruka had gone over it in class, but it had seemed unimportant at the time. Now, he was embarrassed that he didn't know. You got the first 2 right, and the third one is Jinjutsu. Naruto nodded along like he was understanding this time, and interrupted before Jiraiya could continue. But what about that thing Gigi was talking about with the scroll, Fuinjutsu? He wasn't quite sure if that's what his grandfather figure had called it, but that sounded right. Very good, Naruto. Fuinjutsu is one of the jutsu types, but it's not one of the main 3. The 3 we labeled represent the 3 parts of a shinobi. Ninjutsu has to do with a shinobi's chakra, taijutsu a shinobi's body, and jinjutsu a shinobi's mind. Those are the things a shinobi can train in order to increase their abilities. Mind, body, and chakra. It looked like Naruto was following along, so he continued, Fuinjutsu falls under mind. In order to get better at it, you must study and learn different ways that seals and formulas work. Just about anybody can apply a seal physically, but it's very hard to come up with them and make sure that they are properly done. Naruto donned what Jiraiya was calling his concentration face, yet again. Eyebrows furrowed and lips scrunched off to one side, usually the left. It seemed to mean that he was thinking, both deeply and carefully. Might as well pile it on, Jiraiya thought. It's not like we won't have plenty of time to go back over it later. He continued, there are other subcategories too, but we'll get into those tomorrow. Naruto was nearly overwhelmed. He never knew that being a shinobi was so complicated and had so many things to worry about. He better pay close attention like Gigi said, and learn everything he could. Time for Jiraiya to get to the point. So, you want to learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, that I just used? Bunshin, clones, are a form of ninjutsu. So you need to train your chakra before you can learn an advanced technique like that. As far as Naruto was concerned, training his chakra so that he could make more of himself was totally worth it. He wondered how many of himself he could make. Jiraiya cut off his train of thought. Now, There's two ways to train your chakra. You can either train your reserves, which I don't think will be a problem for you, or you can train your control, which, judging by your use of the scroll, is going to be the hardest aspect of your shinobi abilities. Jiraiya finished. Naruto was never one to be told he couldn't do something, so he instantly jumped on the defensive. What do you mean it's gonna be the hardest? It sounds easy. You said chakra is just part of me, like an arm or a leg, right? Then I should be able to control it easily. While this was an oversimplification, Jiraiya was impressed with his thought process and reasoning skills. They weren't nearly as bad as what the reports from his year and a half at the academy said. It's not quite so easy, Gaki. Many shinobi train their whole lives and never master their chakra. Granted, most shinobi didn't live past 20, but Naruto didn't need to know that just yet. And to make things harder for you, you have an unusually large amount of chakra, and if my mediocre sensory abilities are right, your chakra pool is heavily made up of yang chakra. Naruto looked like he was going to ask a question, so Jiraiya cut him off. It was getting late, and he wanted the boy to get some training in. A lesson for another day, Naruto. Just know that yang chakra is really dense, and it seems like your chakra has about 10 times more than normal. That makes it much harder to control, coupled with the sheer amount that you have, and it's basically a nightmare scenario. You'll probably never be able to even do Genjutsu. Naruto looked quite sad at this, and Jiraiya realized he was laying it on a little thick, and quickly added, "Don't you worry though. There hasn't been a Kage that's ever had a small amount of chakra. They all have more than you do right now. They just learned to control it through hard work and tons of practice." Naruto's smile returned. If that's all it took, then he would master his chakra in no time. "All right, sensei, how do I practice my chakra control? It ain't gonna practice itself. And you know what? I'm gonna learn Genjutsu someday. I don't care what you say, even if you are my sensei, and even if you did train the yondaime, I know I can do it." Jiraiya chuckled at the young boy, something he'd found himself doing a lot, completely unaware that his own sensei had the exact same thought, not 8 hours earlier. The child just had a way, or projecting his hope and determination onto those close to him. "All right, Naruto, I'll tell you what. We'll work backwards. When you can complete this tree climbing exercise," Jiraiya began walking up a tree, body parallel to the ground, much to Naruto's surprise. "I'll teach you the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique." The boy had more chakra than most jonin already, and it would only get bigger. Plus, he had a sneaking suspicion about the heavy amount of yang chakra in his system. He could handle the A-rank jutsu once he had a little control. But before you can master tree walking, you must master the leaf clinging exercise. Jiraiya plucked a leaf from the tree he was walking up and faced Naruto. Jiraiya slid his toad sage headband up and pressed the leaf into his forehead and channeled chakra to it, not even having to think about having it cling, and when he removed his hand, the leaf stuck to it. Naruto knew this exercise well. Irika had tried to get Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and himself to do it after class for causing a ruckus not that long ago. It had been the most boring 7 hours of his life. What Naruto didn't realize was that it had only been 3 minutes before he blew the leaf off his head and took off running. His attention span needed some work, to say the least. Jiraiya saw the doubt in his eyes and went in for the kill. "You know, kid, when I was training the 4th Hokage, he could stick 100 leaves to his body while moving full speed." Granted, Minato had been almost 17, and it had been at the end of the training trip that he had taken as a chunin with Jiraiya. It wouldn't hurt to add a little extra motivation for the kid, though. Naruto's eyes set in determination. He would have to be able to do 101 while he was moving if he wanted to be better than the yondaime then. Resolute, he moved to pick up a leaf, but stopped and questioned Jiraiya. "What about the scroll the old man gave me? Can you show me how to open it?" Jiraiya thought about this. Naruto had given him the scroll since he didn't have any way to carry it at the moment, so the Toad Sage had seen the Uzumaki crest and seal. He knew he would have to explain about his mother if the Sandaime didn't leave a letter in there to do it himself. This information could potentially be dangerous in the wrong hands. Dangerous to Naruto. Jiraiya made up his mind. "Sorry, kid. That'll have to wait until you can walk on the tree too. And before you ask, just know, I have my reasons for it, and you'll have to trust me." Considering that he had agreed to take Naruto on as his apprentice, Naruto thought trusting him on this seemed fair. Besides, He'd probably be running up and down the tree by nightfall tomorrow based off of how easily Jiraiya had done it. Okay, sensei, I trust you. Naruto then grinned. Just be ready to show me when I figure this out tomorrow. Jiraiya chuckled yet again. He noticed, though, as Naruto got to work, that he hadn't asked for any additional instructions on the control exercises. Oh well, when he gets frustrated and needs help, he'll ask, and Jiraiya would be happy to help him. Better to let him figure out what he can on his own, though, or at least try. With that, Jiraiya headed out to find them some food before it got too dark. Jiraiya returned to the clearing, a string of 6 small fish hanging from one hand, and boy was he surprised. Naruto was standing in the middle of camp, covered in leaves. Jiraiya counted 25 on his front side alone, but he hid his shock. He didn't want to give the boy a big head after all. Sensei, look how many I can do. I'll catch up to the 4th in no time at all, huh? Jiraiya was about to ask how he had managed to do it so fast when 12 of the leaves fell off the blonde, and his posture relaxed. Just kidding, hee. This is a lot harder than it looks. 13 or so of the leaves were still stuck to Naruto, which was confusing to Jiraiya. He questioned the boy. If you were kidding, why are there still leaves stuck all over your body? Oh, these ones are clinging using the tried and true lick and stick method. Naruto demonstrated his words by picking up one of the fallen leaves, licking one side, and sticking it onto his skin. Now that Jiraiya looked, every leaf that was still attached was on exposed skin. So what about those? He pointed to the leaves that had fallen on the ground. Well, those are the ones that I stuck with my chakra. That was the training exercise, right, sensei? Jiraiya was once again surprised, but he still wasn't sure that Naruto had actually done it. Not that the exercise was difficult, but the boy wasn't even 8, and he clearly hadn't been able to do that many leaves when he had left. Why don't you peel off the stuck ones, and show me how many you can stick with chakra? Naruto nodded, and started picking off his lick and stick leaves. When he'd tossed them all to the side, he moved to a nearby tree and grabbed a handful of fresh leaves before coming back to Jiraiya. Naruto started to move to lay down, before he was cut off by the Sannin. What are you doing there, Gaki? Getting the leaves in place, obviously, old man, Naruto replied before laying all the way down on his back. He then started placing the leaves over his body in even increments until he had about 15 laid out. He closed his eyes and made his concentration face, willing his chakra to hold the leaves in place. When he felt that they were secured, he very slowly started to stand back up, doing his best not to disturb the leaves. After several seconds, he was standing, now grinning, in front of an uponly shocked Jiraiya. The Toad Sage couldn't believe it. The boy had just gained 2 leaves seemingly in between 2 different attempts, without failing even one time. This level of talent was generally classified as prodigious. He wouldn't go so far as to call the boy a prodigy yet, considering this was just one exercise, but he wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be one, considering who his father was. Never mind the fact that he had cheated at the exercise. He had circumvented what was likely a lack of pure control, most likely from his sheer amount of chakra, by inventing a new way to go about the exercise. And he had done it without one single clue from an outside source. Simply amazing. You cheated, brat. Again, it wouldn't do to let him develop an ego. What do you mean I cheated? I even grabbed fresh leaves so you wouldn't think that I'd licked them. Naruto was upset at the accusation. He had done it all on his own. He couldn't understand why he was being accused of cheating. I know that, but there are different types of cheating. There's cheating to pretend you can do it, and then there's cheating to find a different way to do it. Basically, you took a shortcut by laying down. The leaves are meant to go on one at a time to demonstrate full control, and in a way where gravity will make them fall if you don't use chakra the whole time. What you seem to be doing is getting them in place, and then coating your whole front side in chakra to make them all stick at once. Naruto's face was falling at the explanation, so Jiraiya marched on with it. Still, you have to control the output properly, which is impressive, and the ingenuity that you showed coming up with that strategy isn't something I want to discourage. That cheered the boy right up, and it should. Not more than an hour after initial instructions, and he was already blowing away any expectations Jiraiya had for the next 2 weeks. You can keep doing it your way for now, and we will work on finer control later. It'll probably be quite the challenge for you to even get one down given the amount of chakra you have. Naruto just nodded at this, but something shifted in him. His determination was nearly radiating off him, and suddenly Jiraiya thought he might not have as much trouble as he initially expected. Well, let's get some food in us. You must be exhausted after the last 2 days. If you want to work on the control after dinner, you're more than welcome to. Naruto nodded again, and Jiraiya used a small katon, fire release, jutsu to light the wood that had been gathered earlier for a campfire. He noticed how close of an eye Naruto had been watching him with when he had done that, and just chuckled internally. He remembered when he was young and was all about learning jutsu too, back before the wars changed him. Naruto watched as his white-haired sensei sharpened a stick with a few quick movements and a kunai, and proceeded to stick the 6 fish onto it, making a kebab of sorts. As Jiraiya put the fish over the fire like a rotisserie, Naruto went over to his backpack and grabbed 2 cups of the ramen that he had brought with him. "Hey old man, can you possibly boil some water for this ramen?" Jiraiya nodded, but asked, "Do you really need to eat 2 cups? If you only brought 8 of them, you'll run out in another day or 2. I'm only eating 1. The other one is for you." Naruto replied quietly, "If you want it, that is." Jiraiya knew that for whatever reason, this was a big deal for Naruto to be sharing his ramen. "Sure I do. Thanks, Gaki." "You're welcome, geezer." Jiraiya let the nickname go this time. As Jiraiya prepped the meal, Naruto stopped paying attention and picked up 2 leaves. He stuck out his forearm and put both the leaves on top of it, one on his wrist by his hand, and the other right by the crook of his elbow, almost on his bicep. He tried to channel chakra only to the one on his wrist, and when he felt like he had it, he turned his arm over, letting gravity take hold of the leaf higher up on his arm. Only it didn't. Despite being nearly a foot apart, both leaves stuck fast to his arm. Dismayed, he cut the chakra to his arm and let them fall to the ground, and took the now cooked fish and ramen that Jiraiya was offering him and began eating. "Do you know what shinobi means to be a shinobi, Naruto?" Naruto thought about this for almost a whole minute, taking a few more bites of the bland fish before answering. "Well, Gigi is the Hokage, the strongest shinobi in the village, and he always says that the whole village is his family and that it's the Hokage's job to protect them all," he said in a quiet seriousness. "So I guess protecting your loved ones is what it means to be a shinobi," he finished. Soon Jiraiya would have to adapt to the constant unpredictability of the boy, or else his newest student would start to think of him as a fool with how often he was caught off guard. Not that Naruto was seasoned enough to tell when he was, but it was good practice regardless. "That's one hell of an answer, Gaki, but it's not quite right." Naruto donned his frustration face, a very similar look to his concentration face, but his brows furrowed a little more, and his eyes held a different kind of fire. Jiraiya marched on. "To be a shinobi means to endure. It's not about how many jutsu you have, or how cool the ones you have are. It's not about killing, or even fighting, and it's not even about protecting your loved ones or clients either. Being a shinobi is about enduring anything that is thrown at you. It's about having guts, the guts to give it your all, get knocked down, and give even more the next time. It's the guts to never give up." Jiraiya was speaking with more and more intensity and passion, but now calm to a slow and serious drawl. "Our world is harsh and cruel. A lot of ninja don't make it past the rank of genin because they can't handle the life of a ninja. They don't have what it takes to endure the pain. There hasn't been a Kage, alive or dead, who didn't have to endure hardships that would break most jonin. If your goal is to be Hokage, I just wanted you to know that. There are no shortcuts. It will be hard, and at times, it will suck. But enduring it will make you that much tougher, that much stronger, and that much more capable." Jiraiya was finally finished. The speech might have been a little rough for a boy that age, but he saw greatness in his future, and he wanted to make sure that the blonde terror lived long enough to realize it. Naruto was wide-eyed by the end of the speech. Till now, Jiraiya had been mostly aloof. He knew the man was strong, and he could see seriousness in him, but he had also been relaxed the whole time that he had known him. But during the speech he had shifted, and Naruto had seen the true seriousness of a man who was proclaimed one of the legendary 3 ninja, and the sensei of the Yondaime, 4th Hokage. "Now, about your initial answer. It sounds to me like you've found your nindo, your ninja way." "Ninja way?" Naruto asked confused. Yes. To be a shinobi means to endure. That is your what. Your ninja way is your why and how. Your reason for doing it, and how you will go about doing it. It's kind of like an oath. Naruto nodded at that. It made sense. What's your ninja way, sensei? Jiraiya thought for a few seconds. You want to be Hokage, so your ninja way is to always protect those precious to you, no matter what it takes. My goal is to bring peace to the world and end the cycle of hatred. Jiraiya looked sad as he said those words. Naruto looked into his sensei's eyes and held his gaze. Seconds passed before Naruto nodded and said, "That'll be my nindo too." "Sorry, Naruto, you already have yours, and I don't want you to change it on my account." Naruto shook his head. "I'm not changing it, I'm adding it. They'll both be my ninja way. To protect my precious people no matter what, and to bring peace to the ninja world." What happens if your two ninja ways collide, and following one path goes against the other? What if protecting your loved ones is detrimental to bringing about peace? Jiraiya asked. The question wasn't theoretical to him. He had started the cycle of hatred fresh in many people by killing shinobi in order to protect his village. Then I'll get strong enough to make another path, one that follows both nindos, believe it. Determination radiated from him once again, and Jiraiya found himself believing the boy. "You were something else, you know that?" He turned around so the boy wouldn't see the single tear streaking down his face. "Get some sleep, kid. We have another long day of travel tomorrow." Jiraiya ducked into his tent, and within 30 seconds, Naruto could hear him snoring away. Must be an elite shinobi trick to be able to fall asleep that quickly, Naruto thought, before he silently picked up the 2 leaves he had been working with. If he was going to be strong enough to protect his new sensei, Saru. A large man walked into the shop, followed by a much smaller blonde child. The larger of the two was obviously a shinobi given the head protector, although the tailor had never heard of an oil village. "We need some new rags for my companion here." The white-haired man gestured to the small child, whose nose was buried in a book. The boy was wearing what appeared to be very dirty blue sweatpants, with a green long-sleeve shirt that had a white shirt over the top of it. As the tailor took in the boy, subconsciously measuring him with his eyes, the young blonde's face twisted in confusion, and perhaps frustration, and tugged on his large companion's sleeve. When he had the shinobi's attention, he pointed to a word in the book and quirked his head. "Indomitable. Do you know what that means?" The boy quirked his head the other way, apparently in thought, and after a few seconds of pondering, nodded his head with a small smile. "So what were we thinking? Training gear, perhaps?" The tailor guessed based off of the boy's appearance and apparent shinobi father. "What do you think, Naruto?" The boy looked back up at Jiraiya, and then smiled such a warm, blindingly big smile that the tailor couldn't help but smile himself. 8 months after Naruto left Konoha, Naruto was interrupted from practicing his calligraphy when Jiraiya came into the clearing. He hated practicing calligraphy, but he wasn't thinking of that now. Something was wrong. Jiraiya had never moved that urgently since Naruto had left Konoha with him, least of all in their spars. Jiraiya was moving about camp, busily packing things up. He stopped and shook his head like he was disappointed in himself, and made 3 shadow clones to continue his work. He turned to Naruto. "An urgent matter has come up at the village. I have to go back and fast. You won't be able to keep up with me, but I have a solution for that." Naruto saw the worried look on his master's face and decided it wasn't the time for his newest nickname. "Sensei, what's wrong? Is the village okay?" Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell a boy who'd only turned 8 for a few months that an entire clan had just been wiped out. They hadn't even addressed the fact that as a shinobi he would one day have to take a life. More than a couple if he ended up being any good. Just clan business. Nothing you need to worry about, kiddo." "I thought you didn't have a clan?" Naruto asked curiously. "I don't. It's not my clan business. But you know, as the Hokage's student, he sometimes recalls me to advise him on important matters," Jiraiya said with as much bravado as he could muster. He was trying to keep the boy innocent as long as possible. If you say so. Don't expect me to have you as an advisor when I'm Hokage just because you were my sensei, though. You'll have to earn that position fair and square," Naruto retorted. Jiraiya gave him a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, a feeble attempt at hiding his emotional state. Naruto wasn't even a genin, and yet his eyes narrowed as he noticed yet again that something was wrong with his sensei. So what am I gonna do while you're gone? And how long will you be gone? And are you sure I'm not fast enough to keep up with you? The young blonde questioned. Yes, I'm positive, and it'll be another 30 years before you can catch me if you don't start working harder. A sensei was a sensei, and therefore Jiraiya was always trying to keep the boy motivated. He wanted to tell him about his father as soon as possible, but he had to get stronger and more mature first, something training hard would accomplish. How would you like to become a toad summoner? He asked before Naruto could argue that he was training harder than anybody, especially Sasuke, that jerk. Whoa, you mean I'll be able to summon Gamma? Or Giratora? Naruto asked in awe and wonderment. Not just those two gaki, but any of the toads. One's the size of small mountains, or one strong enough lift a stone 50 times their size. Jiraiya's mood picked up momentarily. He couldn't help it. Toads were awesome. Whoa, how do I do it? How do I do it? Show me the hand signs again. Naruto was beyond excited, Jiraiya's odd mood completely forgotten. All right, kiddo. Here are the signs. But don't use them yet. You have to sign the contract first. Jiraiya bit his thumb and wet the end of each finger with the blood it produced. One of the conditions of the summoning jutsu is that it requires a small blood sacrifice each time it is used. He began going through the hand signs slowly, while saying them out loud for Naruto's benefit. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, Kuchiyos no jutsu, summoning technique, a now familiar puff of smoke in the air, and soon Gamma was standing before Naruto, a green and red scroll wrapped up in its tongue. Jiraiya grabbed the scroll when Gamma unfurled it out to him, and he unrolled the scroll on the ground. There were names written on the scroll in typical vertical fashion, in what looked like blood. Below the names were fingerprints, also in blood. Naruto, being the sharp kunai that he was, didn't even wait for Jiraiya to explain. He just bit down on his thumb and began writing his name in the blood he produced, in remarkably good handwriting for a child his age. When he was done, he bloodied all 5 fingers on his right hand and left a print, just like the others had. Congratulations, Gaki. You now have one more thing in common with the 4th Hokage. To go with your looks and sensei, Jiraiya had explained that he looked a bit like the 4th, and that's one of the main reasons that Jiraiya had taken an interest in him, so this made sense. Wait a minute. No, it didn't. Wait, you're telling me the Yondaime was a toad summoner too? And now I am? Why Naruto was shocked was beyond Jiraiya. The boy already knew he had trained him. It shouldn't have been that hard to put 2 and 2 together. He guessed Naruto still had a way to go intelligence-wise, despite his newfound interest in books. Yes, Gaki, I was his sensei, remember? I gave him the toad's summoning contract, with the toad's permission, of course. They have also given me permission to allow you to sign it, though we won't have time to train in it. I've got to get going. Jiraiya finished. Wait, what am I gonna do then? Naruto had never had his question answered. Jiraiya had just offered him the contract. You are going to Mt Mayaboku. It's the ancient and sacred home of the toads, Jiraiya explained, before turning to a large orange toad. Gamma, please report back to Fukasaku and Shima, and please tell them to reverse summon Naruto and I. Jiraiya asked. The toad croaked and vanished in a puff of smoke. If this Mt Mayaboku, that's what I said. Naruto growled back. If this Mt Mayaboku place is so sacred and great, how come I've never heard of it? The blonde questioned petulantly. Sacred means that it's a place of great meaning to the toads. Therefore, very few people are ever allowed to visit their home, and that means very few people even know of its existence. I'm the only one alive that's been, and I can only think of 3 other people that even know of its existence, Jiraiya offered. Naruto nodded. So how do we get there? You said something about inverted summoning or something. Reverse summoning, Jiraiya corrected again. When you have a summoning contract signed in blood, if the summon is strong enough, they can reverse summon you to their home, just as you can summon them. Is it gonna hurt? What happens if they summon you when you're naked in the show? There was a puff of smoke and the curious blonde disappeared. Nobody was there to witness it though, as the toad sage was reverse summoned at the exact same time. MT Mayaboku, home of the Toad Summons. What the hell was that old man? Naruto screamed, rubbing his butt, which he had promptly fell on after his first experience with a space-time ninjutsu. Yes, he does seem to have quite a bit of fire in him, just like his mother did. He sure does, Pa. He sure does. Jiraiya replied sadly. Naruto, come here. I want to introduce you to Ma and Pa Fukasaku-sama. Shima-sama, this is Naruto, my new student. Naruto looked down at the two tiny, wrinkled toads standing next to Jiraiya. Or were they sitting? He couldn't really tell because of how small they were and the overcoats that they wore. Hiya Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama. Naruto waved awkwardly. Gaki, it's Fukasaku, not Fukasaku. They're both sages. Have some respect. Jiraiya corrected with a facepalm. Oh, who cares, Jiraiya boy? Naruto boy, it's so good to finally meet you. Jiraiya has sent a few messages about you, and that got us quite excited to meet our newest summoner. Fukasaku said. It's great to meet you too, Grandpa Sage. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto. Respect. Jiraiya was exasperated. He didn't have time for this. Oh, whatever, pervy sage. Naruto hollered with an accusational point, including his newest nickname for his sensei. If you're a sage, then it must not be that special, you old pervert. Naruto finished yelling. Oh, I like him. Fukasaku and Shima said in unison. He caught me doing research one time, and now he won't stop calling me that nickname. Jiraiya lamented. That's very funny, Naruto boy, but I assure you the power of a sage is no joke. Fukasaku explained while walking over to a giant stone toad statue. Wait, power? You mean being a sage isn't just about pretending to be all wise? Naruto questioned. Jiraiya, what have you been teaching the boy? Hopefully not just how to peek on women's baths. Shima called out. You're half right, Naruto boy. Sages like us are incredibly wise, and should you ever need counsel, we would be happy to help you. However, we are also incredibly powerful. Observe. Fukasaku clapped his hands together and became unnaturally still for a moment. Then he pulled his hands apart and gripped the foot of the toad stone. It was at least 30 times his size, yet the wrinkly toad lifted it above his head like Naruto would lift a scroll. Extreme ease. Naruto didn't see any difference in the old toad after he clapped his hands together, but when he was done, he had felt powerful. Like way more powerful. Naruto's eyes were still wide in awe. You have got to teach me that. I could kick that bastard Sasuke's ass so easily with that. Language. Whatever, pervy sage, you know it's true. Please teach me that, Grandpa Sage. Sorry, lad, you're too young for it, and your body wouldn't be able to take the strain the technique would put on it. When you are properly developed, though, I would be more than happy to teach you. Really? That's great. Naruto shouted. Is there anything else you can teach me in the meantime? Before either of the elder toads could answer that, Jiraiya cut in. Naruto, focus up real quick. And just like that, Naruto's blue eyes were locked onto his in complete focus. Jiraiya was no longer taken aback by the intensity of his student, but sometimes he forgot just how intensely focused he could get when need be. I have to go deal with the village emergency. I'll probably be gone around a month. Ma and Pa will take care of you in the meantime, and I'm sure they'll help you continue your training if you're respectful of them and their home. The two elder toads nodded at this. There was a flash of something in the boy's eyes. Something sad. It happened so quick. Jiraiya wasn't even 100% sure he actually saw it before they returned back to their normal glow. All right, pervy sage. I bet by the time you get back I'll be able to kick your butt too. Naruto shouted. Jiraiya gave Naruto one final genuine smile before sunshining, body flickering, away. So Naruto, you seem to get along well with Jiraiya if your getup is any indication, Shima said. Naruto looked down at his outfit. The nice tailor in River Country had gladly made him a copy of Jiraiya's gear with some small exceptions. He wore the green robe jacket and green shinobi pants that were loose and tied up just below the knee just like him, as well as the mesh armor underneath, and the green guards for the back of his hands. Instead of a red kabuki jacket with yellow circles on the shoulders, Naruto wore a blue one with red Uzumaki clan crests sewed on in place of the circles. He also wore blue wooden geta on his feet instead of red like Jiraiya's, though he still had a little bit of trouble moving in them, and struggled to water walk with them on. Rounding out the outfit was a large blue and red scroll strapped to his back, just like Jiraiya's, though Naruto's was red with blue ends, and extra seals running across the middle, courtesy of Jiraiya. The boy had even taken to putting small red streaks running from his eyes, though his were much shorter than Jiraiya's, barely making it onto his cheek. In addition to all this, the young blonde was growing out his hair to be like Jiraiya's. It was longer than it had ever been, and he had taken to tying shinobi cloth around his forehead to keep it out of his eyes. It wasn't long enough for a ponytail like Jiraiya's, but he was determined to get it there. Naruto smiled at two-toed elders. I sure do. Even if he is a pervert and super stubborn. I still need a headband like his so I can match him completely though. Naruto's face dropped for a second at this. You know, Naruto boy, we toads are the ones who gave that to Jiraiya boy. The kanji on the front means oil, and is the symbol of our clan. Fukasaku informed him kindly, and being that you are our newest summoner, I'd say you deserve the opportunity to earn one yourself, don't you think? Naruto nodded his head vigorously. He really wanted that headband. What do I gotta go grandpa sage? Walk on water? Beat you in a fight? Naruto thought for a second about other ways he could earn the headband before speaking excitedly. I can make a bunch of clones and do the dishes. Jiraiya has me do that all the time before he teaches me something. Naruto rushed out. Actually, that does sound kind of nice. It's a D. Fukasaku was interrupted by a smack on the back of his head, courtesy of his wife. She was not letting him shirk dishes duty again. That's right, the oath. In order to become a true summoner, you must take an oath never to put the Toad Clan in harm's way if possible, and treat all summons as equals. In order to earn the headband, you must take the oath, and learn every Toad's name in the clan. Fukasaku explained after his wife's loving correction. I'm not great with names, but oaths I can do. Naruto stopped short. What's an oath? Naruto asked timidly. Why, an oath is just a promise, but more serious. There are consequences if you don't take the oath seriously, or if you break it. Do you think you can take this seriously, Naruto boy? Fukasaku explained and then asked. Of course I can. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, and I never break a promise, you know? Naruto shouted at the top of his 8-year-old lungs. Oh, well Naruto, recite this oath. I, Naruto Uzumaki, summoner of the Great Toad Clan, swear to never do harm to a toad, or put them in unnecessary danger without their permission. I also swear to come to the Toad Clans or any member's aid whenever the need should arise. Naruto nodded, the determination that Jiraiya wrote about shining in his eyes for the elder toads to see. I, Naruto Uzumaki, summoner of the Great Toad Clan, swear to never do harm to a toad, or put them in unnecessary danger without their permission. I also swear to come to the Toad Clans or any member's aid whenever the need should arise, and to become the greatest toad summoner to ever live, and I swear it on my title of future Hokage. There was a fire lit inside the boy, and though it wasn't tangible, Fukasaku and Shima could feel it. Every toad in on the mountain could probably feel it radiating off of him. The two elders believed the boy, and believed that he might just be the child of prophecy. All right, Naruto boy, very well said. Now let's go get you some food, and introduce you to all of our kin, Shima said. Naruto seemed excited at the prospect of food, though he didn't know that it would consist mostly of bugs. He was more excited to get to know the names of all the toads, and get that sweet horned headband pervy sage hat on though. Jiraiya walked up to the Hokage Tower under the cover of night. He had never, in all his years as a shinobi of the Great Leaf, entered through the front door of this building. Not even when he was a genin getting his first D-rank missions. Sarutobi had already been the Hokage at the time, so he would always try and sneak through the window to surprise his sensei, and his sensei would always acknowledge his presence without even turning to look. Considering what had happened though, Jiraiya thought it best not to test any of the ANBU's frayed nerves. After all, it had been one of them that had done the deed. No, he'd better walk through the front door tonight, and slowly at that. So that is what Jiraiya did, acknowledging the ANBU sentries that were out in the open, and ignoring the ones that were hidden. Up to the top of the building he went, never being stopped by anybody, as access to the tower was restricted right now, and everybody in their new Jiraiya had been summoned by his sensei. He came to the double doors of the Hokage's office, took a deep breath, and pushed his way in. Jiraiya, sit. Jiraiya remained standing. Did he really kill every last one of them? Even his family? While the Uchiha clan were technically all related at least distantly, Sarutobi knew what he meant. No, not all of them. He left his little brother, Sasuke. Jiraiya just looked at his sensei blankly. Not even two great shinobi wars and decades out in the field both in combat missions and as a spy could prepare him for this. How was he going to explain to Naruto that the boy he always mentioned as a rival and somebody he wanted to beat would never be the same? Then again, Sasuke was currently experiencing what Naruto had for the first 7 years of his life. Loneliness. All alone, at the ripe old age of 8. Even Tsunade had made it to 27 before she lost everybody that she had loved. The boy was going to be messed up if somebody didn't help him. How is the boy doing? Jiraiya asked softly. Sarutobi was surprised by this. The village was in great danger. So soon after the Third Great Shinobi War, they experienced the Kyuubi attack and loss of their greatest hero. Now, so soon after that hit to their morale and numbers, they lost an entire clan, possibly their most powerful clan. The village was reeling, and Iwa, Stone Village, and Kumo, Cloud Village, would be looking to take advantage of it. Not to mention that their treaty with Suna, Sand Village, was shaky on the best of days. Sure, they had avoided a potential civil war as the Uchiha coup died with its members, but that didn't mean they weren't greatly weakened. Yet, here was Jiraiya, his last true confidant, and perhaps most trusted advisor, worried about a boy who wasn't strong enough to take on a genin yet. But Jiraiya had spent the last 8 months in Naruto's presence, day after day. No doubt that had influenced him strongly. Sarutobi swore the boy had a superpower, even amongst chakra-wielding shinobi. He has just woken up. He's still in the hospital. It appears that Itachi put him under a genjutsu before he left. The Sandaime explained, though it appears he knows what happened, he won't talk to anybody about it, and I'm hesitant to call Anoichi in for a mind walk, as fragile as the boy's mental state is at the moment. Jiraiya growled at this, and the fatherly instinct that he would deny he had kicked in. Did it have to be this way? He spat out. Sarutobi took a second, considering what he would say next. It appears they were going to use Naruto for their plan, or rather, the Kyuubi within him. Sarutobi treaded carefully. We don't know what they would have done if they couldn't find him. I'd taken to sending a hinged, transformed, clone in the form of Naruto out now, and then so nobody would suspect he was out of the village. The Hokage's voice started to break. The looks my clone got. The treatment it received in place of Naruto. He shook his head. The wise Hokage had no words for it. Jiraiya considered this. He knew his sensei felt bad about Naruto's treatment, about his isolation. It couldn't happen again. Anybody other than Naruto, with his indomitable will, would have folded in a few months at best. It couldn't happen again. Somebody needs to take care of the boy. We cannot let him live in isolation. Jiraiya spoke so quietly even an elite jonin likely wouldn't have been able to hear him. Sarutobi did. Who? Jiraiya was silent. When Hiruzen looked up, he found his student's eyes staring into his intensely. And then the question was asked. The question Jiraiya dreaded, but brought onto himself. The question he wanted asked, and so desperately didn't. Are you volunteering, Jiraiya? The Hokage stuttered out. Jiraiya didn't answer for a while. A long while. Only for a short while. I can't take care of them both forever. I can take him long enough for the village to get over the massacre, at least a little bit, so that he won't be such an outlier. Then he can come back, and someone else can take care of him. A few months tops. It'll be good for Naruto. Jiraiya was already regretting the words. He could barely take care of Naruto. The boy hadn't brushed his teeth for the first 2 weeks because Jiraiya hadn't told him to, and he forgot that young boys needed to be reminded. But he couldn't let it happen again. Not like it did to Naruto. He knew it would be the polar opposite. Naruto was hated for what he carried. Sasuke would be loved for the potential that he carried, or more likely, the potential that his eyes carried. They would both be ostracized for the power they carried within, and he could stop it, at least the worst of it. If he took on Sasuke for a little while, he wouldn't hear the whispers about the massacre every day for the next few months, while it was still the talk of the village. He wouldn't be bombarded with questions and looks as he walked down the street. He wouldn't be treated differently just because something a family member of his did that affected him. Maybe Naruto would be good for the boy. Lord knows Sasuke will be good for Naruto. Jiraiya had made up his mind, whether he liked it or not. I promised Itachi that I would keep Sasuke safe, that he would have a chance to grow up here with an unblemished name. Sarutobi responded. He will. He just needs time away from the village, from the people of it, both alive and dead, and the memories they bring. Sarutobi couldn't deny that. Hell, he'd let his own student leave to drown at the memories the village brought up of lost loved ones. Who was he to deny a child the same right, though with different methods hopefully? Very well. For months, tops. In that time I will arrange for another caretaker and place of living for him, the Hokage said. Kakashi. Jiraiya responded. You want Kakashi to take care of the boy? He can barely take care of himself at the moment. All he does is take missions and recklessly train until he drops. No, he would be a horrible caretaker. He needs to talk to the boy, though. It'll be good for both of them. I believe Kakashi was Itachi's captain before he was promoted himself. Sasuke will need to talk about it with somebody who he can relate to, even just a little bit, Jiraiya explained. It was only during times like this that Hiruzen didn't question his student's title as a sage. Despite his childishness and antics, he could occasionally spout wisdom even better than the Hokage himself could. That plan is sound, Sarutobi said. There is an issue with you taking Sasuke-kun though. He explained. You know that we must present a strong front, so you will need to take on missions. Dangerous missions in dangerous places, to show that we aren't hurting from our diminished forces. I'm well aware. I have a plan for that. Naruto is currently at Mt. Mayaboku with the Toads. I believe, given the extenuating circumstances, that the Toads will allow a non-summoner on their sacred grounds. I'll take Sasuke there to stay with Naruto. It will be good for both of them to be away from people for a while. The Toads can also summon and reverse summon me, so I can visit sporadically to check up, without losing ground on my missions. Sarutobi nodded at this. It was a good plan, keeping Sasuke away from the rumors and gossip, however short it might be. All right, Jiraiya, I will put my faith in you, seeing as I have already failed this village more times than I can count. Take the boy, help him as best you can, and then return for your missions, Sarutobi said. It has already been a week since the massacre. I expect that in another week most other villages will know. So I expect you backing out on a mission before then? The Hokage finished. Jiraiya nodded, and then moved to leave through the window. Nobody would feel threatened by somebody leaving the Hokage tower after all. He opened the window, but before he could leap out of it, Hiruzen stopped him. Jiraiya, thank you. I know you have no wish to take my place, but you are doing a great job making decisions, hard decisions, selfless decisions, that only help others from Konoha and not yourself. The way I see it, you are our shadow Hokage. I rule in the light for all to see within the village, but ever since Minato died, you have taken care of the things that aren't seen by the villagers. Do the things that must be done to help in the long run, even if you're the only person who can truly see that at the time. Thank you for your service, the sensei of the Sannin said. Jiraiya didn't turn around, and he didn't need to. Sensei knew him better than anybody else at this point. He nodded ever so slightly, and then took off again. Sasuke didn't know where they were exactly. Jiraiya-sama had said that he was taking him somewhere safe to be with a friend. When he arrived at the colorful mountainside village, he didn't see any friends, just the annoying blonde dead lass that had left his academy class a while ago. Pervy sage, what's he doing here? Naruto's tone was accusational. The old man knew he didn't like Sasuke, that he was his rival. You didn't let him sign the summoning contract, did you? No way I'm sharing with that bastard, Naruto shouted. Jiraiya sighed. It seemed one whole day with the Toads wasn't enough to teach him some respect. Oh well. Naruto, language. And no, Sasuke won't be signing the Toad contract. He's just gonna stay here with you for a few months, while I take care of some dangerous missions for the village. Too dangerous for a couple of 8-year-olds, sorry. Jiraiya cut off Naruto's train of thought before it could even get going. Naruto hated this, hated that stupid Sasuke with his stoic-looking face, though he had improved greatly in the last 8 months. Plus, he had his shadow clone jutsu, so he could beat the jerk up 10 times at once. His internal evil laugh could almost be seen by Jiraiya as he worked out Naruto's thought procession, though Sasuke just looked confused, as well as he hid it from his face. Fine old man, but you owe me a new jutsu for this. I want to learn the hair one. Naruto finally shouted at his sensei. Very well, Naruto. I'll teach you the hair one when I come back for good in a few months. I'll be stopping by every now and then to check up on you guys. Jiraiya turned to Sasuke. You're more than welcome to join Naruto in his training while you're here, or you can just laze around and do whatever pleases you. If you need anything, just ask one of the toads. They'll all help you or find one that will for you. Jiraiya explained softly. He hated to leave the boy alone after such a tragic incident, but it was better than being alone in the village. In truth, he was hoping Naruto would spin some of that fiery magic within him and help Sasuke through this tough time. The boy had a way of giving people hope when all had felt lost. Jiraiya left with a call of, "Be good," over his shoulder that was directed at a certain blonde more than the black-haired child. Naruto stuck out his tongue and looked at Sasuke, really looked at Sasuke. For the first time since he left the village, or maybe ever, he thought to himself. The small Uchiha wore a stoic expression like always, face perfectly masked, just as he'd been taught. Naruto saw the truth though, saw it in his eyes. Sadness. Naruto's own facial expression softened. What happened? He inquired. Sasuke felt betrayed by Jiraiya-sama, who assured him he wouldn't tell Naruto what was going on. He had seen their interaction though, unless they knew some sort of secret code, which he didn't think Naruto capable of learning. The Sannin hadn't said a word. Sasuke grunted. He had been doing that for a week now, but it had worked to get the adults to leave him alone and stop asking him how he was doing. Well, what the hell does that mean? Did you forget how to talk? Or are you just shocked by my pure awesomeness? Naruto questioned brashly. Sasuke was surprised by this. The adults had all left him alone when he did that, as obvious as it was that he didn't want to talk. Maybe the blonde was too dumb to understand. It means I don't want to speak with you, Sasuke said shortly. Why not? Naruto asked back. The question was genuine, and to Sasuke, it didn't just seem like it was out of curiosity. For some reason it felt like Naruto actually cared about him. I don't wish to talk about what happened, Sasuke said, then lowered his eyes and quickly finished, it's too hard. Naruto knew that look. He knew questioning wouldn't help anymore. Okay, well, what do you want to do? He asked. Sasuke was surprised again. Nobody had asked him what he wanted. Sure, they had all wanted to help, but they wanted to do it their way. After a few seconds of thinking, he replied, I want to get stronger. Naruto smiled at that. He understood that. He didn't know Sasuke's reasoning, but he didn't have to. They had the same goal, and that was all that mattered. Sasuke had decided that Naruto was the most annoying person ever. Without debate. No question. The most annoying trait Sasuke had learned about him was that he was good. The first time they had sparred, he had given Sasuke a run for his money and nearly beaten him. That had been a taijutsu-only spar, one of Sasuke's strongest abilities. When they sparred using chakra, Naruto had hooped him. The Uchiha were supposed to be the strongest of the clans in Konoha, were repeated in his head, cutting off his train of thought. His father had always told him about the might of the Uchiha, about how strong his clan was, and how an average Uchiha was an elite ninja amongst the Leaf forces. Not that it mattered anymore, there was only one other Uchiha now, and he was no longer part of the Leaf forces. That bastard. If he couldn't even beat Naruto the dead last, how would he ever beat Itachi? His fireball was nothing if he couldn't figure out which version of Naruto was real and which was a fake, which was a Kage Bunshin, a jutsu he knew that his big brother could also use. He had begrudgingly asked Naruto to show him how to perform the technique. The blonde loser had the audacity to laugh in his face and tell him no, that only the Hokage or Jiraiya-sama could give him permission to teach it to somebody. Sasuke had about killed him then, though he wasn't sure how he would do it without any ninja tools. Punching the boy to death sounded good enough to him though. So Sasuke had done what he thought was best to catch up. Catch up to the moron who was dead last in his class just 8 months ago. 9 now after spending a month at the weird toad village. Training with the toads had been strange, though he couldn't deny the benefits of it. The old wrinkly-toed Fukasaku, whose name reminded him far too much of his dead father's, had asked him and Naruto to run through their skills so he could get an idea of what they needed. Sasuke had shown him the standard academy Bunshin and Kourimi, as well as his clan's coveted Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique that his father had taught him. Sasuke told him he was the best in his age at throwing shuriken and kunai, and was learning how to incorporate ninja wire too. The old toad had explained there weren't any ninja weapons like that on MT Mayaboku because toads didn't use them. Their webbed hands made it difficult. Fukasaku had seemed impressed with his skills and commended him for having acquired them at such a young age. Sasuke had smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. His big brother Itachi had all he had and more at his age. He was already a ninja and had acquired his sharingan. Sasuke had a long ways to go. His smile disappeared when Naruto took his turn showing off. He showed off the Kawarimi, and though it was nothing special, it was almost faster than Sasuke's, which frustrated him that he was catching up so fast. The frustration turned to fury when Naruto made Tenkage Bunshin, and they all high-fives each other like the morons that they were. It only grew when Naruto ran to the nearest tree and proceeded to walk right up it without any difficulty. He then ran to the nearest body of water and walked on it. He had only ever seen Itachi do that. Then he shouted, much too loudly, that he was learning the basics of Fuinjutsu too, something Sasuke knew nothing about. He almost couldn't contain his rage. How the hell did this loser catch up to him? Sasuke knew if they fought, it would be close. Even his Uchiha pride was telling him it wasn't a guaranteed win. He couldn't do those things that Naruto could, but in turn, Naruto couldn't shoot fireballs. Fukasaku had smiled at Naruto and told him he was doing an excellent job as well, and the dummy had grinned back like a loser. Then it was time to spar, and even the moron's taijutsu had gotten good. Not just better, but good. He could probably be Kiba and Choji at this point, who were the next best in their class. Then came the chakra spar. Sasuke had thought he had him, but when the fireball collided with the blonde, the 8-year-old just went poof, up in smoke, and not the way Sasuke wanted him to. Next thing Sasuke knew, a short blade was being held to his neck. "Gotcha, Grumpy," Naruto had shouted. "Where the hell did you get that blade? I thought Fukasaku-sama said toads didn't use them." "You cheated," Sasuke spat out. Language Sasuke. The moron had sat with a fake-looking stern face. And shinobi rule number says that a shinobi's life isn't fair. If you don't like it, then you should do something about it, Naruto said gleefully. "Fine," Sasuke replied, and grabbed the blonde by the wrist and flipped him over his head, landing him on his back. In the process, disarming Naruto and holding the kunai up in front of him in a general stance. The blonde shot him an upside-down scowl, which turned into a blinding grin, and he hopped back to his feet and spun around to face the Uchiha. "I like the way you think, Sasuke," he had almost giggled out. Putting his left hand to the side of the ugly scroll he carried on his back, Sasuke saw Naruto make a puff of smoke, and suddenly he also had a kunai in his hand. Round 2 starts right. Naruto made a feint to his right, and then came back to the left with a slash of his kunai. Sasuke blocked Naruto's strike with his own kunai, and the two held the stalemate. "Now!" Naruto shouted, and promptly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke was shocked. It had been a clone the whole time? But the kunai in his hand was still there, so that was real. He heard laughter coming from behind him to the left. He whirled around to find Naruto on the ground holding his side, laughing hysterically. "You should have seen the look on your face, ha. You were like..." Naruto made an exaggerated, surprised face, holding his hands to his cheeks, mouth and eyes wide open. "Ha ha ha, the great Uchiha looking like a fool." Naruto continued laughing. Sasuke was almost more surprised at Naruto's reaction. They were in the middle of a spar, and he was on the ground laughing? This one was probably a clone too, he had decided. "How could you tell what my face looked like if you were behind me, you idiot?" He spat out, throwing the kunai at the clone. The kunai struck the Bunshin in the shoulder, and the clone yelled, "Ah, you bastard, that hurt." Naruto screeched. "Huh, guess it wasn't a clone then. Tough luck for the loser. Good thing it was a blunted kunai, and hadn't actually cut him at all. I'll get you back for that." Naruto yelled and then paused. "You make a good point though. I couldn't actually see your face. I just know it looked stupid, you know, Naruto said in a completely normal, for him, tone of voice. Sasuke was surprised yet again, this time by the 180 in his attitude, but wouldn't let him win. And how could you possibly know that it looked stupid? Sasuke asked monotonously, and immediately regretted it when he saw the grin break out on Naruto's face.
Because it always does, haha.
Naruto hollered back. Sasuke had had enough. He didn't what any sane person would do when facing a crazy person. He charged. The two had fought until they dropped, Sasuke winning more than losing since he had a blade to work with. He just felt better fighting with one his hand, more confident than without. That had been the first day. It was now day 30. Naruto had been shocked when he had beat Sasuke on the first day, and kept up with him in most aspects throughout their training, though the bastard could still spit fire and he was definitely jealous of that, and definitely not going to tell him. Still, training with Fukasaku was really fun, and most of the time Sasuke wasn't so bad, though he was grumpy all the time, kinda like that giant fox he had met when he was back in the village. They both had gotten faster, stronger, and better at chakra control in their month with the toads. Naruto had also been learning the Gamayuden, toad oil bullet, which was totally awesome, and he was getting to meet all the cool toads who were all also totally awesome. His favorite part, though, had been when Sasuke had thrown up after eating Shima-sama's cooking. Then he had to fake that he just wasn't feeling well, so that she wouldn't whack him on the head the way she did with Fukasaku. Speaking of the old toad, he spoke up to the two boys, who were sitting in front of him in a large clearing away from the village. Today we will learning about combination techniques, boys. Do either of you know what that means? He questioned. The raven-haired boy didn't respond, but the blonde did, very enthusiastically. Ooh, Pervy Sage says that that's what Old Man Third is best known for, right? He asked eagerly. The blonde either knew or was able to do many things that he hadn't expected and even he himself couldn't do, but he had started to adjust to the unpredictability that was Naruto and no longer got upset about it. After all, he was still winning more spars than he lost, and while he wasn't gaining ground in their training, he wasn't losing it either. He also knew he was getting stronger than he would be in the academy right now. It had to move too slow so that the lesser students could keep up. Very good, Naruto boy, but do you know what it means? The boy shook his head, still enthusiastically, which would be weird for anybody but Naruto. Combination techniques are when a ninja, or ninjas, use multiple techniques that together make a much stronger technique than the two or more would separately. The sage explained, the most well-known one would be using a wind jutsu with a fire jutsu. The wind powers the fire to not only move faster, but to gain size and burn hotter. There are plenty of other techniques that can be combined, but today, we're going to focus on one that you two can do together. The toad finished. Naruto loved the idea of that. Sasuke hated it. He didn't need the blonde to make him stronger. He would get plenty strong on his own. Now I'll demonstrate it first since it's complicated, but you will be combining Naruto's Gamayuden, toad oil bullet, with Sasuke's Gokaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, which will create a bigger and stronger fire, but instead of being faster, it will spread more, alike like water, or like the plain Gamayuden would. He explained. Sasuke, would you shoot a fireball out into the field? Once you start, I will shoot the Gamayuden. Normally it's the other way around, but the difficult part about combination jutsu is that in order for them to be most effective and safe, the chakra in each jutsu must be matched nearly exactly. Fukasaku said. Sasuke nodded and rained through his hand seals ending on tiger, and after building the necessary pressure and heat up, shot a large fireball out over the field. Immediately, Fukasaku ran through his own hand seals and shot a high-powered stream of toad oil at the fireball. The two collided and sent up a wave of heat that was almost like an explosion, and both of the 8-year-olds had to shield their faces. When the heat died down after a few seconds, they lowered their arms. The whole field was on fire. The whole thing. Sasuke was sure that the fireball alone wouldn't have lit more than a tenth of it on fire. The wrinkly toad had made his techniques 10 times more powerful. This didn't seem right, and he voiced as such. Well, it isn't technically 10 times more powerful, but it burned hotter and covered roughly 10 times more area than just your fireball would have. If it were a wind technique I had used, it would have been much hotter and more powerful, but it wouldn't have covered as much area as a liquid like toad oil does. Fukasaku explained after dousing the file in a suiton, water release, jutsu. That was crazy to Sasuke. How did that even work? He didn't know enough about chakra to understand, but he wanted to. Techniques like that would help him defeat his brother, and that's all that mattered to him now. It had taken 3 days for the Uchiha and Uzumaki to get the combination technique down. 3 days. Most of that time was spent with Naruto trying to perfect the toad oil bullet. In reality, they had only tried the combination 7 times. The first 5 hadn't gone well, mostly Naruto shooting out too much oil, which overwhelmed the flames. Then Sasuke, never want to be outdone, had shot out an even bigger fireball to try and top the blonde, who had successfully lowered the amount of oil, and suddenly there was too much fire, and the oil couldn't properly fuel it. Finally, Naruto said he knew how much to use, and told Sasuke to use a normal-sized Gokakyu, great fireball, and the two synced their chakra near perfectly, lighting the field ablaze. Fukasaku had been a little shocked. It had taken him and Jiraiya 2 months to be able to combine their toad oil and fire technique. Granted, it was a much more devastating scale, but they were both wielding nature energy, which gave them enhanced sensory abilities, which in turn made it easier for them to judge the chakra. The 2 children were special, of that he was certain. Seeing their innate ability at wielding chakra and fighting in general, Fukasaku decided to train them differently, perhaps in a way that they couldn't receive in the outside world. You want me to do what now? The little blonde questioned stupidly. The next portion of your training will be meditation, so you must sit as still as you can. Try and become one with nature if you will. Fukasaku explained. Grandpa Toad Sage, do you know who you're talking to here? The blonde questioned. The Uchiha snorted at this, in a very un-Uchiha fashion. Nobody was here to admonish him though, and as much respect as he'd gained for the toads, he didn't feel like he had to keep up appearances for them. He certainly didn't need to act respectfully around Naruto. That moron wouldn't even know the difference, so he let some of his discipline slip from his Uchiha facade, and acted a little more naturally. It felt good if he was honest with himself. Fukasaku nodded at that, and leaned in to whisper to Naruto. Remember that sage technique that I showered you when you got here? Naruto nodded aggressively, all thoughts of the proposed torture gone. Well, this is actually the very first step in learning that. I suppose if you're not ready for it, then we can move on to something else. Fukasaku laid the bait, and Naruto fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. No way, old toad. I can sit still as long as you need me to. Just let me know when I can move again, he said resolutely, and closed his eyes, taking on the position that the toad had showed him. The craziest part was, he was telling the truth. For 5 hours Naruto sat there and didn't move. Sure, he was swaying and twitching, but he never got up to move and never opened his eyes. Sasuke, who made it an hour and a half before peeking over at Naruto, mostly to check to make sure he was alive, was shocked. Too shocked. After Fukasaku told Naruto he could move again, the boy calmly stood up before Sasuke threw a rock at him. "Ah, you bastard, that hurt," the blonde screeched. Sasuke's lip curled up slightly, and very smugly if you asked Naruto. "Language, Naruto," he corrected. "And I had to make sure that you weren't a clone or something. I didn't think you could sit still for that long and be that quiet." Naruto nodded like this made sense, then smiled devilishly. "I'll be getting you back for that." Sasuke paled, which Naruto thought meant that he was nearly translucent. Mission accomplished. In truth, Naruto hadn't been quiet the whole time. In fact, he'd been yelling quite a bit at a giant grumpy old fox in a sewer, which was also his brain. But was a sewer? He still didn't understand how a whole sewer system fit in his brain, let alone a gigantic fox. "Well, I had some company that helped me pass the time," Naruto said. Then before Sasuke could question what he meant, he added, "All right, Grandpa Toad Sage, I did all that, so I can burn off some energy with some real training, right?" He shouted, once again back to his normal Naruto self. It was at that moment that Jiraiya made his first appearance in a little over a month. "Oh, Naruto, what's rule number 6 again?" Jiraiya asked with a grin. "Pervy sage," Naruto yelled, giving him a flying hug. When he let him go and stepped back and proudly lifted his chin and said, "Shinobi rule number 6. Everything is training, but how is sitting around doing nothing training? You are never doing nothing, Naruto. If you must remain still, then you are training your patience. Meditating like you were is also useful for several other things, including chakra and body awareness, which will help you during fighting. Jiraiya responded, well, I don't know about patience. I just did it because Fukusakujiji told me it was the first step to being able to lift that stone toad above my head. Naruto explained. It was actually kind of peaceful until that grumpy old fox started talking to me and calling me weak and stuff. Jiraiya saw Sasuke quirk his head at that, but the Uchiha didn't say anything. Let's go talk about that then, Naruto. We wouldn't want your meditation to keep being interrupted, would we? Jiraiya then turned to Sasuke. I'll be back, Sasuke. Do you mind waiting with Pa? Maybe he can teach you a little more about meditation. Was all Sasuke replied with, though Jiraiya noticed he was eager to learn and just hiding it well. So, Jiraiya took Naruto over to an empty field and sat him down and explained to him how the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, ended up sealed inside of him. Naruto was a little shocked to learn that the demon fox that had nearly destroyed the village was sealed inside of him. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the Yondaime, his hero, had sealed the fox in him. He also couldn't wrap his head around having another living thing sealed inside of him. It was weird. The fox, while definitely grumpy and full of hate too, hadn't seemed all that bad to him. Sure, he called him weak, but that didn't mean much considering the fact that he was the one that was locked up. There was that sadness in him too. The fox would never admit to as much, but Naruto could feel it in him, deep down. Jiraiya could see the emotions on Naruto's face as they came and went. What he didn't see a lot of was anger, which was what he had been expecting. He voiced his thoughts. How come you don't seem very angry? Why would I be angry? I'm not the one that got sealed into a baby. Naruto replied simply. Well, the fox is the reason the villagers treated you like they did. That's why they're all jerks? That makes so much sense now that I think about it. They think I'm the one who killed all those people and almost destroyed the village. Naruto asked incredulously. Well, that doesn't give me a whole lot of faith in the people of the village. They'd have to be stupid to think a 7-year-old was the one that attacked the village, you know. Naruto quipped. Well, yes, but they don't think you did it really. They know the fox did it, they just think that you're the fox. Or they know you're not, but are in denial and want something to take it out on. A young boy is an easy target. Naruto nodded, as that kind of made sense. Then the boy, ever pure as he was, smiled. Well, I guess I'll just have to show them how awesome Naruto Uzumaki really is. Naruto shouted with a fist pump. That still doesn't explain why the fox is sad though. Sure, I'd be sad if I got sealed away, but if I killed a bunch of people and destroyed a village, I'd probably feel like I deserved it. Naruto explained. He's probably not sad, Naruto. He's most likely trying to manipulate you so that he can find a way to escape or send you on a rampage. Jiraiya responded. Naruto frowned at this. If the fox was trying to manipulate him, then why was he trying to hide the sadness? Naruto didn't say anything, but this bothered him. After a minute of pondering, Naruto's attention span wandered. He perked up. Pervy Sage, Sasuke, and I learned a combination technique in IT. Is awesome. You have to see IT, come on. He shouted. Jiraiya was surprised by this, as combination techniques were really difficult to do between experienced jonin who had been teammates their whole lives. Nonetheless, he followed Naruto back over to where Sasuke was meditating. Naruto threw a pebble that pelted Sasuke in the shoulder, breaking him of his inner thoughts. Come on, bastard. Naruto ignored Jiraiya's call for him to clean up his language. I want to show Pervy Sage the combo jutsu. Sasuke was rubbing his shoulder and looking awfully grouchy, but he did enjoy doing the jutsu. It was pretty cool. The two boys started off towards one of the clearings that they were allowed to use the jutsu in, with the Toad Sage and Sage Toad following behind, talking in hushed whispers. They got to the grounds and got right to it. Ready? Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. All right, go for it then. Sasuke and Naruto both ran through their hand signs, Naruto finishing slightly before Sasuke and spewing out his Gamayuden while Sasuke spat his Gokakyu. The two jutsu collided and nearly exploded, covering tenfold of what the normal fireball would have, and doing way more damage than the toad oil otherwise would have. Jiraiya was impressed. Very impressed. That technique could easily take out some chunin, though it would need a little more speed. or surprised to get a jonin. He let the boys know that he was proud of them, but didn't let on to just how impressive it was. All right, Naruto, I need to speak with Sasuke now. Why don't you go with Pa and see if he'll teach you something another jutsu, huh? Naruto's eyes went wide, and he looked at Fukasaku, and the toad couldn't help but smile and nod at him. They took off for another training area, leaving Sasuke and the Sannin alone. How are you holding up? Jiraiya asked.
Fine.
He most certainly didn't look or sound fine. We don't know where he is, unfortunately. He seems to have escaped us. Jiraiya lied. It was what the Sandaime had told him Itachi wanted, though. Sasuke didn't respond, but tears filled his eyes. Go on, let it out. It won't do any good to bottle it up, Jiraiya said. How could he do that? How could he kill them? He said he would always protect me, that we should always stick together. But then he killed our whole family and left me alone. How could he? Sasuke's words got colder and more filled with rage as he worked himself up. The tears started spilling from his eyes. He's my big brother. How could he do this to me? He was so quiet now it was almost a whisper. Sasuke felt like all the fight was leaving him. All the pent-up anger and resentment he had building for over a month now just gone. He felt ashamed at that. He had to be the one to avenge his clan. There was nobody else to do it. He had to be the one to kill his brother and restore the clan. Yet he didn't feel that way. His brain said he needed to kill Itachi. Yet, all he felt was that he missed him. Missed his big brother, who used to help him train, who was the best ninja he had ever seen, who had been growing more distant from his family, but still took care of him, who murdered his whole clan. He felt ashamed. Jiraiya could see the boy struggling with his emotions and laid a hand on his shoulder. Has Naruto gotten around to telling you the shinobi rules I have given him? Jiraiya asked. Sasuke didn't respond, just kept looking down at the ground with fists clenched and tears falling. Rule number 1 says that a shinobi's life is unfair. I know a little bit about how you feel, kid. My old teammate left the village after it was discovered that he was kidnapping and experimenting on villagers. It was heartbreaking for me. I had considered him my best friend, and I felt like he betrayed me for doing that, Jiraiya said solemnly. Worse yet, I was more upset that he abandoned me, and not because he was doing awful things to the people of the village, the people that I had sworn to protect. He explained. I felt so ashamed for feeling that way, Jiraiya whispered. Sasuke looked up at him with wide eyes, surprised that someone like a legendary Sannin had felt what he was feeling. He thought ninja that strong were invincible. Jiraiya read his face like a book. Yeah, kid, we're human too, just like the rest of the world. Maybe even more so. Sasuke tilted his head in question at this. Jiraiya obliged. 3 legendary ninja. None of them stay in the village anymore. Tsunade isn't a ninja anymore. She just gambles and drinks her sorrows away. I travel about the world spying for Konoha because the village reminds me of my failures. They offered me the spot of Hokage, but how could I take it if I couldn't even save one friend? And Orochimaru is out doing who knows what, giving in to the sickest of his temptations, all to try and become more powerful. Greed has turned him into a monster. All 3 of us are equally messed up, just in different ways, Jiraiya explained softly. Maybe that was what had happened to his brother. He had said he did it to test his abilities. Maybe he had given into his greed like Orochimaru had. Did that mean that he could still be saved? He tried to put that thought away, telling himself that Itachi didn't deserve it, but it wouldn't completely vanish. It sat there in the back of his mind like a weight. He told me that I would have to gain hatred in order to defeat him. Sasuke whispered so quietly that anybody below Chunin wouldn't have even known he had spoken. Hatred is not the answer, Sasuke. It just breeds more hatred. If you spend your whole life building it to defeat him and you do, then what? He'll be dead, and you'll have much of your life left to live, but you'll be overwhelmed with hatred. Then you won't be any better than him or Orochimaru, Jiraiya explained. Sasuke nodded at this, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Can we go back to training? He asked. It's the only thing that clears my head. Jiraiya looked up and found there were still several hours left of light, so he nodded, and started off to find Naruto and Fukasaku. Jiraiya had left the next morning, saying he had another mission to go on. Naruto had been sad, but promised him he would kick his butt when he came back. Sasuke had thanked him and bowed deeper than he had for any non-uchiha in his life. The next couple of weeks had been spent working on their meditation and their minds, just like they had on the first day. Fukasaku encouraged them to be as still as possible and feel as much as they could. They both made progress on their chakra, as well as their bodies. Their movements were a little crisper, they recovered from losing their balance a little faster, and they could perform their jutsu a little bit quicker. Naruto had talked to the Kyuubi a few times during meditation, which often led to the blonde yelling at him, and the fox pretending to be asleep. Fukasaku taught Naruto a suiton, water release, jutsu after Naruto begged for one, claiming he wanted to put out Sasuke's fire. To keep things fair, Fukasaku taught Sasuke a new katon, fire release, jutsu. Jiraiya stopped by every 2 weeks or so to check on them, more than happy with both boys' progress. Naruto was filling in the basics he had missed over the beginning stages of his life and time at the academy. Sasuke was learning to deal with his emotions and even express them when he wanted. The rivalry between them was enjoyable to watch. Sasuke still had the edge, but Jiraiya could tell Naruto would soon overtake him at the rate he was going. Sasuke would likely pass him once again if he unlocked his sharingan, which he curiously hadn't done yet. When it came time for Jiraiya to take Sasuke back to the village, 9 weeks had passed. Neither boy had sufficiently mastered their new elemental jutsu, but both were getting close and working extremely hard at it. Naruto was determined to master suiton, tepidama, water release, gunshot, so that he could go head-to-head with Sasuke's fire and not have to dodge. Sasuke was determined to master katon, inden, fire release, flame bullet, so that he could quickly ascend as one of the strongest uchiha and restore his clan. His thoughts of his brother were still there, but they were more confused than anything. Sadness and rage didn't mix well. One demanded he spill blood. The other demanded that he lay down and cry. He ignored them the best he could and focused on things that would actually help. When it came time for the boys to part, they stood apart from each other, Jiraiya at Sasuke's side, Fukasaku and Shima at Naruto's. There was an awkward silence as neither boy knew what to say. Naruto fixed that. "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kick your ass, you bastard," Naruto yelled, though his tone was light and playful. Jiraiya just face-bombed. The boy would never learn any manners. Sasuke smirked at the blonde. "I'm looking forward to you failing, loser," he replied. The two stared each other down for a whole minute before Naruto blinked and Sasuke chinned at his victory. Sasuke and Jiraiya turned to leave, so Naruto turned his own back and huffed indignantly, crossing his arms. He was going to miss Sasuke, but he'd die before he said that out loud. Sasuke was thinking similar thoughts. There was nobody in the village that understood him like Naruto did. Naruto had explained how he was also from a clan that was all but extinct, and that his goal was to rebuild it. Sasuke, of course, hadn't believed him until Naruto had whipped out the scroll and a few of the items in it to prove that he really was an Uzumaki. How could anybody in the Leaf measure up to that? They were both orphans now, and both trying to rebuild their clan all by themselves. He begrudgingly admitted that Naruto was even near his skill level in most of the shinobi arts, though he was hopeless at Jinjutsu, and nowhere near his level with shuriken and kunai. He had few ninjutsu on him, he supposed, though he didn't know how that would help him in a fight. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted when he and Jiraiya reached the portal that would bring them out to the outskirts of Konoha. He didn't really understand how that worked, but it had worked on the way in, so it must work on the way out too. Naruto was already moving on. Fukajiji had promised him a sweet headband if he took the oath and memorized all the toad names, and he nearly had them all down. He wasn't positive he had them all down perfect, but that wasn't going to stop him from making a pass through the village with the elderly toad to try and name them all. Jiraiya was beyond happy that the two boys seemed to get along, even if there was a rivalry between them already. It was going to be good for both of them to have another person in a similar situation. They could lean on each other when they needed it. Now he needed to focus on what Orochimaru was up to, and he supposed he had a new hair jutsu to teach Naruto. He was excited to get back to traveling with him again after all. 1 year 10 months after Sasuke left Mt. Mayaboku, 2 years 8 months after Naruto left Konoha. January. "Pervy Sage, where are we going?" the 10-year-old asked. Jiraiya looked at the boy, who had grown a considerable amount in the last 2 years. "We're headed back to the Land of Fire. I want to introduce you to someone," and you might just run into someone you already know. Naruto was excited by this, but Jiraiya cut him off before he could further question, you know the drill. What's shinobi rule number 8? Information is like ramen? Naruto questioned even though he already knew the answer. Jiraiya nodded. He had told Naruto that information was like gold, to which Naruto responded that gold wasn't all that important to him. He'd rather have a useful metal, like more kunai, or a sword. Most importantly, though, he'd rather have ramen. The young blonde missed ramen. Sure, he still had it when they came across a town, but that was not as often as he would have liked, and the ramen was never as good as Ichiraka's. Right? If you want information, you've got to work for it. Would you give away ramen for free? The boy paled and shook his head vigorously. Exactly. I want to see 5 perfect shunshin, body flicker, in a row. The body flicker technique was an invaluable one for all ninja, and performing one was not all that difficult. Performing several in a row, especially with a change of direction each time, was very difficult. Stop and starting so frequently threw off a ninja's balance and could easily result in motion sickness. Something Naruto was currently experiencing as he threw up this morning's breakfast, a rabbit that wasn't quite faster than the blonde. Ugh, sensei. Naruto had learned the slightest amount of respect as far as what to call him and when. Can't I do 5 gunshots instead? I never throw up after those, and they're way cooler. He complained. All right, why don't you shoot 5 of them at me in rapid succession? And if you manage to hit me, I'll teach you a real flashy jutsu that the 4th Hokage invented. Jiraiya responded confidently. Naruto grinned bright as the sun. The yondaime was his hero, and now he would get to learn one of his jutsu. You got it, geezer. Just let me know when you're ready. Naruto shouted. Before Jiraiya could reply, Naruto formed the hand seals, holding the tiger seal at the end, yelled water release, gunshot, and spat out a ball of water about half Jiraiya's height. The Toad Sage had to give it to him. At least he knew how to use the element of surprise. That didn't mean that Jiraiya had to let him win, though. Jiraiya made his own hand seal and shunshined out of the way with a grin befitting the ease at which he did it. Naruto made a face at him and wound up another gunshot, a little bigger than the last, but once again, Jiraiya evaded him. This happened 2 more times, and after his 4th attempt, Naruto molded the largest gunshot that he could, a little over Jiraiya's height, and fired it as fast as he could at his sensei. The Toad Sage flickered out of the way with a careless ease yet again. Naruto was pissed. You know, Naruto, I think you could improve your speed. A 6th water gunshot flew at the Toad Sage faster than the previous 5, though smaller than its predecessors. Yes, I got him, Naruto shouted. He immediately felt something cold and sharp up against his neck, and wouldn't even risk a gulp for fear of nicking him. Now do you see why the body flicker is so important to master, Naruto? Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he just chuckled and poofed into smoke. Up in the nearest tree, the real Naruto was beaming at how he had pulled one over on his sensei. He was committing to memory the face that Jiraiya had made when he too poofed into smoke. Naruto didn't have time to feel shocked, as there was another kunai pressed to his neck. 40 years too young, kid. That was a nifty trick, though. Probably would have had me if your shunshin was faster. Jiraiya laughed at him. Ugh, damn it. I really wanted to learn the 4th jutsu, you know? Naruto grumbled. He normally could sense where Jiraiya was. Something they had discovered came relatively easy to him. Jiraiya, however, was very adept at suppressing and masking his chakra, and Naruto couldn't feel even an iota of his presence if the Sannin put forth the effort to conceal himself. Well, Naruto, the 4th's original fighting style revolved around the shunshin and kawarimi. He used them to move about the battlefield with extreme speed. You read about his flying Raijin in one of the books that Sarutobi sent you, right? Naruto nodded excitedly. The flying Raijin was probably the coolest jutsu he had ever heard of, and he knew it was the yondaime's most signature move. He could teleport anywhere and end a fight in less than a second. He had even been issued as an SS-rank shinobi and given flee on sight orders during the Third Great Shinobi War. Badass. Jiraiya interrupted his daydreaming of his hero. Good. Well, step 1 to utilizing that jutsu was already having the fighting style down. If you want to learn the flying Raijin, you better master the body flicker and substitution to the point where it's completely natural and you have full control over them. Naruto nodded again. If he wanted to surpass the fourth, first he had to reach him, and learning what was considered the most dangerous jutsu in the elemental nations was a good start. The blonde flashed through hand signs with practiced ease, and in a split second his sensei was looking at a log. "Don't worry, sensei. I'll surpass the fourth Hokage. Just you wait, you know," he shouted from the ground a good ways away. Jiraiya let a smirk show. The kid was good entertainment if nothing else. Jiraiya's body flickered down to Naruto, and the two started walking southwest towards the Land of Fire. They had spent the last month in the Land of Hot Springs, Jiraiya meeting with a contact in his spy network and getting in some extracurricular research while he was there. "Sensei, permission to use my clones to train with the Shunshin?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed, thinking back to the Gaki's breakthrough discovery. Naruto was trying to get down a new chakra control exercise. He was required to balance a kunai, pointy end up, using his chakra. Essentially, he would just be using the leaf-sticking exercise, just on a much more difficult object. He kept using too much chakra, and the kunai would almost bounce off of his arm, repelled by his dense chakra. Jiraiya had found him in their camp clearing with 10 clones doing the exercise. Jiraiya of course knew that shadow clones transferred their memories back to the user, but he distinctly remembered not making it to that part of the explanation because said blonde terror had cut him off. What are you doing?" Jiraiya inquired. "I'm using my clones to train?" Naruto asked like it was obvious. This made Jiraiya think that he had caught on to one of the more important intricacies of the jutsu. "Why is that?" Jiraiya prodded further. "Well, if one of me can figure it out in a few hours, 10 of me should be able to figure it out in like 30 minutes, right?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded at this. While the training time wasn't necessarily pure division, if none of the clones figured out the trick to the exercise, he wouldn't progress past the beginning stages. It still would cut down on training time vastly. While this sounded nice, the downside was extreme migraines and potential brain damage or death. Knowing the Kyuubi and Uzumaki blood combination gave Naruto an unrivaled healing factor, he decided to watch and let the blonde work for a little bit. After about 10 minutes, one of the Narutos signaled the rest, and they all huddled up. After another minute, they broke apart and got back to work. "What was that meeting all about?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, Naruto, 7 figured out that if I treat it like the tree-walking exercise and try and stick the kunai to me, it becomes easier to balance," Naruto explained. Jiraiya was really curious now, and then it dawned on him. "Wait, are you just using the clones to come up with different ways to complete your training?" Jiraiya questioned. "Well, yeah. What else would they be for?" Naruto replied. Jiraiya face-bombed. If he took care of the boy any longer, he was going to end up with a dented nose. "Gaki, your shadow clones return their experiences to the user when they're dispelled. You don't have to have them stop to explain to you what they did that worked. You can just pop them, and their memories will become yours," Jiraiya drawled. Naruto didn't seem to comprehend this. "But they have a different body from me, so they have a different brain. How could I have their memories?" "Do you remember the night you opened the Uzumaki scroll?" Naruto nodded. "Do you remember when I pushed you into that river?" Naruto scowled and nodded again. The old pervert had pushed him in several times if he remembered correctly. "Gaki, I didn't push the real you in. I only pushed your clones in. You stayed in the clearing reading the scroll." Naruto's mouth opened and closed like a fish at this. The memories felt real, but they weren't particularly important events, so he couldn't really remember what happened before or after. Maybe that was because his clone didn't exist for very long before and ceased to exist after. Jiraiya saw that it still didn't quite line up properly in Naruto's brain, so Jiraiya took a different route. "Show me how well you can balance the kunai," he said. Naruto nodded and gave it a shot. He made it about 3 seconds. Jiraiya nodded at this and signaled Naruto's 10 clones to move out of the clearing about 30 feet with him. After 5 minutes, Jiraiya came back with the clones and popped them one by one. He then asked Naruto to repeat the exercise. He managed 30 seconds this time. "What's the secret to balancing the kunai?" his sensei asked. "Well, I just have to try and wrap my chakra around the ring and draw it in, just like you told me," Naruto explained. "Right, but I didn't tell you. I told your clones in the clearing. Do you remember what you were looking at when I told you that?" Naruto thought back to it and could clearly picture several of his clones in his line of vision. Actually, he could remember Jiraiya telling him several times, with different angles of his clones. He could also remember Jiraiya stabbing him in the chest. He frowned and rubbed it. I see you've caught on. It's a peculiar feeling, isn't it? Jiraiya asked. What's that word mean? And don't stab my clones anymore. I can just dispel them, you know. Naruto replied. Peculiar means strange, and usually in a particular way. Like a type of strange you haven't experienced before, Jiraiya explained. And I know you can just dispel them, but it's more fun to stab them because they look like you, and you annoy me, the Toad Sage explained. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. He knew his sensei didn't mean anything malicious by his words, but he also knew that he was going to continue to stab his clones. Jiraiya laughed at his young charge. I don't want you using more than 10 at a time to train with them for now, though, and I forbid you from using them without my permission, and for more than an hour for each clone before dispelling them. The jutsu passes on mental fatigue, so every clone you have will multiply your fatigue each time you pop one. You already have so few brain cells, I wouldn't want you losing any more. Jiraiya's grin was downright evil. Naruto threw a kunai at him knowing it wouldn't hit. He was insulted to see that the white-haired man caught it in his teeth. Salt in the wound. Fine, I'll follow your stupid rules, but you have to help me with my calligraphy skills, Naruto said. Jiraiya agreed. The boy had been having some trouble with his writing, and Jiraiya wouldn't let him advance to explosive tags without perfect handwriting. The two bonked forehead protectors, both of which said oil on them. It was an agreement Naruto had come up with when Jiraiya explained they were the only two people in the world with them. Shaking hands was too stale according to the blonde, and not unique enough for him. Jiraiya was brought out of his mental flashback by the Gaki's vibration. The boy was literally vibrating, waiting for permission. Jiraiya thought his new seal would drain some of his energy, but he still was just a ball of non-stop excitement. Very well, 10 clones, no more than an hour and a half for each one. You know how to stagger them so you don't get a headache. If you do get one, tell me right away, Jiraiya said sternly. Naruto rolled his eyes at him. He had never gotten a headache from using the shadow clone training technique. When he pushed his time limit and dispelled them all at once, he would be extremely disoriented for a few seconds, but that was the worst of it. Yes, pervy sage. I'll be very careful not to lose any of my precious brain power, the blonde grinned at him. It was Jiraiya's turn to roll his eyes as the blonde formed his favorite hand seal, multiplied by 10, and barked out orders to them. All 10 clones saluted seriously and started body flickering around at different speeds and distances. Naruto found it was best that the clones tried different ways of doing a jutsu in order to find the optimal way to do it. Once he found the optimal way, all the clones would focus on increasing speed, power, precision, or volume, depending on the jutsu. The first couple of times he had tried it, it felt like he had only gotten better at being mediocre at what he was practicing. Like he had practiced at a slow pace a lot of times. Once he got the hang of the method, he could figure essentially have 10 people try a jutsu or exercise 10 different ways, and then hammer the optimal technique home nearly 10 times as fast. The initial stage took longer than one would expect, but once he had it figured out, he could improve faster than anybody. Sensei and student continued walking to intercept with Jiraiya's unknown colleague. Naruto either chatting away with Jiraiya himself or to a clone of himself, or Gamakichi, who had just transitioned from tadpole to toad. The small orange and purple toad was more than happy to sit on Naruto's head and chat with him, so long as he was provided snacks. Naruto was happy to have a friend to chat with, and summoned the fist-sized toad often while traveling. 1 hour out of Konoha. Kakashi, why are we walking at civilian pace, ma? What's the rush, my cute little apprentice? The copy Nin asked. We could be using this time to train. I can't let that loser get ahead of me. Sasuke replied. You think he's that strong, huh? Kakashi asked. Strong enough to take out the mighty Uchiha? Kakashi elbowed him teasingly. He was well aware of the boy's superiority complex when it came to the academy students. Sasuke scowled at him. If you would teach me some of your jutsu, I wouldn't have to be so worried. He has Jiraiya of the Sannin teaching him. All I have are my clan scrolls, and you know I can't read any of the good ones until I unlock my sharingan. Kakashi smiled at the raven-haired boy. He was happy to see the boy he had come to see as a little brother figure had somebody that could challenge him. It was unhealthy to believe that you were above everybody else. Well, I can't wait to watch you two spar. I'm sure you won't have any trouble keeping up with him. Kakashi chuckled. He had watched the academy spars. The only one who could keep up with him was Shino Aburame because of his tactics, but his insect jutsu were a bad match for Sasuke's fire jutsu. Every other student was outmatched in their best category. He was faster than Kiba, stronger than Choji, if only by a little, unlikely to be smarter than the Nara heir, but it was hard to tell because of Shikamaru's lack of effort, and even better at taijutsu than Hinata, though Kakashi suspected she was holding back. Sasuke knew he was better than them, and he acted like it, hardly paying attention to any of them, except Shino's occasional comment. When Kakashi told him he was going to get to see Naruto, Sasuke had sharpened up. He insisted he needed to go train immediately. The blonde had a profound effect on him. You don't understand, Kakashi. He beat me.
Me.
Humility and uchiha didn't often end up in the same sentence, but Kakashi detected a little bit of it in Sasuke's voice. He was surprised. Well, oh mighty Uchiha-sama, Kakashi said playfully, that was 2 years ago. I'm sure you've grown a lot since then. I bet you beat him easily just like the others. Kakashi couldn't help being defensive of Sasuke's skills. He had trained him after all. No new jutsu, just refining the skills he already had. He knew Jiraiya would be taking care of Minato-sensei's son, and that one day he would be a powerhouse, but he hadn't officially met the boy yet, so he was inclined to believe Sasuke was a lot stronger based on rumors. The copy-nin had no idea just how outdated those rumors were. Naruto sensed Sasuke before he saw him, along with another vaguely familiar chakra signature. He channeled some chakra to his ears and nose, and smelled the two. One smelled like a campfire, probably Sasuke given how often he used fire jutsu and would be practicing with it. The other smelled like a storm and dogs. Naruto didn't have a lot of interaction with household pets in his travels, but it definitely smelled like dogs in addition to the ozone scent that accompanied lightning. He heard them next to crackle of a twig, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle thump of grass being displaced. Then he saw them, and was outraged. No way, bastard! Naruto was shocked to see Sasuke, but not because he didn't know he was coming. I could have sworn I'd be taller than you by now, you know. Sasuke just smirked his Uchiha smirk, which just frustrated Naruto further. Damn it. I bet you have a bunch of cool new jutsu too, huh? Well, I got news for you. So do I. By the way, who's the dog guy? You didn't bring Kiba with you, did you? Sasuke ignored the question. Kakashi had taken to the trees, probably to test Naruto. He was weird like that. Huh. You think you've got cool new jutsu like your clone, huh? News flash loser. 10 times 0 is still 0. Sasuke said coolly. Kakashi liked to talk trash like this when they sparred, and Sasuke had taken a liking to it. Ugh, I'll show you who the 0 is. Toad oil bullet. Naruto shouted as he ran through hand signs. He spat out the oil at Sasuke, but was rewarded with a slicked-up log for his troubles. TCH, is that all you got, Naruto? You're going to have to be much faster than that to hit me. Sasuke bragged from a tree branch up to his right. Naruto only smiled, before popping into smoke. Sasuke was on edge immediately, but couldn't react in time. A metal chain snaked its way around his ankle and pulled him off of the branch. This time he couldn't substitute in time, and 4 Narutos held him down by his limbs. Ha ha ha, I got you good. Ha Sasuke. The blonde cackled. Future Hokage. 1. Bastard Uchiha. 0. Teach. You had that clone made before we even started the spar. That's cheating. Naruto waggled his finger at him. Rule number 1, Sasuke. Rule number 1? And what would rule number 1 be, Naruto? A voice asked from behind him. The real him. The one up on a branch a safe distance away from Sasuke. He was so shocked he fell out of the tree. He got up rubbing his backside. Oi, who the hell are you? I recognize your chakra from somewhere. Kakashi seemed interested in this, but didn't question. Why, I'm Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke's big brother figure. Kakashi said. Best not to introduce himself as his big brother. Wouldn't want to be confused with somebody who was a domestic terrorist. I told you I'm not calling you big bro. A muffled yell came from where Naruto's clones were pushing Sasuke's face into the grass. Now get the loser to release me. His anger was palpable. Naruto, could you be so kind as to release Sasuke? I believe you won the first round. Kakashi had been thoroughly impressed. Naruto had fought and defeated Sasuke like a shinobi, without following the rules or putting himself in danger. Naruto nodded, but didn't relax. He could still smell the dog and ozone, but it was coming from where Sasuke had appeared from. He couldn't smell the man in front of him at all despite channeling chakra to his nose. How come I can't smell you anymore? And why do you smell like dog anyway? Naruto asked. This confused both Sasuke and Kakashi, though for different reasons. I suppose you smell my summons. Would you like to meet them? Kakashi asked. His dogs would love to meet his sensei's son. Naruto nodded at this. He liked all the toads. He didn't see why he wouldn't like Kakashi's summons. The Hatake ran through a familiar set of hand seals after biting his thumb and placed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. He called out lightly. 8 puffs of smoke came and went, and standing there were 8 different kinds of dogs. Pakken was the one to speak up. Yo, boss. What's the mission? He asked. No mission this time, Pack. Just wanted to introduce you to my new friend, Naruto, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto had not missed the words he used. Friend? He asked. The one-eyed Jonin tilted his head and eye smiled at Naruto. That is, if it's okay with you, Naruto? Never one to pass up an opportunity to have a friend. Naruto nodded his head vigorously. Kakashi chuckled. Good. Well, these are my summons. They're Ninkin ninja dogs. Pakken is the one who just talked. He has soft paws. You should feel them. Pakken nodded at this and held up a paw. Naruto reached out and felt it. It was really soft, even if this was weird. Kakashi then pointed down the line at the other 7 dogs. That's Bull, Urushi, Shiba, Baisuke, Akino, Uhei, and Guruko. He finished. Naruto waved at the dogs. It's nice to meet you guys. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, you know. Naruto shouted. The dogs smiled and wagged their tails at him, and he laughed. Would you guys like to meet my summons? They're toads and they're super awesome. Naruto didn't hear a no, so he ran through the hand signs and summoned Gamakichi. Kichi, these are my new friend Kakashi's summons. Naruto listed off their names while pointing them out. Ninkin, this is my friend Gamakichi. He can spit water out. It's awesome. Naruto yelled. Gamakichi demonstrated by spitting water into Naruto's face, no stronger than an average garden hose. The dogs all laughed, and Naruto sent Gamakichi off to play with them. Thanks, Kakashi. Kichi's never gotten to play with other summons before. Naruto said excitedly. No problem, Naruto. Where's Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi asked. The old perv is out finding us dinner. Naruto replied bluntly. Kakashi's sweat dropped. All right, I'll go help him. Why don't you and Sasuke catch up? No fighting till Jiraiya or I get back, though. Naruto and Sasuke both shouted indignantly that they didn't need babysitters to spar, but eventually relented and agreed after Kakashi rubbed their heads with his knuckles. When it was just the 2 of them, they plopped down in the clearing, Naruto laying on his back, and Sasuke coolly sitting up against a tree with his elbow propped up on his knee. So, Naruto said, looking for patterns amongst the leaves of the tree. Who the hell is this Kakashi guy? Naruto asked. Sasuke grunted. Some jonin who started coming by my house to bother me. He keeps asking me to call him Big Bro. As if I'd ever do that after what happened with you-know-who. Naruto nodded from his place on the ground. He and Sasuke hadn't discussed it much, but he knew what his brother Itachi had done. If he's a jonin, he must have cool jutsu. Did he teach you any? Naruto asked, steering the conversation away from sadness and hate. TCH, he's been holding out on me. I've heard rumors that he knows 1,000 jutsu, Sasuke said. Naruto sat up shocked at that. 1,000 jutsu was a lot. More than Jiraiya knew. Maybe even more than Hokage knew. Kakashi must be really strong. I thought he'd be strong too, Sasuke said, not needing to hear Naruto voice his opinion. But he acts so aloof all the time, and he's always late for everything. I just can't picture him being deadly, Sasuke said. Jiraiya says rule number 12 is that appearances are deceiving. If he knows 1,000 jutsu and he's a jonin, he has to be super strong and awesome, you know, Naruto said. He seemed to be slightly calmer when it was just him and Sasuke, something the Uchiha was grateful for. You're just saying that because you like his summons, Sasuke replied, throwing a pebble at the blonde's forehead protector. It was the first time he'd seen him with it on, though he knew he was on the verge of earning it when he'd left the Toad's home. Naruto shrugged. The 10-year-old sat in a peaceful silence, both feeling more at ease around each other than they had at any other time in the last 2 years. There was an unspoken understanding between them. After about 15 minutes, Kakashi and Jiraiya came walking into the clearing, the former with a deer slung over his shoulder. "All right, Gakis," Jiraiya said, "early dinner first, and then you can spar." "No shot, pervy sage. If we're only gonna be here for a few days, I gotta beat the bastard as many times as I can, you know," Naruto shouted, once again full of energy. Sasuke grunted in agreement. He too wanted to fight Naruto, on even ground this time, to see where he stood. "Language, Naruto. But I suppose sparring beforehand wouldn't hurt." Jiraiya relented, and they moved about 30 feet about in the clearing, and made the hand sign for a friendly spar. Jiraiya said, "All right, on my mark. 3, 2. "All right, I guess you guys were eager," he said. Both Naruto and Sasuke had taken off at 2, trying to get the upper hand. They started with taijutsu this time, as their teachers often had them do when sparring. Naruto had superior speed and strength, which he had spent a lot of time working on, but Sasuke had much sharper and cleaner form, leading to him having the advantage. Naruto realized this after several exchanges and leapt back, running and throwing shuriken that he pulled from the seal on the side of his scroll. Sasuke pulled a kunai from his pouch and blocked all 6 of them before throwing it at Naruto. The blonde rolled behind a tree and ran off in 5 different directions when he emerged. Sasuke noticed 4 of them were just running, while the 5th one was watching Sasuke while he moved. That must be the real one, he thought, and gave chase. Pulling another kunai from his pouch, he lunged at Naruto, who just stopped and smiled. The kunai plunged into the boy's shoulder, and he poofed into smoke. Sasuke didn't have a chance to get angry, as he was tackled from behind. Stupid loser blonde, always pulling tricks. Naruto stood with his foot planted on Sasuke's chest, a huge grin on his face. "Gotcha again, Sasuke. That's 2 for me." Sasuke smirked back at him, though, and quickly ran through 3 hand signs. "You should have restrained my hands, loser." "Lightning release. Paralyzing palm," Sasuke shouted, charging electricity up into his palm and grabbing Naruto's exposed ankle. The blonde felt the charge shoot up his leg, and his whole body went numb, but hurt at the same time. His muscles gave out as they were no longer in his control, and he fell to the ground. Sasuke quickly pounced on him with a knee on his chest and a blunted kunai at his throat. "That's 1 for me and 0 for you, Naruto." "That first one didn't count," Sasuke said coolly. "Oi, fine, you won this one, but get off of me." The Uchiha obliged with a smirk. "I thought you said the Cyclops was holding out on you?" Naruto asked. Sasuke smiled. "He might have given me 1 scroll for 1 jutsu. It's basically a D rank, though. Hardly worth my time, but easily enough to defeat you." Sasuke grunted. Kakashi smiled. Naruto had been good. He fought like both parents from what he had seen. Unpredictability and brawling like Kushina, but strategic thinking and speed like Minato. He was proud of him, and Sasuke too. Watching them interact reminded him of he and Obito, though they seemed to have a better understanding of each other than he Obito had. The boys faced off several more times over the next couple of days. Most of their fights ended in a draw, much to their combined frustration. They each had strengths and weaknesses that the other didn't, and fighting each other brought their weaknesses to the forefront of their intention. By the time they parted ways, Naruto had a drive to increase his proficiency in taijutsu and weapon skills, and Sasuke wanted to increase his speed and strength to a higher level to keep up with Naruto. Sasuke wanted to find a way to cut through Naruto's needle Jizo. His weapon skills weren't as valuable if they couldn't cut through his hair. Of course, both boys wanted to increase their jutsu arsenals. Though Naruto currently had a more versatile repertoire, Sasuke's were extremely effective and more offensively oriented. Naruto also desperately wanted to learn jutsu to counter lightning jutsu. Sasuke had told him that was his natural affinity, which left Naruto curious as to what his was. He knew of affinities, but Jiraiya had never specifically focused on the topic, so he didn't know what his was. He was just praying that it wasn't Earth, as he knew it was weak to lightning. Lightning release, paralyzing palm, D-rank lightning ninjutsu. The user makes the necessary hand signs and channels lightning chakra across their hand, though it is not condensed like the Chidori. Similar to the wind release. Gale palm in difficulty, though less powerful. Essentially a taser. The chain that Naruto used on Sasuke is shaped exactly like one of Kushina's chakra chains. It's an Uzumaki training item for people who have the special chakra for it, though Naruto doesn't know that. Naruto has learned the Academy 3 minus the regular Bunshin. In its place, he has shadow clones. Water clones, needs water to do this though, and another surprise or two. His needle Jizo can't cover his whole body like Jiraiya. Instead, it just wraps over his shoulder and covers his upper body to protect his organs mostly. He does no water release. Gunshot, but any Chunin who knows this can likely outdo him at it, especially if water is their affinity. Water is not Naruto's affinity, but like Sasuke learned the fireball in canon, he just powered through learning it because he was determined to match Sasuke. I guess this means he has a rudimentary version of change in chakra nature? I don't know. The story feels inconsistent when it comes to chakra natures. If anybody can use any nature without going through the proper training to change the nature, then I feel like we'd see a lot more than the 5 or 6 that use all 5 natures. Kakashi would definitely have some wind jutsu if it was at all possible. Anyway, he's extremely strong for an academy student and would beat most genin, but every jutsu he has could be improved greatly still. Sasuke has the Academy 3, Great Fireball, Flame Bullet, and now Paralyzing Palms, which I made up, as well as greater skill with kunai and shuriken and use of ninja wire. I would say Sasuke's jutsu are all farther along, though Naruto's counter his well so they don't have to be as powerful or sharp. Sasuke has also started his lightning release training with Kakashi, though he doesn't know it yet, and it will take him a really long time to get the first stage down. 1.5 years later, June, Naruto and Sasuke are 11. He was finally here. As Naruto stood before the village, he felt some apprehension and nervousness. Was it right to come back here? Was it okay for him to be here? Did he truly belong? Yuzushiogakure, the home of the Uzumaki clan. The old Uzumaki clan. The new one would be rebuilt in Konoha when Naruto returned in a few months. The village was mostly ruins at this point, and what wasn't in ruin was overrun by plant life. If one were to view the village from the sky, they would notice a certain pattern that the buildings formed. There were no walls in Yuzushio. A people of Fuinjutsu and barrier ninjutsu had no need for such crude landmarks or defenses. Naruto walked slowly through the village, taking it all in. Jiraiya was following the boy, but not too closely. Naruto had matured a lot in the time that he had been with Jiraiya, and he felt the boy needed to take on this adventure alone. It was his clan after all, and he would be the head of it soon enough. Amongst the rubble of buildings, Naruto saw plenty of seals and barrier formulas inked onto the ground, all completely out of chakra after decades without a recharge. Whenever he came across one, even if he recognized it, he formed what had become his signature hand seal, and had a shadow clone record the technique in a scroll before handing it to Jiraiya to keep track of. Master and student continued walking, occasionally recording down seals, before coming to the center of the village. The main tower, where the village leader worked, and the records and jutsu archive would be if it was anything like Konoha. Naruto's curiosity peaked, as did Jiraiya's, when they realized the building was essentially untouched. Aside from the emptiness and lack of life in it, the building could have been in use yesterday, and they never would have known. Approaching the doors, Naruto recognized the seal on the door. It was extremely similar to the blood seal that accompanied his Uzumaki scroll that Sarutobi had given him. Jiraiya examined the seal, and the ones that branched off of it. He hummed while he worked. While he was technically a master, he was never able to really get to the point where he used Fuinjutsu in battle the way that Minato and Kushina had, but he had always enjoyed the art and considered it a hobby. After a minute or two, Jiraiya spoke. I won't be able to go in, Whiskers. Jiraiya used Naruto's least favorite nickname, the one that he had come up with to counter Pervy Sage. The blood seal extends to a barrier jutsu that seems to draw chakra from the surrounding area, Jiraiya said. He'd never seen a seal that could absorb nature chakra, not even amongst the knowledge of his toad summons. That wasn't important right now, though. He would record the seal for Naruto's library so they could study it later. Without permission from whoever made the barrier or the right passcode, I won't be able to enter. Your Uzumaki blood should let you pass, though. Naruto nodded and bit his finger, swiping the blood across from the seal and making a hand seal to release it. The black seals lit up gold for a brief second before dulling down. Nothing bad happened. So Naruto took that as acceptance and pushed the door open. The building really was a lot like the Hokage Tower. They would have been built around the same time, by allies too, so he supposed that made sense. He first headed to the archive room, knowing it would only be up one floor from where he was. There were no seals on the room when he found it, so he pushed on through the door. Nothing. Literally nothing. The room was completely empty, save for a seal that was on the middle of the floor. He recognized the basis of the seal. It was used to destroy documents that fell into the wrong hands. Though this one was much more complicated, he supposed that it was to clean house in the room, but not destroy the room itself. He had been studying Fuinjutsu relentlessly in the past year and a half, though it was extremely slow going. For starters, he had just cleared Jiraiya's calligraphy test so that he could start working with more dangerous seals 3 weeks ago. It was a prerequisite before Jiraiya would let him come here. Second, as much as he had learned to enjoy reading and learning, it was still difficult for him. His attention span was short, and he had trouble focusing on a book for longer than 20 minutes before he found himself rereading lines and becoming mentally fatigued. He had improved this to 45 minutes over the last couple of months, but that still wasn't enough. He had tried using clones, but they had the same attention span as him, so while he could take in more information, it was still slow going. He also had to read a book or scroll several times before he properly learned the information, which was frustrating because a shadow clone would only clone the cover of the book and any page that it was open to, or that he had memorized. This made memorizing a book slow going, because it would still take him 2 or 3 days to get through once, and 2 or 3 more to actually absorb the info. Reading really just wasn't his thing, as important as he knew it was. He learned much better through trial and error and feeling things out. Jiraiya had assured him that the more advanced stages of Fuinjutsu were all trial and error, but not before he suggested he give it up. Naruto had been furious at this and doubled his efforts. He was an Uzumaki, and he would be feared for his Fuinjutsu prowess, or he'd die trying. He told Jiraiya that he'd give up ramen before he'd give up Fuinjutsu. That had opened the Sanin's eyes. He was extremely disappointed that the records room was destroyed, though he wasn't surprised. Jiraiya had prepared him for this possibility, but he had been hoping it wouldn't be true. He moved on. The 3rd and 4th floor would be the Jutsu library. He took the winding stairs to the 3rd floor and entered without trouble. There was nothing in there either, just empty bookshelves. In his anger, he kicked a bookshelf over in his anger. What he saw, or rather didn't see, was quite surprising. No dust anywhere in the room, the very abandoned room. Naruto made the hand seal to create shadow clones, but nothing happened. He tried again, and nothing happened. Then he saw the big sign that read "No Jutsu" and frowned. It apparently wasn't a suggestion. Naruto exited the room and stood right outside the door. He tried to make a shadow clone, and this time it worked. He made 20 more, and had them fan out through the 3rd floor and the rest of the building, checking everywhere they could for seals. If there was no dust, and nobody here to clean it, then there must be Jutsu keeping the building clean, just as there was keeping it protected. When he made it to the 4th floor, he couldn't get into the room. This room would be for Jonin Ninja and above. There was a guard station right next to it, so he guessed Jonin were either expected to get cleared to enter, have the Jutsu password, or be able to hack the seal. Looking at it, he could guess that if he tampered with it too much, it would destroy the contents of the room. If it hadn't already, he sighed. He wouldn't be able to get in this room for a while, it seemed. He decided to head to the top floor. The office of the Kage. The history books had said that only the leaders of the 5 great nations could name their leader a Kage. Uzushiogakure, while small, was dangerous enough to name their leader a Kage. The Uzukage. Jiraiya said their refusal to remove Kage from their village leader's title was likely one of the reasons that they were destroyed. The large wooden double doors were so elegantly carved it looked as if they hadn't been carved at all, but rather formed that way. These doors, too, had a complex seal, though it didn't appear that anything would be destroyed if it was tampered with. It was strange that this door had less security than the Jonin-level Jutsu library, but then again the most powerful person in the village was usually within this room. He supposed that while the village was still operational, it would have been foolish to try and break in, and likely akin to suicide. Naruto decided it was time to test his newest Fuinjutsu theory, centered around his nine-tailed tenant. He closed his eyes and made the rat seal, focusing on entering his mindscape. After a few seconds, he felt the somewhat familiar pull in the back of his mind, and let it overtake him. Naruto found himself in his mindscape, which was built a lot like an underground facility. It had one long hallway and a giant cavernous room, like a warehouse, that held the caged beast. The remnants that reminded him of a sewer, the pipes that ran along the roof, and the rotten smell were gone. Now it was a more neutral place, and not quite so dark. The water on the floor of the cage room was still there, and Naruto had begun to suspect that this represented the fox's chakra that was constantly being pushed into his system. The deep rumble of the fox's breath told Naruto that he was asleep. "I know you're not asleep, you grumpy old fox, or at least pretending to be. Now get up," he shouted in his most shrill voice. The fox's ears twitched back at it, and he slowly opened an eye. "What do you want, brat?" The mass of chakra grumbled. "I want to try my Fuinjutsu theory, but I need your chakra," the 11-year-old called out. "No. Now leave, you insolent flea," the fox replied. Naruto giggled at the fox's insult. They weren't very insulting when it was stuck behind the bars of the seal. "But you know that the more chakra you let me use, the more the seal loosens," Naruto sang to the fox. He knew it wasn't a joking matter, but he also knew that it was the best motivation to get the fox to let him use his chakra. The Ninetales grumbled. What the boy said was true, though he hated that it was. He didn't want the brat to use the chakra for something so trivial. It should be used to inspire fear in others. He was the most powerful being in the world. His chakra shouldn't be used for cat burglary.
No,
Was his short response. He closed his open eye, signifying the end of this conversation. "Oh, come on. Why do you have to be so grumpy? Is it because you have all those pointy teeth, but no toothbrush? I can get you a toothbrush." Apparently, a certain child didn't understand the giant fox's body language. Naruto knew what he was doing, though. He didn't get a response, so he carried on. "Now, Mr. Fox," Naruto said, knowing it would enrage Kyuubi. He wouldn't have to call him that if he would just tell him his name, though the fox insisted he didn't have a name. "You know I will do the thing if you don't give me what I want," Naruto said. The fox's eye opened back up. He did not want Naruto to do the thing. He also didn't want to give Naruto his chakra, as the brat was disrespectful and hadn't offered him anything in return, except for an unlikely way of escaping. He closed his eye again. Maybe if he fell asleep, the blonde would leave him alone. "All right, you brought this upon yourself, though." "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto yelled. 50 copies of himself burst into existence, all with huge grins on their faces. Naruto knew the only thing more annoying to the fox than him talking was a bunch of him talking. "Hey, Fox. Oh, Mr. Fox. Do you like ramen? Do you have any brothers or sisters? How'd you get to be so big anyway?" 51 different Narutos shouting random questions at the same time appeared to do the trick. "Fine, you insolent little brat. I will gift you a drop of my chakra, and when I get out of here, I'm going to eat you for an appetizer before I eat the villagers of the leaf," the nine-tailed fox yelled. Naruto dispelled his clones with a big smile. "Thank you, Mr. Kyuubi. I appreciate your help." "I am not helping you. I'm just getting rid of you so I can sleep," the fox replied, pushing a small amount of chakra through the seal. It was much easier than it had been the first time he had done it back when Naruto was 7, though it still took way too much effort to try and make a break for it. "Whatever you say, I appreciate it regardless, thank you," Naruto shouted before fading out of his mindscape. The fox went back to trying to sleep. In all honesty, the 50 clones of Naruto were annoying, but he could sleep through them if need be. What was unbearable was the blonde's chakra when he performed jutsu. He hated how much it reminded him of Kushina's, of the chains that had bound him. More than that, though, he hated how much it felt like his creator's. The blonde's chakra was nearly identical to the Sage of Six Paths, and it brought him great pain and a lot of anger. The human had no business being mentioned in the same thought as the sage, let alone being compared to him. He couldn't help it, though. The thoughts appeared despite his best efforts to ignore him. The warmth of the chakra, the memories that accompanied them. It all made him so angry. The brat didn't even know that he was using ninjutsu subconsciously, and that angered him even more. All in all, it was easier to just give the blonde what he wanted so he would leave. Naruto was right where he had left himself, and he put his hand on the seal of the door and started channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. If anybody had seen him, they would have noticed his hair lengthen ever so slightly, and his fingernails and canine teeth sharpen ever so slightly. More noticeable would have been the slitted pupils in his still blue eyes. The fox's chakra was incredibly corrosive, something that made Naruto frown. He knew that chakra often reflected a person's feelings as it was inherently and deeply linked to who they were. He could only assume it was the hate the fox had for the world and for humans that made his chakra so volatile. It made him sad that any being could feel that way. Still, though, the chakra was eating at and overwhelming the seal on the door, and soon there was nothing left. Naruto pushed the doors open. The setup of the room was eerily reminiscent of the Hokage's office back in Konoha, at least what Naruto could remember of it. Looking around, he noticed there was a pattern on the walls in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pattern extended to the floor and ceiling too. Seals. It should have been obvious immediately given where he was, yet he was still surprised. In all his reading, he hadn't heard of having an entire room covered in seals. In fact, the largest seal that had been covered was a barrier that was meant to protect large areas like villages. Of course, those needed multiple seals working together, but they were no larger than the scroll on Jiraiya's back. He actually recognized some of the seals. One of them was a simple converter. Chakra would run through the seal, and the energy would be converted into light. It didn't appear to be giving any off right now, as it was midday, and there were large windows that kept the room lit. Another seal seemed to be a simple detector seal, which would recognize the amount of light in the room and whether or not the room was occupied. He would have thought that he wouldn't be able to channel chakra in here either, but he was able to make a few shadow clones to record the seals. As basic as their application, there were still parts of the seals that he didn't recognize, and studying them might reveal something important. When it came to Fuinjutsu, you could never have too much information. Naruto made his way across the room to the desk, his short ponytail bobbing against his upper back as he did so. The desk, much like the doors, was made of intricate wood. In fact, it seemed to be an exact replica of the one in the Hokage's office, save for the Uzumaki symbol carved into the front of it. He ran his hand across the smooth face of the desk as he worked his way around it, not finding a speck of dust. When he made his way behind it, he pushed the chair out of the way. He wouldn't sit in it yet. It was reserved for a shinobi with much more power than what he had. The desk seemed simple enough. A few drawers on either side, and they didn't even seem to be sealed shut. Just to get in the room, you'd have to get through several layers of security, and probably whatever Uzushio had that was equivalent to ANBU. Naruto opened the first drawer on the left. An ink jar, brush, and a few blank scrolls. Naruto had plenty of those things himself, so he let them be. The next drawer down had a few kunai and shuriken, though he wasn't sure why they were just sitting there given the village's few ninjutsu abilities. The final drawer on the left side was completely empty, so he moved on to the other side. More of the same in the first two drawers on the right side, disappointingly enough. The last drawer, however, was different. He found familiar storage seal in this one, exactly like the one on his Uzumaki scroll that the Sandaime had given him. Reopening the already closed wound that he used to unseal the doors into the building, Naruto let the blood seep for a second before swiping it across the seal while channeling chakra. This time around, it seemed to take an extra few seconds before accepting him with a flash of deep red. A flash of smoke revealed one large scroll, with many more seals running all over it. Naruto knew from one look that he wouldn't be able to open it, so he sealed it within his own storage seal and stood up. On the wall opposite him, next to the door that he had entered through, he saw two pictures. Given what he knew about Konoha's Hokage office, he figured that these must have been the two Uzukage that the village had. He approached the two images, both of which were of long white-haired men. The first one had a pair of very familiar-looking white sword handles sticking up over his shoulders. Naruto held his breath. Had his mother really left him with the weapons of the Shodai Uzukage? First Uzukage. He suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. These two men led a village feared enough that it took a combination of 3 great villages to destroy it. Now he was all that was left to live up to that reputation. It was a lot to take in, and a lot that he would have to rebuild. He silently swore that he would surpass both of them. Naruto and Jiraiya were making their way back to Konoha, much slower than the blonde was happy with. As nervous as he was to go back to the village, he was eager to return to his home. He may not have had many friends or any real family, but there were still several people that he was aching to see. Iruka-sensei, Tuchi, Ayam, Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, he had taught him a thing or two when they met up. Heck, he even wanted to see Sasuke, even if it was just to kick his butt. He was also much different than he had been the last time that he had been there, and he was looking forward to trying to make friends in his class again. He was also looking forward to playing some harmless pranks with his acquired ninja skills. He had just been starting to develop a reputation as a prankster when he first left, and he had a lot of ideas that had gone unused. Now that he could walk on walls, it would be even easier. He frowned. According to Jiraiya, he was to be publicly instated as the heir to the Uzumaki clan. While the clan had not had a large basis in the Leaf, it was well respected. He knew that he wouldn't be able to play pranks on the village at large, or the random shopkeepers who treated him poorly. Speaking of which, Jiraiya had mentioned that training with him might be enough to sway some people to think of him as more than the biju that was sealed within him. The people of the village had a great deal of respect for the Sannin, and as Jiraiya was the only one that was still, somewhat, within the village, he currently held the most respect. Still, others would lose all respect for the Toad Sage, thinking that he had sided with the 9-tailed fox that had nearly destroyed the village. Naruto had felt bad about that, but Jiraiya didn't seem to care too much. Still, he was grateful that the Sannin had taken him from the village and given him the means to take care of himself, more psychologically than physically. Naruto shook his head at his thoughts. The villages really didn't know any better, and he supposed that if he were in their spot, he probably wouldn't like himself all that much either. Still, a part of him resented them for not seeing that he was just a child struggling to find his way in life. Cheer up, kid. I told you, the villagers will come to realize soon enough. Sometimes Naruto wondered if Jiraiya could read minds. He had heard of a clan in Konoha that could do that. Maybe the Toad Sage was secretly a part of them? I know, I'm just nervous about going back. Before I came with you, I was naive to the treatment I was receiving. Now I'm not so sure how I'll take it, and part of me is scared that I'll begin to resent the village because of it, Naruto said. Jiraiya internally whistled. The boy had come a long, long way when it came to his dialect. Not that he showed it often. He was still the loud knucklehead that played pranks and worshipped ramen, but now he was capable of speaking in a respectable manner. Knowing you, you might get upset, but you won't truly resent the village. You have too much kindness in your heart. Just like your parents. Jiraiya's eyes glazed for a split second while he thought of the two, and he came to a decision. Sarutobi hadn't explicitly given him permission to tell Naruto this information, so technically he was to be sentenced to death for revealing it. His sensei wouldn't have him killed for it, though. He was too valuable to the village. At least he thought he was. Speaking of which, when you're revealed as the Uzumaki clan heir, there will be some complications, Jiraiya said. Naruto's head tilted like a confused dog. It was still adorable, even though he'd lost a little bit of the roundness in his face. There was only one Uzumaki left in the village 12 years ago. Many of the Jonin that are Kakashi's age and older will remember her, as will all of the clan heads. Many of these people were aware of her relationship with your father, though it was technically in secret, Jiraiya explained. Naruto's deductive skills had grown greatly as Jiraiya challenged them throughout their time together, so it only took him a few seconds to reach his conclusion. They'll know who my dad was? He questioned. He had often questioned Jiraiya, but he always got the same response. That it was too dangerous for him to know. Correct. He had picked up quite the reputation, and was well known within the village. The clan heads and the smarter Jonin will make the connection instantly, so I think it's time I tell you, Jiraiya explained. If he hadn't seemed so serious, Naruto would have thought he was messing with him. I cannot stress enough how serious this situation is. I believe you have matured enough to know, but you are not yet powerful enough to have it openly revealed. If the shinobi world finds out, you will be targeted. You have to be able to dispose of Jonin-level threats, or at least be able to escape them before we can reveal it, Jiraiya said. His voice was sharp and sterner than Naruto had ever heard it, even sterner than the time he had tried to make an explosive note without Jiraiya's permission and burnt his eyebrows off. I would like to hold this off until you turn Jonin yourself, but I'm afraid too many of the shinobi will figure it out, and from there it will inevitably leak out, Jiraiya said. Reaching into his vest, he withdrew a small square from his inner pocket. A photograph. Naruto found it strange that it wasn't something he kept sealed away, as Jiraiya didn't carry many things on his person besides his large scroll and his notebook for research. Jiraiya looked at the photo, tears forming in his eyes. It had been years since he'd looked at the photo, but he always kept it in his pocket over his heart. He had considered the man in it a son, though he was technically only his sensei. He slowly handed the photo over to Naruto, as a lone tear slid slowly down his left cheek. He was one of a kind, kid. He was like the son I never had, Jiraiya said so quietly that Naruto had to channel chakra to his ears to hear. Naruto took the photo and looked at it. His heart was pounding in his ears, and his hands were shaking. The first thing that he noticed was the vibrant red hair of his mother, his pregnant mother, and standing next to her, huge grin on his face and hand on her belly was, "This is the yondaime," Naruto said in shock. Jiraiya nodded. "My father was the fourth Hokage?" Jiraiya nodded again, not knowing what to say. "I this know," Naruto said. He bit his lip drawing blood, but the photograph didn't change. He built up his chakra as much as he could and released it violently, the grass around him shifting slightly. "No change. This can't be real. I can't be his son," he said out of breath. "It's true," was all Jiraiya could respond with. He knew Naruto would be mad at him, and he was waiting for the eventual explosion. It never came. Silent tears streamed down Naruto's face. His vision was so blurry he couldn't see the photo in his hands anymore, but he'd never be able to unsee it. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the son of his hero, and one of the most feared shinobi of all time. When he finally regained his composure, after nearly a full minute, he spoke. "You gotta be fucking kidding me, pervy sage," he choked out, snot streaming out of his nose as he did so. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Naruto was as unpredictable as ever. Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, Naruto elaborated. "I'm the son of two of the most badass ninja ever?" Naruto half-assed, half-stated. "They died because of me," he said after a moment of realization. Jiraiya had told him that his mother was the previous Jinchuriki, and that she had died helping the fourth seal the fox away. "No Gaki, they died for you. It wasn't your fault the fox escaped the seal, and it wasn't your fault that you were suited to be a host, better than anybody else in the village," Jiraiya said firmly. He didn't want to leave any doubt in Naruto's mind. "They loved you more than anything, even before you were born. You should have seen how excited the two of them were when they found out," Jiraiya explained. "I had parents who loved me?" Naruto asked rhetorically. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. First he thought that he had been abandoned. Then he found out he had a mother who loved him, but part of him still thought that his father had abandoned him, and that's why nobody would tell him about it. But they had both loved him, both sacrificed their lives so that he and the village could live on. In that moment he gained another burden. For some reason, though, this one didn't add to the weight on his shoulders, it lifted it a little bit. He had lofty goals, and his parents had done everything they could to help him achieve it. Now it was up to him. "Did my father leave me anything?" Naruto asked, wanting to have a piece of his father just as he did of his mother. Jiraiya nodded. "Back in the village there's some things. His notes on jutsu and seals, including his most signature one. A few of his kunai are there, and if my memory is correct, one of his cloaks, though it's probably too big for you," he said. Naruto nodded back. That was more than he was expecting. Much more. The yondaime, his father, was most known for his use of the flying Raijin, the jutsu that gave him the flee on sight order. He assumed it would be impossibly difficult for him to learn, as there were only two known wielders of it in Konoha's history, both of them being Hokage. If there was one thing he enjoyed, though, it was the thought of doing something impossible. "All right," Naruto said, face determined and stoic. "Let's get to work then." Jiraiya just shook his head. Whiskers, don't you think you should take some time to process this? Jiraiya asked. It's kind of a big deal, and you were in shock at least for a second. Maybe you should just rest for the rest of the night? Pervy Sage, both my parents died to save the village. Now you're telling me that I'll have Jonin-level threats after me because of who they were. It would be a disservice to them to die from one of their enemies after all that they sacrificed for me. I have to get strong enough to survive, and I have to do it fast if what you said about Leaf Shinobi figuring it out is true, Naruto explained seriously. Plus, Kage don't just grow on trees, and Old Man Third ain't getting any younger. He finished. Jiraiya was once again given a warm feeling by his student's almost palpable determination. Jiraiya pondered the blonde's words. He was honestly above beginner Genin levels already, and was seriously approaching Chunin level with his ninjutsu. His knowledge was expanding rapidly with clones, and he was even getting some experience as Jiraiya had been giving him mock missions as a part of his training. The blonde's Fuinjutsu was higher than 90% of the village so far, only being topped by the Sealing Corps, some of the Yondame's closest allies, and perhaps the Hyuga clan elders, who needed a baseline knowledge to be able to perform the caged bird seal. Still, while fast enough to outdo most Genin, he would likely be taken care of fairly easily by any Chunin that had already reached maturity. His strength was good, really good for someone so young, but still not enough to overtake most Chunin. His body just wasn't developed enough to take on older opponents physically yet. His chakra control was basically to the point where he could start channeling it internally to enchanted movements though, and that could make up a lot of ground. Alright Gaki, we can start taking your training seriously. Naruto smiled at Jiraiya's response. But, you have to understand how hard it'll be. If we're gonna do this, it'll be painful, you will break bones. If you're not on your game, you could potentially take a fatal wound if a kunai slips by your guard. It won't be a game anymore. You have to be sure that you're ready, Jiraiya explained sharply. He preferred his carefully crafted aloof attitude, but sometimes it was necessary to get serious. Naruto gulped at his sensei's declaration. His eyes never softened though, and his face never lost its steel. I have to be ready, there is no other option, Jiraiya-sensei. There are too many people counting on me. Jiraiya knew he didn't just mean the people he loved. The dumb blonde truly believed with all his heart that he needed to protect the village that shunned him. Jiraiya had never been more proud. Alright, Naruto, we have about 3 months until you start the academy. I will devote my full attention to you until then. No meeting with contacts, no spying, no research, just you, Jiraiya said, slightly shocking Naruto. Once we get to the village and you enroll in the academy, I'll have to pass a majority of your training off, because I'll have to get back on the road, but until then I'm only focused on you. I doubt you'll still like me when we're done though. Naruto grinned like the knucklehead he was. Who says I even like you now, old man? He said cheekily. The Toad Sage cracked his knuckles with a smile, and Naruto knew enough to know that he needed to run. And fast. 3 months later, end of August, Naruto is 11. Sasuke just turned 12. If there was one thing that Naruto knew for sure, it was that school was boring. 3 days into the academy, and he already wanted to get back on the road. No amount of ramen was worth enduring this torture. All Irika-sensei talked about was village rules this, history that, blah blah blah. He had promised Jiraiya he would try his best, but he wasn't sure he would survive. Why did Pervy Sage have to go back on the road anyway? It's not like he actually does anything besides peep on women and drink too much sake. Naruto laid his head down on the desk and drifted off to sleep. Naruto, wake up! Irika shouted. Naruto startled awake, looking surprised, made the cross seal, and smacked his head back down on the desk as a shadow clone sprung to life in the empty seat next to him, only to smack his head down to fall asleep too, though the force popped him. Irika put his hand to his face. The blonde may be his favorite, and he seems to have learned quite a bit with Jiraiya, but he was the worst student he'd ever had. By far. Irika lazily flung a piece of chalk at the boy, aiming to hit the crown of his head and wake him up. Naruto had other ideas and snapped up out of his fake sleep, sped through hand signs, and suddenly his hair hardened and wrapped around him. The chalk shattered against the newly erected shield. Irika sighed. At least he had good reactions. Naruto, on the other hand, was smirking very smugly at his sensei, well aware of the effect he had. He didn't lay back down, though, knowing that he'd just get in trouble again. Instead, he got out a scroll to work on some fuinjutsu. He was currently trying to separate the Hiratian formula down to individual pieces so he could learn them, and then put them back together to make his own, albeit different, formula. His father's notes were very clear that using pre-existing markers was more difficult than coming up with your own. While Iraka-sensei droned on about proper customs while visiting a foreign village, Naruto was working on making a mark that he could sense. He'd already succeeded in this, but the range was limited to his sensing abilities, which weren't that far. While Jiraiya had discovered that he was a natural sensor and had the chakra to be molding and sensing all the time, his range with the ability wouldn't even cover the whole village unless he sat down to meditate. He needed the mark to be easier to feel and easier to distinguish from other stuff. While he worked, Sasuke sat to his other side, cycling his sharingan in and out, practicing on doing it quicker and quicker, and then on holding it longer and longer without running out of chakra. He had eventually discovered that all he needed to do was channel chakra to his eyes to activate it. It seemed so simple that he never would have even thought of it if it weren't for Naruto. Kakashi, he still wasn't calling him Big Bro, had mentioned that Naruto seemed to hone his senses by channeling chakra to different parts of his body, like nose, ears, etc. Sasuke, never one to like being in second, had immediately tried it. He could smell a little better if he channeled some to his nose, hear better if he channeled to his ears, but when he sent some chakra to his eyes, it was different. It was like the whole world changed. Time and people's movements seemed to slow down, and he could see Kakashi's chakra flow. When Kakashi made a facial expression in reaction to him doing this, he actually saw it, could read the movements of the muscles under his mask, and saw he was surprised. He had never seen Kakashi surprised before. Actually, he'd never seen Kakashi do anything but that dumb eye smile. Sasuke knew from clan scrolls and from what he'd heard from his relatives that this is what the Sharingan was supposedly like, so he ran to the nearest mirror to confirm if it was true. Red eyes stared back at him spinning lazily, and suddenly he wasn't in Kakashi's apartment anymore. He was in the street outside the Uchiha district, tears streaming down his face, staring at his brother, pleading with him to tell him that it was all a lie, a nightmare, just a bad dream. He'd even take a genjutsu. He just didn't want it to be real. He wanted Itachi to tell him that his family wasn't dead, and that his brother hadn't killed them all. As fast as it started, it was over, and he felt Kakashi's hand on his shoulder, steadying him. In the almost 2 years since that time, he had developed a second tomo in his left eye, giving him 2 in both. He wanted to undergo the grueling training to develop a third in each, but Kakashi told him he wouldn't help until he was at least a genin. Sasuke's first thought had been that Kakashi was trying to hold him back, but he was the only one in the village who had bothered to check on him and teach him some shinobi arts. Sure, the rest of the village loved him, their precious loyal Uchiha, the last one left with the special eyes. But they didn't even know him, not really. Their infatuation with his Sharingan only reminded him of the fact that there used to be a whole clan of them. Now they were dead, all but 2. He refused to use his Sharingan out in public walking around. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing it. Sasuke was brought out of his brooding by Irika saying that it was time for the first spar. Both he and the no longer sleeping blonde next to him both grinned. Sasuke, of course, had spent the last 4 years never losing a spar at the academy. In fact, the only 2 people that he had lost a spar to were Kakashi, who refused to even use his Sharingan on him, and Naruto. Naruto had spent the last 3 months getting crushed by Jiraiya day in and day out, and he was anxious to fight somebody his own age and actually have a chance to win. When they got outside to the sparring ground, Irika-sensei explained that it would be taijutsu only, which suited both boys just fine. Sasuke was hoping to fight Naruto, but he ended up fighting Choji instead. The fight lasted 3 exchanges. Sasuke rushed and threw a slow punch. Choji caught it, and Sasuke used him as leverage to leap off the ground and kick his larger opponent in the stomach with both feet, sending him sprawling out of the ring. He never even activated his Sharingan. All the girls cheered when Sasuke was declared the winner. He ignored them and returned to his spot next to Naruto. A few fights later, and it was Naruto's turn, and he would be fighting Kiba. Unlike when Sasuke had fought, Everybody was extremely quiet when Naruto stepped into the ring. The other students so far had been cordial to the blonde, though he hadn't really made any other friends besides Sasuke, or the occasional quip with Shikamaru and Kiba. Iruka started the match, and Kiba immediately began boasting how he was gonna kick Naruto's ass since he had been the dead last several years ago. Before he could continue, Naruto seemed to blur and disappear. The last thing Kiba remembered about the fight was a pressure on the back of his neck, and then everything went dark. He awoke to Naruto waving his hand in front of his face, trying to wake him up. He was a little bit out of it, but let Naruto help him up anyway. Sorry about that, Kiba. I thought you would be able to keep up with my speed. Sasuke told me you were fast, you know? Naruto said once Kiba had regained his bearings. Yeah, it was just a lucky shot. I'll get you next time, Kiba replied, though he was upset that somebody wearing wooden sandals had beaten him. Akamaru yipped his agreement from the sidelines where Kiba had left him. Sasuke knew Naruto was fast. They'd been training together the last couple of days, but they hadn't outright sparred, so he didn't know exactly how fast he was. If it hadn't been for the sharingan, he suspected that he would have had trouble keeping up with the blonde's movements. Those that had been paying close attention in the class, mostly the boys and a certain Hyuga heiress, had seen little more than a yellow blur, and then Kiba had dropped with Naruto standing right behind him. They were all shocked. They had never seen anybody their age move that fast. Not even Sasuke. The year went on like this. Naruto would surprise everybody with just how good he was at the shinobi arts. He even demonstrated a clone jutsu that he claimed he had invented. Though the kunai didn't really do anything when the clone stopped working, they just dropped. This was all compounded by the fact that he rarely paid attention to anything in the classroom, except the one unit on Fuin Jutsu, where he had made several corrections to Iruka's boring lecture. He also had a tendency to start fires within the classroom, and they always happened to be on test day. These fires always somehow managed to light his test on fire and burn it to ashes before anybody knew what was going on. Iruka didn't know if he was using a fire jutsu or just some matches, but it was impressive that he hadn't been caught yet. About 1 month into the academy year, it was officially made public that Naruto was the heir to the Uzumaki clan. The clan had never had a large presence within Konoha to begin with. There were never more than 10 or 11 members within the village at once, most permanent, some temporary. Their relationship with the Senju, however, had given them a good amount of prestige within the village, especially to the older generation who could remember their fighting prowess. Because of the lack of members in the village, and how long it had been since the last one, there wasn't a lot left for Naruto to take over. There was a decent amount of money, nothing like the Hyuga clan, or any of the other prominent clans in the village had, but enough that Naruto wouldn't ever have to take a mission if he didn't want to. He had the rights to a Fuinjutsu shop that was closed, and without anybody to run it had lost their physical shop. There was, however, a stockpile of merchandise. Brushes, inkwells, blank scrolls, beginner guides, everything a ninja would need to get the basics of Fuinjutsu down. There were also more expensive items, like a few weapons and pieces of armor with seals on them. There was even a stockpile of basic kunai and shuriken that were sold alongside the more prominent Fuinjutsu stuff items, so shoppers wouldn't have to go to 2 stores for the basics. Most of this stuff wouldn't last Naruto more than a year, but it was a good start, and made it so that he didn't have to go to the shops very often, which he was grateful for. Everything else that had been left to him had already been sent to him in the scroll the Hokage gave him. The most important part of Naruto becoming the heir to a clan was the status the being a member gave him. Konoha loved its clan and special abilities, hence why they loved Sasuke so much. The council was also made up almost entirely of clan heads, save for Sarutobi's advisors and a few civilians. Now Naruto would join them shortly when he earned a promotion to Chunin. The council didn't decide a whole lot within the village, but they were allowed to input their advice to the Hokage on important decisions. They were also allowed to rule on smaller things that didn't affect Konoha's military aspects, such as shop regulation, taxes, zoning issues, and a few minor things. Because of this, the clans tended to favor themselves. This meant that Naruto now got a discount on anything he tried to purchase for his clan, and was given access to purchase certain lands that could only be bought by clans. He could also barter and trade with other villages as a separate entity from Konoha, which could gain him special deals on trade. The political influence the boy would be able to wield would be astounding, and extremely important for becoming Hokage. While Naruto's new status wasn't announced, anybody could find out in the archives, and many shinobi would see the order as it made its way through the proper channels. Because of this, word had found its way to Ino Yamanaka. That was essentially as good as announcing it to the whole village. All of a sudden, the girls in class were starting to treat Naruto the way that they were treating Sasuke. Of course, some of the civilian children still seemed to be afraid of Naruto and would ignore him at all costs, but it was about 50-50 now. Having not been in the village the last 4 years meant that many parents hadn't bothered to tell their children to avoid him. Naruto wasn't really a fan of the fangirls and their ridiculous actions. Jiraiya had successfully impressed upon him how dangerous the life of a ninja was. While he still liked to have fun, he had taken him seriously. These soon-to-be kunoichi, however, didn't seem to understand that. It was time to change that. Naruto was living in an apartment, as he wasn't allowed to move into his parents' house until his father was declassified. Because of this, he invited his class to a training ground that he had the Hokage reserved for him. It was one of the hospital's training grounds, and because of that it was safe. It was away from the more dangerous ones, and no traps were allowed. It was meant for newly minted genin to meet with their jonin instructors, and also for ninja that were rehabilitating injuries. There was no way that an outside influence could harm any of the students, which was good, because a decent amount of them were pitiful at best. 25 students showed up, and Naruto was sure that was because he had told them all Sasuke was going to be there, and wanted them there. That was only stretching the truth slightly. Sasuke didn't really like most people, but if it would make them stronger, and possibly get the fangirls to leave him alone, then he wouldn't mind it too much. Naruto had seen the fear in the eyes of the 2 classmates that didn't come show up. Despite his best effort to smile warmly and sound kind, he could tell that they weren't going to come. He guessed that their parents had been affected greatly by the Ninetales attack. Though he knew that it couldn't be helped, it still frustrated him. Why couldn't they see past what they'd been told? Surely his actions, besides the occasional test catching on fire, didn't warrant being terrified of him. When everybody had gathered, Naruto suggested they play some games. They started with tag, which of course the boys dominated. They moved on to cops and robbers, and a few other games that didn't last long. They were still young enough to play and have fun, but they were getting to the point where they thought that they were too grown up for games. Luckily, the catered lunch arrived, just as people seemed to be losing interest. Coming around the corner carrying stacks of ramen bowls were Tuchi, Ayam, and 4 shadow clones of Naruto. Everybody seemed very happy to be getting free lunch, though not as excited as Naruto to be getting ramen. They all sat around in the grass and chowed down on the ramen. It was Ino who asked the question that he had been waiting for. "Naruto, why don't we play ninja next?" she asked expectantly. She was hoping to score some points with him. The blonde set his finished bowl in a stack with the other 3. His face became serious, and his presence became known. All the other academy students looked up at him, except for Sasuke, who already knew what was coming. "Because it's not a game, Ino," he said calmly but firmly. This had been the reason for inviting them all, especially the girls. He would have brought it up regardless. Ino just happened to get the wheels turning. "What do you mean?" It was Sakura who asked the question this time. She was curious and her thirst for knowledge was always high. She couldn't leave an unknown like that out there. "Being a ninja isn't a game. You don't play it," he explained. "Ninja fight for and lose their lives every day. It's a part of their way of life. And I think that's something everybody here needs to learn." All of the girls and many of the boys had their mouths open in surprise at this. They thought that they had seen Naruto get serious before during some of the skill lessons and obstacle courses, but that had just been him focusing. Now they say a different side of him. It was both serious and calm, yet there was a sadness there too. Naruto shot Sasuke, who was now looking at him, an apologetic look before continuing. "Sasuke and I are both from near-extinct clans, extremely skilled clans, who were the best at what they did. Yet our relatives and ancestors were completely wiped out," Naruto said. Some of his classmates didn't seem like they were ready to hear this, but he had already decided that they needed to hear this. He'd rather they be shell-shocked and unsure than ignorant. He didn't want them to die young, and the best way he could protect them was to inform them. One of the lessons that Jiraiya had imparted on him was that shinobi, and the Hokage especially, had to make hard decisions that would upset people for the good of the village. This would have to be first if he wanted to become Hokage. Sasuke looked at him neutrally, not showing a single emotion on his face. His eyes betrayed him, though, as they were shining red as Naruto looked into them. Naruto hadn't told him that he would bring that up, but he hadn't said he wouldn't either. If you're not ready, you will die. If you get surprised, you will die. If you're not strong enough, if you're a split second too slow, you will die. Worse than anything that I just said, if you're not good enough, your comrades could die. You could be the reason that anybody here dies if you don't take it seriously. Look around and see if you're okay with being the reason somebody here loses their life. We in the Leaf value our comrades above the mission. You can complete a mission and lose a comrade, so you have to be good enough to complete the mission and protect your comrades, protect each other. He made eye contact with every classmate as he spoke, trying to impart his urgency on them. Each of his classmates felt it. They didn't know what it was, but they felt it. They could feel that Naruto was telling the truth, and that he was right. Some of them didn't like it, some of them didn't understand it. A few looked like they were going to cry. He marched on. Sasuke and I couldn't save our clans. He was too young, and I wasn't even alive when the last of mine died. He paused, thinking about his next words carefully. They were the most important. We are strong, though, because we understand that loss. It's not his eyes that make him special. He was kicking everybody's, but before he unlocked them. And it's not my clan that makes me special. I was the dead last not even a few years ago. We have become strong, at least for academy students, because we understand. We know that you can lose your loved ones in a second, and we're determined to never let that happen. Both of us would protect any of you with our lives out on a mission. It's the reason I fight, Naruto said. There was a long pause, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Surprisingly enough, it was Sasuke who spoke first. He's right. Most of you don't understand what it's like, Sasuke said quietly. The hidden words in the sentence made it through, though. They didn't understand what it was like to lose everybody, and to not be strong enough to do anything about it. Sasuke, perhaps a demonstration would help the words sink in? The blonde asked. The raven-haired Uchiha just nodded. When everybody was off to one side of the training ground, a safe distance away from the spar, they began. They were a complete blur to most of the students, Naruto having the speed advantage through the first punch, using the Uzumaki style that he had painfully learned the forms for. It was generally designed to get opponents off balance so a seal or chain could be applied easier in order to immobilize them. The style was generally balanced and let opponents make mistakes, but Naruto knew Sasuke was unlikely to make one, and he preferred to be the aggressor anyway. Despite his speed advantage, Naruto couldn't land anything on Sasuke due to the latter's whirling sharingan, but Sasuke was having trouble getting a counterattack in due to the sheer speed of the blonde. Sasuke knew that they could keep going like this forever, and Naruto would win out because of his stamina, so he broke their taijutsu battle by leaping back from the blonde. Naruto smiled knowing what was coming, so he himself leapt back, giving the two a large gap between them. They both ran through hand signs simultaneously. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, slash water release, gunshot. They shouted simultaneously. The name of the technique didn't necessarily have to be said, but it helped focus, and the two wanted to emphasize their abilities, and maybe show off a little. Sasuke's fireball was larger than Naruto's mass of water, but Naruto had the affinity advantage, so the two jutsu collided and created a large amount of steam. Their classmates looked on in awe. Some had seen some of their older siblings, cousins, or parents do things like this, but they were all 15 or older at least. Others had seen random ninja perform this way, but didn't know anybody who could. A few had never really seen anything like it, and only heard of things like this. When the steam cleared enough that Naruto could see Sasuke, Sasuke could see 4 Narutos, and he was no longer naive enough to believe that there weren't more than that. One Naruto was charging at Sasuke with a sword in hand. Another threw kunai and formed hand seals, with the one next to him forming his own seals. The last Naruto just stood there, holding his hands in a ram seal. Sasuke was seeing this slowly and processing this quickly. He heard Naruto say the technique names, shouting, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Wind Release. Gale Palm, Sasuke cursed. Because of the steam, he hadn't been able to see the first hand seal on either technique, and thus wouldn't be able to copy it. He dodged the sword of the first clone and spun him around to take the brunt of the wind-aided kunai, sharingan spinning to ensure he didn't get hit. The two Narutos who had made the combo technique had dispelled upon using their jutsu, leaving just one, visible, Naruto left. Sasuke wasn't worried about him, as he could see him, so he instead tried to fine-tune his senses to find the inevitably hidden Naruto. His distraction was costly, and he felt the chain wrap begin to snake his way up his legs before he saw it. Sasuke was confused. He'd been wrapped up by a chain before, but that one had been cold and silver. This chain was glowing gold and warm, and it looked like it was made out of chakra, and it was moving as if it were alive. The chain was beginning to wrap itself around his torso, and he could feel his chakra being suppressed. As he began to fall over due to the chain's influence on him, he quickly grabbed several shuriken before it could secure his arms and flung them at Naruto. The blonde had been donning his concentration face and cursed and flung himself out of the way, losing the focus on his technique. The chain disappeared from Sasuke, but his red eyes had spotted the same gold glow coming out of Naruto's foot when he dove out of the way. Did the chain come from his body? The two reset themselves, eyeing each other up. This time it was Sasuke who attacked first, beginning a taijutsu bout. This time, though, Naruto began to use a different style that appeared to focus on speed and evasion. The Uchiha grew angry as he couldn't land a blow on his friend, and pressed harder. After 20 straight seconds of dodging, the blonde finally made a mistake, and Sasuke punished him with a hard roundhouse kick to the head, hard enough to pop the clone. Sasuke was furious that he'd been tricked yet again by Naruto's clones. It was quiet for a whole second, before an explosion of dirt came from just in front of Sasuke, followed by a blonde head of hair. Sasuke leaned back, avoiding a potential fist to the face, but Naruto was also carrying a sword and was swinging it around at Sasuke's neck. There were gasps from the sidelines as he did so, the other students thinking that Naruto was going to try and kill Sasuke. Both Uchiha and Uzumaki knew that Naruto would stop the sword in time, but Sasuke didn't intend to let it get that far. Naruto had locked eyes with him, and that was all it took to put him in a basic sharingan genjutsu. It only took the blonde a second to realize what had happened and break the genjutsu, but when he did, he felt the cold metal of a kunai pressed against his neck. See, he agrees, some of the light and playfulness was returning to Naruto. He didn't like acting all serious like that, but as far as he was concerned, his friends' lives were on the line. It surprised him a little bit at how easily he had considered these people his friends. Most of them were just there because of Sasuke, or because he was a clan heir. It didn't really bother him, though. He knew the alternative was that they didn't come at all, and he enjoyed being around them anyway. I know some of you have clan techniques and training that you do, but if any of you want help taking this more seriously, come to Sasuke or I. I promise he doesn't bite if you approach him about training and not about how cool he is, Naruto said. Naruto was extremely pleased to see how serious his classmates seemed to take their warning/demonstration, and he even had a few talk with him after everybody started to leave. The most surprising was Sakura, as she was Sasuke's biggest fan. Naruto, do you think that maybe you could help me? Sakura asked. Sure, Sakura, but why aren't you asking Sasuke? I know he's your favorite, he replied. I don't want him to see. I can't do any of that stuff you guys were doing. I could barely even see you guys. I never knew that ninja could do all that, but I don't want Sasuke to think I'm weak because I can't, she said, eyes planted firmly on her feet. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Of course I can, Sakura, Naruto said reassuringly, but it's going to take a lot of work, and you'll probably have to quit that diet you keep saying you're on or you'll never survive, you know. Whatever it takes. I don't want to look weak to Sasuke-kun, Sakura said firmly. She had raised her head to say it, and Naruto could see the determination in her eyes. She probably still didn't understand. He'd never seen her do any more than the basic academy fitness test exercises, and those were easier than her warm-up. Still, he wouldn't turn her down for being from a civilian family and not knowing any better. Alrighty, Naruto cheered. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. We can meet in front of the academy? Sakura blanched at that. She was really hoping a different Naruto would jump out of the ground and yell CK, but it never happened. What had she gotten herself into? Sarutobi looked into the crystal ball in the Hokage office, absolutely beaming with pride at Naruto. It might have been a little harsher than some of them were ready for, but it would soften the blow coming from somebody their age. He truly was an inheritor of the will of fire, perhaps the strongest since Hashirama himself. By the time graduation rolled around, almost everybody in the class had grown immensely. All 24 students passed easily, and Irika was sure that this was the best class the academy had had in a long time. He had a sneaking suspicion that a certain blonde had something to do with it, as he'd seen him working with some of the other students on their shinobi arts. Every single student had improved more than he had ever seen from graduation year students, at least on average. Strangely enough, despite their already large gap, Naruto and Sasuke were the two who improved the most, both getting faster and stronger while sharpening up their current skills. Irika had been sparring with Naruto the first month or two, just to help him out and spend some time with him. He had to claim he was too busy too and stop because he was afraid that Naruto would soon be able to beat him, at least sometimes. The kid was seriously good, and so unpredictable. Irika had never been more proud. Naruto was extremely happy with his comrades' progress, even if 3 of them had quit before graduation. It was better that they face the music now and not make it through, than die as a genin on their first real mission later because they couldn't handle it. Unsurprisingly, the 3 who had quit were the 2 civilian boys who never came to his class meeting, and 1 civilian girl who realized that she wasn't cut out for this world. Sakura had made the biggest jump out of all of them. She had near-perfect chakra control and some natural strength to go with her big brain. Naruto had helped her work mostly on the physical aspects of being a ninja, going on runs, doing strength exercises, and practicing throwing kunai and shuriken on the run, more like it would be in a real fight. He also taught her tree walking and water walking, although taught is a bit of a stretch. It took her less than an hour and a half to learn both, and most of that time had been spent finding a source of water to walk on. She was getting better at using the academy taijutsu style too, and was beginning to modify it to fit her a little better. She had even learned a jinjutsu, although despite her chakra control, she didn't seem to like them that much. Hinata too had made great strides, although Naruto already thought she was pretty awesome, definitely better than all of the other girls. She was becoming much more aggressive in her fights, not afraid to do a little bit of temporary damage to her classmates. Naruto insisted that she use chakra against him when they sparred, because he claimed it was awesome and helpful. You know, whenever she struck him and his arm would go numb. He also suspected that she might be working with Sasuke a little bit, though he had no proof, and the Uchiha only grunted at him when he asked. The biggest surprise was probably Shikamaru. Nobody really knew if he actually was getting better because he never actually did anything before Naruto's speech, but he was actively participating, and he was actually quite good. His physical side of things needed work, but when he tried in a spar with ninjutsu, he was extremely hard to beat. Ino, Choji, Kiba, Shino all went to their clans and requested more or harder training. Ino making the greatest leap of the 4, learning her clan's taijutsu style, and Shino making the smallest, as he had already been taking it seriously as it was just logical to do so. Naruto elected to put his black headband around his waist as he had seen other shinobi of the village do it, and he thought the toads might be upset if he didn't wear their forehead on his head. Plus, they had accepted him first, and Naruto was nothing if not loyal. He was extremely excited to find out what team he would be placed on, and who his sensei and teammates would be. He knew Hokageji's son and Kakashi were supposed to be Jonin's sensei this time around, and he was hoping to get either of them since he didn't know any others, and they were both strong. Hope you like the chapter. Sasuke activating his Sharingan like that may not be the best way to have it happen, but he had already unlocked it and just couldn't use it. Whether that was because it was suppressed from the trauma, or he just didn't know is up for debate as far as I'm concerned, and I didn't think Kakashi would want to push Sasuke hard enough to unlock it again. Also, Kakashi wouldn't have been able to help him specifically with this since he himself can't activate or deactivate his Sharingan. I hope Naruto's speech shows how much he's grown socially. Jiraiya really put the fear of God in him in their training, and that coupled with finding out who his father was, and his goal of Hokage made me think he would step in and spur his classmates along. Here's the ratings. They're not really necessary to the story, but I wrote them out anyway. Canon best in class in the academy, not counting Naruto or Sasuke from my best recollection/guess. Speed, Kiba probably. Naruto obviously isn't last though. Strength, Choji, same as above. Book smarts, not the same as intelligence or tactics. Sakura, Shikamaru is probably up here if he tries, but I guess we'll never know. Naruto is obviously dead last. Tactics, Shikamaru and Shino to a slightly lesser extent. Naruto is probably last here. Taijutsu, probably Kiba. I haven't read the data books, but he's fast and strong. Naruto's technique is non-existent, though he puts up a fight because of stamina and guts. Ninjutsu, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino all have clan techniques that they use effectively. All Naruto had was his sexy jutsu, which has never technically been used in the field. Weapons, honestly probably everybody is mostly better than Naruto. Genjutsu, I'm pretty sure canon is that Sakura is good at it because of chakra control, and Hinata can obviously see the chakra as far as detection/breaking. Even after his training trip with Jiraiya, Naruto struggled with it. He probably didn't even know what it was in the academy. Chakra control, Sakura's thing obviously. Naruto is definitely last here. Stamina/chakra, Naruto, woohoo. Fuinjutsu, nobody really, and definitely not Naruto. Positive intervention best in class, including Naruto and Sasuke. Speed, Naruto. Strength, Naruto. Book smarts, Sakura is still first. Sasuke is probably second, and Naruto is probably in the upper half here. He likely has more important/obscure knowledge about being a ninja/the ninja world after traveling with Jiraiya, and likely doesn't know what Jiraiya would consider worthless that would be in the academy lessons like the physics theory of throwing shuriken since he can do it instinctively. Tactics, still Shikamaru. Sasuke is about the same as Shino, but Naruto is close to them, and much more unpredictable and good at misdirection. Naruto is better in a fight at getting the opponent confused to land a blow. Sasuke is better analytically at breaking down what the opponent can and can't do, and Shikamaru is better at planning ahead and working with what he has, and larger-scale tactics with multiple people. Taijutsu, Sasuke, with Sharingan. Without Sharingan, he's still better than Naruto, but Naruto's speed and strength will allow him to win. Hinata is probably third due to the gentle fist being able to shut people down so fast. Kiba and Choji wouldn't be able to win if they couldn't use ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Naruto, Sasuke is close, but doesn't have the variety. They're both leagues ahead. Also, Naruto can obviously do way more ninjutsu before running out of chakra than Sasuke can. Weapons, Sasuke, but Naruto is close and has a much wider variety of weapons he can use. Genjutsu, Sasuke, but Naruto can effectively dispel them and is okay at detecting them. I would probably put Hinata above him because of this. Chakra control, Sakura still, it's her thing. Sasuke is also much better than canon here and above Hinata, but Naruto is probably fourth or fifth, and leagues ahead of where he had been. That doesn't mean that anybody ahead of him can walk on water or up a tree, because even though that's strictly chakra control, it still takes practice to learn even if it's a skill you're good at. Stamina/chakra, Naruto, and it's not close, then Sasuke, and it's not close. Both have more chakra than in canon at this point due to their more extensive training than everybody else. Ino is probably last of the rookie 9, as Sakura's extra training with Naruto would have her just edging Ino out. Fuinjutsu, Naruto. Sasuke has tried to learn how to make storage scrolls because he hates losing to Naruto, but he hasn't figured it out yet. Kakashi Hatake reached the Hokage Tower 1 minute before his scheduled meeting with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Anybody who knows Kakashi knows that this is uncommon. The elite Jonin was only ever on time if specifically ordered by the Hokage to be, otherwise, he was at least an hour and a half late. This being one of the times he was ordered, Kakashi made sure he arrived promptly. Don't want to be too on time, the masked shinobi thought as he leaned against a wall for a few minutes. Orders or not, he had a reputation to uphold. When he was sufficiently late, but not late enough to be reprimanded, he strode lazily into the building. As he walked through the building, some stared, some glanced, and some didn't pay him any attention at all. That was about the level of notoriety that he was comfortable with. Perfect. When he reached the Hokage's floor, the secretary never even bothered to address him. She just motioned him on in. The Hokage was sitting back in his chair, puffing on his pipe when Kakashi walked in. 7:04, he said without checking any clocks. Perfectly timed. Kakashi was pleased that somebody appreciated what he considered his best skill. Despite this, though, the Hokage didn't summon him like this all that often. It was likely to be an S-rank mission, and that required him to be serious. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I am at your service, the copy-nin replied. Relax, Kakashi. There are no S ranks for you today, though what I am about to ask of you is equally as important, Sarutobi said, his demeanor somewhere between kind old man and military dictator. As you know, the Academy just graduated our next crop of potential genin earlier today. Kakashi knew. He had taken Sasuke out to celebrate, despite the boy's reluctance. He nodded to indicate his understanding. I understand that you have taken a liking to young Sasuke, and have even been training him a little bit. Kakashi didn't respond, so the Sandaime continued. You also have a strong connection with Naruto, despite not having that much interaction with him. Kakashi nodded at this. He wanted to spend more time with him, but he was reminded of Minato-sensei and Kushina every time he looked at him, and quite frankly it hurt. My intention is to put them on the same team. Normally we tend to pair the last place student with the top student to keep teams balanced. While Naruto is last place on the book side of things, nobody is under the impression that he's not just as good as Sasuke, if not better. Kakashi I smiled. He was happy his two favorite kids were the strongest. However, Sarutobi continued, the two seem to get along best together. Sasuke tends to break out of his shell more around Naruto, and it seems that he keeps Naruto slightly calmer. They also appear to push each other past limits that nobody would be able to expect otherwise. The two of them end up reaching the levels that my own students did, and I believe that they would also bring up the level of whichever kunoichi we decide to place with them, he said. Kakashi was about to speak. It was his intention to request to be the Jonin sensei of the two regardless, but the Hokage put his hand up, silencing him before he ever spoke. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I will not be making you their Jonin sensei. Your job will be even more difficult. Kakashi's head tilted, not unlike his summons. We haven't had a shinobi with an analytical eye like yours in quite a while, Kakashi, Sarutobi explained slowly. Sometimes I believe you see more than I do, even without your sharingan. Kakashi didn't like where this was going. After a long pause, the Hokage leaned forward on his desk and continued. Kakashi, I'm not getting any younger, and currently there is nobody to take my place. Tsunade or Jiraiya would be great, but one won't take the job, and the other won't come back to the village. I need to have somebody prepared in case of an untimely demise, and neither of my students will take the job. I wish for that to be you, Kakashi. Sandaime-sama, I am honored that you would think that highly of me, but I am not strong enough to be the Hokage. I'm nowhere near the level that my sensei was, Kakashi explained. No, I don't suppose you are. Then again, Minato was the greatest of us, and not many people will ever reach his level of competence, even with his life cut short as it was. The Hokage looked old, older than Kakashi had ever seen him. But I also understand that you've been slacking on your training. Your 18-year-old self would likely defeat you, and fairly soundly at that if I had to guess. The Hokage held up his hand again, once again silencing Kakashi before he could speak. Do not worry about it, Kakashi-kun. I allowed it because you were grieving, and you were still completing missions for us well enough, he said, but now it is time for you to move past all that. I truly believe Naruto will be Hokage someday, but he is not ready for that, and somebody must bridge the gap between my end and his beginning. I would like for it to be one of my students, but I need you to be ready if it's not. You know there are others who would try and steal the power away, and that would be bad for both Naruto-kun and Sasuke. Another pause from the two. The silence was deafening. Kakashi was too shocked to speak, and the Sandaime was too exhausted. Finally, the latter spoke again. Your new mission, Kakashi, is twofold. You will train your body to reach your former abilities, and then you will surpass them. It has been a long time since we've had war, and while I don't see it on the near horizon, it is always looming. You need to be powerful enough to protect your comrades, and I truly believe you can get there, Sarutobi explained, a little bit of power leaking into his voice. The second part of your mission, you will be in charge of genin. All the genin. I did not mention your analytical eye for no reason. You will be able to watch the genin and figure out their strengths and weaknesses better than anybody else and help shore those up. You also have a library of jutsu that you could help teach them. The genin will still have their jonin senseis like always, but you will be in charge of them. Scheduling training, deciding when they're ready for C ranks, if they're ready for the Chunin exams. All that and more will come through you. I'm trusting the next generation of Konoha to you. There are 8 clan heirs in this class, and likely a future Hokage. You will have to push them harder than any Genin teams before them. It is your job to make sure that they live up to their great expectations. The Sandaime finished. He placed his pipe back in his mouth and inhaled deeply, indicating that he was done speaking. Kakashi's mouth was hanging open. He didn't know what to say. He truly didn't believe that he was ready for all of that. He didn't think he was ready for any of that. But the third Hokage was wise and had more experience as Hokage than he did years alive. If you believe that is what is best, Sandaime-sama, then I accept the mission. Hiruzen nodded at him. I do have one question though. Who will be Naruto and Sasuke's sensei? He asked. The Hokage smiled slightly. I think you'll be happy with my decision. The newly minted Genin gathered around in their classroom for one last time. Iruka smiled at them all proudly. They truly were excellent students, even the pyromaniac in the back. The only reason Naruto had passed the written test was because Iruka had gotten permission from the Hokage to threaten him not to light it on fire. Even then, the blonde had filled out exactly 60% of the test and gotten every question right, just barely enough to pass. Iruka shook his head at the thought. The blonde had been the first to finish, and then he had laid his head down on the desk to sleep. Naruto and Sasuke had easily finished ahead of everybody on the physical aspects of the test, alternating between first and second. Sasuke had the highest score of the boys, getting all but the one question that was meant to be Chunin level right, making him the Rookie of the Year. Sakura aced the test, surprisingly enough, and did better than expected on the physical aspects. She was, however, beaten out by Hinata for top kunoichi. The Hyuga heiress seemed to be slowly turning over a new leaf, becoming less and less shy. She dominated the other girls in the class when it came to the physical aspects. While her chakra control wasn't quite as good as Sakura's, it was pretty close, and better than anybody else's. She also only scored 1 point lower than Sasuke on the test. All right, class, settle down, Iruka said, trying to get them all to stop talking. Naturally, nobody had even heard him because a certain blonde was loudly recounting a tale of a trip to Takigakure, hidden waterfall. Quiet, Iruka shouted. That did the trick. It's time to announce your teams, Iruka said. And I'll only be focusing on the Rookie 9. Even though their class is stronger than usual, I don't want to make 6 or so OCs right off the bat, though some of them might make an appearance later on in the story. Team 1. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki. Awesome. Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Ugh, Iruka-sensei, did you have to stick me with the brooder? Naruto asked. He was happy to have Sasuke on his team though. He was strong and they had become good friends. What do you mean, Naruto? You specifically came to me and asked to have Sasuke on your team because of how cool he was, Iruka said playfully. The whole class laughed, except Naruto, who scowled. Just be quiet so he can continue, loser, Sasuke said. It would take a Sharingan to notice the slight smirk on his face, but it was there. Naruto stuck his tongue out in defiance, but stayed quiet. Thank you, Sasuke. Team 8 will be Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Sakura was pissed. She didn't really mind Kiba, boisterous as he was, and Shino was alright even though he had those bugs. She wasn't on Sasuke's team though, and that angered her. Why had she been working so hard if not to end up on his team and impress him? Like Team 5, Team 9 is still in circulation. So Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. All three had basically come to terms with the fact that they would be on a team because of how well their clans got along. They were neither unhappy nor happy about the team as a whole, though Shikamaru and Choji were content to be together. Alright, that's all the teams. You guys can break for lunch, and then meet back here in an hour to find out who your senseis will be. Naruto and Sasuke wordlessly began to leave the room side by side. Hinata was sad. She was hoping that they would invite her to lunch. There would be more time to spend with them in the future, though. Her thoughts were interrupted when her favorite blonde spoke. Hinata, are you coming? He asked. Oh, I didn't know I was invited, she replied. What do you mean? Naruto asked confused. We're a team now. We should do everything together, you know. Come on, he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Okay, Naruto. Hinata replied, cheeks turning pink. She was embarrassed that she had stuttered. She had been working really hard on her nervous stutter and being more confident, but it seemed she still had work to do, especially where Naruto was concerned. As they were walking out of the room, Naruto and Sasuke wordlessly played rock, paper, scissors. The blonde made a loud exclamation having won, and then the three continued on their way. Hinata was confused by this, as she had no idea what they had done that for. She soon found out when they came to a ramen stand in the village. Haha, thank God I won. Ramen is the best. Naruto shouted as they all sat down at the bar. Hey old man, better get that oil fired up because there's 3 of us today. Naruto, Sasuke, how are my 2 favorite customers? And who's your friend? Tucci said, pointing to Hinata. 2 favorite customers? Does that mean we're tied? Old man, you wound me. How could you ever consider Sasuke and I equals when it comes to ramen? Naruto said, deadly serious. Tucci thought he might be joking, but ramen was involved, so he couldn't say for sure. Oh Naruto, you know you'll always be our favorite. I am said coming from the back. No offense of course, Sasuke, she smiled at the 2 most frequent visitors. Sasuke replied. He didn't really care much for ramen. It was good, but not great, and he didn't understand Naruto's obsession with it. Huh, eat it bastard, Naruto shouted, pointing dramatically at the Uchiha, who ignored him. Oh, this is Hinata by the way. Naruto gestured to the shy Hyuga, causing her to blush slightly. She's our newest team member. We're officially Team 7, you know? The blonde's excitement caused both Ayam and Tucci to chuckle. Well Hinata, it's great to meet you. I'm glad Naruto got such a cutie as a teammate. Ayam exclaimed. This caused both Naruto and Hinata to blush from embarrassment. You know Sasuke and I don't care about that big sis. We just want to be awesome shinobi, right, bastard? Naruto didn't wait for the response, as he knew he wouldn't get one. We're gonna be the best team since the Sannin. Actually, we're gonna be even better than them, you know. Naruto shouted, chest puffed out. Well, I'm glad I'm feeding future legendary ninja. Here's the first round, Naruto. Iruka stopped by and mentioned you'd probably be here around this time. So we started cooking before you got here. Tucci explained. All 3 new genin broke apart their chopsticks and dug in. After 20 minutes, Naruto leaned over to Sasuke. Sasuke, how do you know if you're in love? Naruto whispered to him. Sasuke stopped eating, looked Naruto in the eye for a second, leaned forward and looked at Hinata, who had eaten 8 bowls already, looked back at Naruto, and exhaled a short breath. You can't be in love with somebody just because they can eat ramen better than you, Naruto. He whispered back. Naruto nodded firmly to this. Right, I knew that, he whispered again. Hey wait, Hinata can't eat ramen better than me. Naruto got increasingly louder. Old man, get us 3 more bowls each and we'll have a contest, he proclaimed. Everybody was staring at Naruto, trying to figure out when he'd stood up on the counter. Then everybody started laughing at him. Naruto swore he even saw Sasuke breathe through nose a little bit sharper than normal. Team 7 made their way back to the academy to learn who their sensei would be, but something was wrong. They were quiet, much too quiet considering a certain Uzumaki was a part of the group. Said Jinin was walking between his 2 teammates, head hung, face sad, and an invisible rain cloud chasing him. After minutes of silence, a record around Naruto, Hinata couldn't take it anymore. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I ate the bowls faster than you. I knew you loved ramen, but I didn't know you loved it that much, she said, stifling a giggle at the end. It's fine, Hinata. You did your best. I can't be mad about that. I'm just sad I lost, Naruto said glumly. Sasuke had seen Naruto like this a few times, and had learned how to deal with him. Distraction. Don't worry about it, Hinata. Naruto is just being a big baby. He's probably just worried that we'll get Kakashi as a sensei, and he'll get stuck in a genjutsu again, Sasuke said. Oi! Naruto shot up, shaking his fist at Sasuke. I wanted to get stuck in that genjutsu. I could have gotten out of it easily if I wanted to. Naruto responded. referencing the time Kakashi used an A-rank genjutsu on him that Naruto definitely couldn't have gotten out of. I'm sure you could have, loser. Do you think we'll get Kakashi? Sasuke questioned. He was silently hoping that they would. He would never admit it, but along with Naruto, Kakashi was one of the few other people in the village that he liked. Perhaps the only other person. After plenty of hours with Hinata helping her train, Sasuke had learned to like her too, he supposed, or at the very least tolerate her. I dunno, Naruto said flatly. Sure, he's got a lot of jutsu, but I bet that I could take him if I went all out. Hinata giggled at Naruto claiming he could beat one of Konoha's strongest and most famous jonin. I guess there's only one way to find out, Naruto-kun. She wasn't so intimidated by the blonde after spending lunch with him and seeing his goofiness up close and personal. He was so much fun to be around. She forgot about her shyness a little bit. All right, Team 7, let's do it, Naruto shouted, pushing through the doors. Naruto's hands were sweating, and his heart was pounding. He was so excited to find out who his sensei was, that he was actually nervous. He hadn't been nervous since his first day of real training with Jiraiya almost 1 year ago. And Team 7, your Jonin sensei will be Yamato. None of the 3 genin had ever heard of a Yamato before. Their heads snapped to the door when it slid open. A tall man walked stiffly through the doorway, short, brown hair bobbing ever so slightly. His stern face was framed by a Hapuri-style leaf forehead protector, the kind the second Hokage wore, and betrayed none of his emotions. He wore the standard Konoha Jonin attire, with the exception of his shirt, which was tighter, and the neck of it ran up to make a sort of skin-tight chin guard. Despite his bland appearance, Naruto thought he was pretty cool. He had noticed the large katana strapped to the man's back, and was instantly excited. Team 7, I am your Jonin sensei. You may call me Yamato. Please meet me at Training Ground 7 as soon as possible. As quickly as he had entered and spoke, Yamato shunshined out of the room. On second thought, he's kind of boring, Naruto thought at hearing Yamato's plain voice and lack of enthusiasm. It only took a few minutes for the trio to make it to the training ground, though Hinata couldn't help but feel like she was slowing them down. Yamato was fairly impressed at how quickly his 3 students got to the training ground. They were fast for genin, or potential genin. I believe now would be a good time to get to know each other a little bit about each other. Why don't you all tell me your name, best shinobi art, weakest shinobi art, and goals as a ninja? Yamato asked. Kakashi-senpai had suggested he ask about hobbies and other miscellaneous things, but Yamato didn't find that prudent at the moment. Sensei, could you go first to give us an idea? Hinata asked nervously. Nonsense, Hinata. I'll go first, Naruto yelled, not allowing Yamato to respond. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I don't have a best shinobi art because I'm the best at all of them, you know. His chest puffed out in pride. Though I guess if I had to pick one it'd be ninjutsu, or maybe fuinjutsu. That's starting to get fun. He seemed to be talking more to himself than his team at this point. My weakest is probably jinjutsu, he said sheepishly, returning back to earth. I can detect and break them all right, but I can't do one yet. But I'll learn, just you wait. When he realized he'd gotten on another tangent, he corrected his course. I just have 2 goals for my life. Restore my clan to its former awesome glory and become the Hokage and protect all the people I care about, you know. Very well, Yamato responded dryly. Naruto's sweat dropped, but at least he hadn't told him it wasn't possible. Seeing that Hinata was too shy to go next, Sasuke decided to speak up. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My best skill is taijutsu. I'm very good at all the main 3 shinobi arts, so I suppose my weakness is fuinjutsu, for now. My goal is also to restore my clan, and to avenge those that were killed, Sasuke finished, voice tight at the thought of what his brother did. Yamato just nodded at him, then turned to Hinata expectantly. The Hyuga took a deep breath and summoned all her confidence. She even looked her sensei in the eye as she spoke. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My greatest ninja art is taijutsu, though I'm not as good as either of my teammates. My biggest weakness is ninjutsu, as I can't do any of my clan's more advanced ones yet. My goal is to prove to my father that I can be a worthy member of the Hyuga clan, and to unite the main family with the branch family, she said resolutely, leaving out her 3rd goal as she looked to her blonde teammate who was shooting her a huge smile. She blushed at him. Very good. My name is Yamato. My ninjutsu is my best skill. Jinjutsu is my worst skill, though I am still proficient at it. My goal is to continue to be a valuable ninja to the village, their sensei said. Now, it is time for your test to become Jinin. All right, Yamato-sensei, bring it on. We can take anything, you know. Yamato tilted his head almost imperceptibly at this. Graduates weren't supposed to know about there being another test administered by the Jonin sensei. In fact, they were supposed to get flustered when they learned they hadn't really passed. Dealing with that was part of the test. What do you mean? I thought we passed already? Hinata asked. She was now becoming extremely nervous. Does it really matter, Hinata? The three of us are the most awesome of the graduates. There's no way that we won't pass, Naruto said, giving her a foxy grin. Sasuke grunted in agreement in the background. Hinata returned a small smile. Naruto's attitude was infectious. Naruto took this as confirmation that they were ready. All right, sensei. Tell us about your dumb test, he said confidently, staring Yamato down. Very well. Your team is actually a special case in that you will have to pass 2 tests. He paused, looking for reactions. The Uchiha didn't seem to react at all, though the Hyuga seemed to lose just a little bit of her confidence. Most worrisome was the Uzumaki, though, as he seemed to get more excited at his. First, like all other teams, you will have to pass my Jonin instructor test to see if you qualify to be my students. He paused again, but the trio didn't change at all. If you pass the first test, you will become full-fledged Jonin. The second test is to see if you can handle the training regimen that has been recommended for you by the Jonin commander. He continued, referring to Kakashi's new unofficial title. This year's teams were organized differently than normal. They were put together for specific reasons, with hopes that they will stick together and be able to complete advanced missions in their area of expertise down the line. Team 7 was arranged to be a heavy combat squad. You will take regular missions just like other teams, but your main purpose will be combat. Therefore, you will often be called in as backup for other teams that aren't as strong in the area, Yamato explained. All 3 members reacted in their own way. Sasuke's lips upturned in a smirk, Naruto's grin threatened to split his face, and Hinata looked even more nervous, much more like she had been at the beginning of the year. Test number 1 is to fight me. In order to pass, you must land 2 successful blows on me, or force me into a position where you could subdue or kill me. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy to repeat your final year. The reactions grew. The boys seemed to love a challenge, while Hinata seemed worried. If you aren't fighting to kill me, you will not be able to land a single blow on me. Take this seriously. I'm a Jonin. I can handle it. No explosive tags over grade 2, though. Naruto could have sworn he glanced at him nervously when he said that, but it happened so quickly he couldn't be sure. Grade 2 explosives were the lowest level designed for combat. Grade 1 were only for spars, 3 and 4 were meant to seriously injure or kill, and Grade 5 were designed for destroying buildings or caravans. If you pass the first test, I will tell you about the second test. You have 4 hours. Begin. Yamato started the test and shunshined out so quickly that all 3 of them were surprised. Naruto hopped up from his seat in the grass, his 2 teammates following suit. He looked at Sasuke. Ready? You grumpy bastard? Sasuke rolled his eyes. That's a yes. He turned to Hinata and saw how worried she looked and laid a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Hinata. He might be a Jonin, but we can do it. We just have to land a few solid hits. It's not like we have to capture or kill him. Hinata instantly felt better and extremely warm. She quickly turned away before Naruto could see how red her face was turning. You're right, Naruto-kun. I believe that we can do this, she said, and she did. She felt like anything was possible if Naruto was helping. Behind Naruto, Sasuke rolled his eyes once more. Hinata had confided in him about her crush on Naruto when she had first asked Sasuke for some extra training, and he thought her reactions to him were ridiculous. He was just Naruto, a goofy loser with a ramen addiction. There was no need to get so worked up. While Sasuke didn't really care that much about feelings and all that, he agreed to help her become stronger. He was curious, however, as to why her clan wasn't doing the training. It didn't really matter to him in the long run. She was his teammate now, and he and Naruto would make sure she caught up quickly. Naruto and Sasuke then turned to each other, and seemed to have a conversation just by looking. Naruto finally nodded his head. Right, here's the plan. Hinata, Sasuke and I will handle the majority of the interactions with Sensei. He walks like he has a stick up his butt, and he has very few emotions, so he's definitely ANBU or former ANBU. He's been assigned to the last Uchiha and Uzumaki, as well as the Hyuga princess. He managed to tease despite being serious in a way that Hinata had never seen before. She blushed. So he's definitely a high-level jonin. We'll need you to use your byakugan to help locate him. How long can you keep it activated? Naruto asked. Hinata had nearly become lost in the blonde's deep blue eyes, so it took her a second to respond. I can keep it active for an hour straight, but it needs to rest for about the same amount of time that it's been active. She responded. She had hesitated and said like some fangirl, and she wasn't happy with herself about it. Maybe her father was right. That's awesome, Hinata-chan. Naruto exclaimed, reading her facial expressions and seeing she needed a boost. Alright, once we get moving, I want you to alternate 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off and search for him. Can you handle that? She nodded firmly at him, determined to prove him right. Sasuke and I will help narrow down the search area as we go. Now, he's a high-level jonin, but he doesn't know all our tricks yet, so if we work together I think that we can catch him by surprise. Naruto thought for a few seconds then asked, anything to add, Sasuke? His movements are sharp and efficient. If he was ANBU, he'll likely take a flesh wound in order to block a killing blow. We should try and land multiple attacks at once. Ninjutsu is his best skill, so we should try and prevent him from using it. Naruto, how long do you think you could hold him? Sasuke asked, referencing Naruto's ability to suppress chakra using his chakra chains. If he's as high level as I think he is, probably only a few seconds, Naruto said, jaw clenched. He hated not being able to completely subdue someone. Okay, then I think our best bet is for you to catch him and Hinata to deliver the blow. Her clan's taijutsu style will do damage no matter the level of the opponent. We just have to get her an opening, Sasuke said. Hinata nodded at this. She didn't get the same warm feeling as when Naruto complimented her, but it felt good in a different way that Sasuke thought she was capable. He wasn't the type to lie to make others feel better. With that, the 3 academy graduates headed off into the forest to find their sensei. Kakashi was impressed. He had made 7 shadow clones, which was basically his current limit while fresh, and sent them out to the 7 teams that had graduated. He himself watched Team 7's test, curious to see how his 2 favorite graduates were doing. 3 of the 8 teams had passed, slightly more than the average 33%. Teams 8 and 10 had been impressive. Kurenai had tested Team 8 by making them track her down through several genjutsu that were expertly woven. Both the Aburame and Inuzuka had handled it well, using their clan techniques to hunt her down. The big surprise was the civilian, Sakura Haruno. She had excellent chakra control, and had been able to detect and dispel all the lower-level genjutsu the Kurenai cast near instantly. Kakashi was pretty sure she had even seen her use a sensing technique to try and help her teammates find their sensei. Team 10 had acted as expected from an Ino Shikicho trio. The Nara had come up with the plan, and the Akimichi and Yamanaka had both helped herd their sensei. When Asuma was in place, Shikamaru had sprung the trap, a double bluff, that led to him using his shadow possession to catch his sensei. Shikamaru was under no impression that his shadow possession could hold his sensei if it couldn't even hold Naruto though. Flashback, 1 month into the academy. When it came to their first full ninjutsu spar, Naruto was meant to fight Shikamaru. Shikamaru generally wasn't one to participate, and would often forfeit before even starting. Naruto had piqued his curiosity, however, so he elected to fight. Figuring that Naruto wouldn't know anything about the Nara clan techniques, Shikamaru immediately made the signs for shadow possession jutsu, and his shadow extended to Naruto. Naruto himself was curious as to what was going on, but when the shadow touched his, he panicked just a little bit. He couldn't move his body. What kind of genjutsu is this? Naruto shouted, unaware of what was really going on. Shikamaru just raised an eyebrow at his reaction. Genjutsu like this won't work on me. Naruto shouted, building up his chakra. Release. The shadow connecting the two shattered, and everybody felt a small wave of wind pressure. Everybody's mouth was hanging open, including Irika's. So troublesome. Sensei, I forfeit, Shikamaru said. He knew that the shadow possession could be disrupted by chakra, but he also knew the opponent had to be much stronger than the user. He kept his lazy demeanor, even as he heard Sasuke tell Naruto that it's not a Jinjutsu loser, but inwardly Shikamaru was shaken. He knew he was pretty much last in class, but that was supposed to be from a lack of effort, not ability. Now, not only was Sasuke obviously better than him, but Naruto was apparently leagues ahead of him. He would have to ask his father for some additional training if he was this far behind. So troublesome. He had been going through the extra training with his father, as much as the main had complained about it. It had been helping too, but he didn't think he could hold a high-level jonin in place if they knew how to break it. Kakashi knew that the team would be skilled in tactics, given the previous renditions of the team. They would need work physically, though. The Nara just wasn't strong enough or fast enough. Same with the Yamanaka. Choji, being an Akimichi, packed quite a punch already, but he needed to get faster, or he'd never be able to land a blow. Team 7 had been the most impressive, however, despite his high expectations for them. They found Yamato after 25 minutes, a feat in its own right given the size of the training ground. The former ANBU was under orders not to go all out, but to push them as hard as he could. That meant he was not to dip below Jonin level for any of his skills. He had handled them easily enough when they first found him. Naruto had thrown several kunai with explosive tags to steer him towards Sasuke's thrown shuriken. Yamato simply pulled out his own kunai and deflected them. The real issue came about when the blonde and raven-haired boys looked at each other and developed a gleam in their eyes. They both ran through hand signs and firmly said their jutsu names. Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Yamato's face paled when the two jutsu collided. They would have been impressive separately, but together they actually made him nervous. He quickly sped through familiar hand seals and made a wood dome. He didn't want to reveal his techniques this early, if at all, but he saw no other choice. He wouldn't have time to mold enough chakra for a mud wall that would be able to withstand it. Similarly, he couldn't make a water technique that would be able to handle a combo technique this strong. When he had felt the force of the technique dissipate, he released the snake seal that his hands were in, canceling the technique. He immediately had to counter shuriken and kunai that were thrown at him. He flung his kunai back at his attacker, and it hit its mark. The blonde it hit smirked before popping into smoke. Yamato heard the crackle of lightning coming from his right and saw Sasuke holding out his hands. He quickly ran through hand seals knowing Earth wouldn't do the trick as he heard Sasuke say his jutsu name. Lightning Release, Thunderclap Arrow, Water Release, Water Wall. Yamato literally spit out. Using Water Release without water around was extremely taxing on his reserves, but he couldn't afford to use Earth Release against a lightning technique. He knew that Sasuke could use both lightning and fire release, but both the techniques he had used were C-rank. Generally, C-rank techniques require the user to have finished the first step in chakra nature manipulation. If a shinobi was especially talented, or there was enough of the element in the area, i.e. a river or earth, then it could be done. That meant that Sasuke was either truly a genius, or Kakashi was training a monster. Yamato just had time to decide that it was both, when he felt something start to wrap around him. The real Naruto had snuck up behind him and used his chakra chains to hold him in place. Yamato could feel his chakra being suppressed, but knew he could break it in the same way he would a Jinjutsu. He was just about done building up his chakra when he heard Naruto. Now, Hinata, he shouted. The Hyuga came flying in from his left, veins around her eyes showing, and one hand extended, aiming for his heart. She was coming in fast. He would have to hurry. Yamato released his chakra at full force. It was enough to expel the chains, but harder than it should have been. He rotated counterclockwise and leaned back, just out of the Hyuga's reach. He continued his rotation until he delivered a hard right fist to her ribs. It left him off balance, but he had to get her outside of his guard so he could reset the fight. It would have worked too, if that Hinata hadn't been a hinged shadow clone. The real Hinata came out from the tree she was hiding behind. Now behind Yamato, she rushed in full speed to deliver a chakra-laden strike to the back of his right thigh. She hadn't wanted to hurt her sensei, But Naruto and Sasuke had reassured her that he could handle a full-powered strike as long as it wasn't aimed for an organ. Yamato tried to rotate out of the way, but couldn't gain his balance in time. Hinata's strike hit him square in the hamstring, and he felt the leg go numb. Yamato used the force of her blow to continue his rotation even more. His right leg was nearly useless, but his left wasn't. As he rotated on his out-of-commission leg, slowly dropping, he brought his left leg up and caught Hinata in the shoulder with his heel. She flew back a few feet and landed on her side, skidding across the grass. Before she even stopped, Naruto and Sasuke were both standing in front of her, kunai in hand. The former looked pissed, while the latter donned his typical Uchiha mask. His eyes betrayed him ever so slightly, though, at least for someone of Yamato's caliber. He saw the tightness there. The Uchiha was mad too. The enemies will not take it easy on you, so I won't either. It would be a disservice to you to do so, Yamato said calmly, trying to stall without being noticed. The feeling would come back to his leg, but he would need at least a few minutes. I don't care what you say. If you hit my teammate and friend, I'll give it back to you tenfold, the blonde said. His eyes started to turn slitted, and they turned from their regular deep light blue to a purple color, verging on red. His voice had gained an edge that one often didn't hear from someone so inexperienced. If Yamato didn't know his opponent's skill level, he might have been scared. As it was, he was on edge more than normal. He wasn't running low on chakra yet, but his wood release and water release techniques had used up more than he was comfortable with, considering it was 3 versus 1. He was also on essentially one leg at this point. Granted, he could defeat them soundly if he really went all out, but he wasn't supposed to maim them, and they only had to land a single blow on him to pass. Plus, he had to make sure to monitor Naruto, as it appeared he was beginning to tap into the Kyuubi's power. He would need chakra to spare if he had to suppress a Biju. Naruto-kun, it's fine. I'm okay, Hinata said. She was holding her left shoulder as she stood up. I let my guard down after landing the blow. It was a good lesson that I wouldn't have learned if he took it easy on me. There was disappointment in her voice, but also determination. She dropped into the gentle fist stance. Let us land the second blow, before he recovers from his injury. Naruto's breathing evened, but the influence of the Kyuubi didn't leave his eyes. He grinned. All right, Hinata. He held up his signature hand seal. Let's do this. 10 clones popped into existence, surrounding Yamato and Team 7. Each clone held a ram seal, and 3 chains extended from their torso, 1 to each side, and 1 upwards. The gold chains all interlinked, forming a dome, and Yamato saw it. A barrier. Kakashi hadn't said anything about barriers. Up in the trees, looking down on the test, sharingan blazing, Kakashi smirked under his mask. He hadn't told Team 7 anything about Yamato, so he thought it was fair that he kept some things from him. Yamato lasted another 30 seconds with the 3 graduates, in addition to a plethora of clones, landed another blow. Even Kakashi was impressed, considering the disadvantage that Yamato was at. He even landed a few blows back on the trio before Naruto finally snuck in a solid punch. Team 7 was officially a genin team. Naruto was grinning, Hinata had a full smile on her face, and Sasuke even had a big smirk on his face. Kakashi was extremely proud of them, but he didn't want to enforce what would come next. He now understood why Lord Third hadn't let him be their sensei. He would have been too soft on them. They needed to be pushed, and hard. Kakashi landed in the clearing where the 3 preteens were talking with their sensei about their test. Kakashi, did you see how awesome we were? Naruto shouted. His smile was blinding, and Kakashi returned it through his one uncovered eye. He was unsurprised that Naruto knew he was watching. The boy was a natural censor, and Kakashi hadn't been trying too hard to hide his chakra. I did. Naruto. You 3 did very well. Even better than expected, actually. All 3 genin smiles widened. It's time for the second part of your test, though, Kakashi said, and the smile shortened. You 3 are meant to be the strongest combat team we've had since, well, my team, Kakashi explained, casually leaning against a tree. 3 teams of your class passed their genin test. Team 7, 8, and 10 he said, recalling his clone's memories. All 3 teams will be trained harder than genin usually are, as there are 8 clan heirs in this class. Your team will be trained the hardest. You will be pushed harder than before, even harder than Jiraiya pushed you. Naruto? The blonde paled at this a little bit. The Chunin exams are coming up in 6 months, and they will be hosted in Konoha. You will be expected to advance to the finals by that time. In order to ensure that, you will have to be more than ready for anything that can happen. Yamato here will ensure that. So, what's the second test? Hinata asked, nervousness creeping in.
I'm glad you asked, Hinata,
Kakashi said, smiling. Yamato will explain it to you, he said, and shunshined away. Yamato's sweat dropped. The 3 genin turned to him expectantly. I will explain exactly what is to happen when we get to training ground 44.
Let's go,
he said, his voice grim. Team 7 arrived at training ground 44 a little while later. They were a little tired from traveling across the village, but they were more nervous about what would happen, even Naruto. They stood in front of the fence to the training ground, reading all the dangerous warnings when Yamato spoke. It will be a survival exercise. You will spend 2 weeks in the forest, with no food or water taken in. He turned to Naruto. Anything you have sealed in scrolls will have to be left with me. I know shinobi often cheat and lie to get the mission done, but this is for your benefit. It's a test, but the purpose is to get you ready for even harder training. If you cheat in there, you will not be ready, he explained. You will be allowed 3 kunai each, 5 shuriken, 1 roll of ninja wire. Sasuke groaned. Naruto, you will not be allowed to take your sealing supplies. Naruto looked like he wanted to complain, but he just nodded and stripped off his vest, as well as the large scroll on his back. He recalled the supplies Yamato allowed from the storage seal on the side of his scroll, as well as a hip pouch for them. When he was situated, he nodded at Yamato. Now listen to me carefully. You haven't gotten to know me very well, and you'll probably hate me after this, but I'm doing it because it will be the best thing for you. If you survive this test, your abilities will start to skyrocket. This will give you an extreme amount of experience without having to leave the relative safety of the village. Just because you're in the village, though, doesn't mean you're safe. The animals and plants in there will all try and kill you, and they will do it at every hour of the night or day. They are mutated from normal animals, bigger, faster, and stronger. You will not be safe, he explained. He was worried about them, even though he just met them. There are traps that have been laid out there as a part of training exercises as well. You must have your guard up and protect each other at all times. But you'll be there to help if anything goes wrong, alright? Hinata asked. She was scared. Her Jonin sensei had just told her that the forest would be trying to kill her. Yamato shook his head, face as grim as they had seen it in their short time together. You will be alone, he lied. They couldn't know they were being watched. If we afford you a safety net, you will not be pushed past your limits, he said. They all nodded, albeit hesitantly. Unsurprisingly, it was Naruto who broke them out of their stupor. All right, Team 7. I'm gonna be the Hokage someday, and I can't be the Hokage if I die in this dumb forest. And I'll die before I let either of my comrades, so we'll just have to find a way through, you know. He then listed rule number 1 to Sasuke, who nodded resolutely. Yamato was inwardly already a little proud of his team. He had done his best to scare them so that they would be ready, but they handled it well. He could also see the natural leadership that the blonde had, and how it was raising up both of his teammates. Naruto faced his new teacher. All right, Yamato-sensei, we're ready. With that, the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga headed into the Forest of Death. Another longer chapter. Hope you like it. I stole the Forest of Death idea from Team 7's Ascension. Bloodwings by iLife, I think, though I will be doing it differently obviously. I hope you like having Hinata on the team. If I was going to pair Naruto and Sasuke on a team, I thought they would need the most killed girl in order to justify making a combat team instead of the traditional dead last and rookie of the year. This does not mean that Hinata and Naruto are paired. I'm still considering a fairly wide variety of people to pair him with, though I probably won't get to that until post-time skip. I just read a FIC with Shizuka from naruXiko and really enjoyed it. I also enjoy reading Hinata and Ino fics, but those are both common. I probably won't do Sakura, just because they don't work together that well in my brain, but I'm not entirely opposed to it. In the end, if I can't decide, I might do an OC, We'll see. I also chose Yamato because Kakashi would approve. He would be firm with them while still teaching them teamwork, and Kakashi's closeness to Sasuke and Naruto would affect his ability to lead them directly. While he won't be able to teach them that many jutsu, he can still teach them how to better use their jutsu. Kakashi will still be able to train them one-on-one, without the conflict of interest of leaving Hinata on her own. It also set up Kakashi for some Hokage training by being in charge of the Genin and their training. This will leave him free for important missions, training both himself and others, and give a different perspective on the story. Obviously, Yamato being able to counter the Kyuubi going wild allows him to uniquely be able to handle the team, and Kakashi will still be able to train Sasuke on his sharingan. The way Naruto's chakra chains will work in my story is like this. They will operate on an experience, control, and strength basis. He needs strong chakra control, combined with the experience of using them and suppressing chakra, while also having powerful chakra of his own. While he has the last one, that will continue to develop, he lacks the first two well enough to suppress someone of Yamato's level, or be able to use more than 3 chains at once. He was able to contain Yamato in a barrier by using a small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra, so little that his eyes didn't turn all the way red, less than the canon Land of Waves arc. If he had perfect control and experience right now, he'd likely be able to handle Yamato easily, but he's 12 so he doesn't. I put Sakura in place of Hinata because she has good chakra control, and while they're a tracking team, they already have Shino and Kiba, so they can track just fine, and Sakura learning some Genjutsu and sensing will only help. They don't really need a Hyuga.